into the edge.
And make me believe the impossible is in fall. Make me a believer, and I will be an acolyte
Of the God Gamer. Back down from a fight. Hello! Howdy, howdy, howdy. Good to see you. No, I'm not going to sleep. Okay, the only reason I would sleep is if I was watching something that was so peak that I wanted to dream about it. Okay, that's the only reason I would ever fall asleep. Any other reason would be ridiculous. Ridiculous. I hate you, stream UK times or else. Or else what, bruv? You'll fucking shank me in front of a Nando's? Get the fuck out of here. I'm not coming to your country. You can't get me. You'll fucking ruin my food. You'll colonize my country hundreds of years ago, but then slowly but surely lose all naval capability. And your society will slip into chaos. Bop, bop, ba, da, bop. We watching Arcane tonight? Not a fucking chance. No, I don't think so. I don't think you're allowed to. Turns out you can only co-stream it while they stream it. You can't just do it. Which is fine, because I kind of want to just binge it. You know? If I'm not binging, I'm whinging. And that's a fucking fact. But I will ask you, opinion poll. This is a straw poll from chat. Anyone that watched it, how was it? How was it? Out of the worst score is like regular game of League of Legends, and the best score is like a game where all your lanes are winning. Is it like 2 lanes winning, or all 3 lanes winning, or is it like, what is it like? It won 3 lanes. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Just watch Arcane as 400 TikTok clips on stream? No, I'm not an XQC stream, buddy. I'm not an XQC stream. We watch full-length YouTube videos around here. Okay? We don't watch TikToks. We watch full-length YouTube videos, and that's why we're that much smarter. That's how our IQs get so high, is because we watch passively YouTube videos instead of short-form content. There's such a massive difference. I like to think of YouTube videos as long TikToks. Hey, Big A, thanks for wearing your Twitch hat. I forgot where I was or who you are for a moment. That's why I do it. I'm constantly trying to, it's like those Netflix shows that have, they make every character stand in the center of the screen and have low intensity backgrounds so they can be very passively watched on a phone. I'm always trying to center myself in frame and remind you what's going on, so you can be like completely checked out and glance up and know. That's me adapting to 2024. Speaking of adapting to 2024, have you guys seen this? A true sign that we are in the best of times. No Black Mirror episode could have predicted how beautiful our time frame is.
Seagull fish. Oh, shotty. Oh, shotty. What's up? Let's go ahead and get seriously ready. Come on. Gummy worm. Gummy worm. Oh, shotty. Yo, she's in the chat.
Home run. Yo, welcome to Houston.
Let's go ahead and get seriously ready. Let him cook. Gummy
Let
worm.
him cook. Gummy worm.
Gummy worm. Oh, yeah.
Dude, the comments are so funny. It's people being like, just find a regular job, bro. People these days for the money, for real.
Oh,
What has the world come to?
Oh, shotty. Tiny fish. Tiny hook. Oh,
The thing is, bro has 5K viewers. He's bringing in this shit worked.
oh, shotty. Oh, shotty. Oh, shotty. Let's go to get seriously ready. Let's do this. Oh, shotty. Oh, shotty. Oh, shotty. Oh, shotty.
That shit's crazy. Satirizing dystopia is impossible when this is the new normal. Doesn't get better than that, folks. Doesn't get better than that, folks. Kamala should do this. I don't know. Could turn things around. Could turn things around. Hello, everybody. Good to see you. How's your Saturday going? How's your Saturday going? Anyone having a good weekend thus far? Did you see that Trump x Biden video I tagged you in? The only one I would know is if it's the Trump Biden Xi Jinping Chinese audio video. And if that's you, I got tagged in that by 1,000 people. And DM'd. It's Sunday, mate. Nice try. Nice try, motherfucker. It's not Sunday. Because if it's Sunday, I'd be playing Magic the Gathering. You know, someone is reacting to you gulping coffee and mooing. Boy, I could make some real money doing that on TikTok, huh? Just like... Just splashing a cup of coffee every time someone puts a fucking rose in the chat. I got arrested and thought my life was over. I'm in college for aerospace engineering. My whole case is getting thrown out and expunged, so my Saturday is fantastic. What did you do, can we ask? What did you do? I can't celebrate until I know what you did. Are you like a diplomat's son and you ran over a poor child? Your name is Diplomat. That's why I'm confused. Like, there's like a lot of ways you could have gotten out of something. I just want to know. Oh, you're... Were you there on January 6th? Hey, Shrek, I'm so happy. I was actually getting into a lot of legal trouble because I assaulted the Capitol. But thankfully, the election went my way, and now I'm fucking chilling. Don't answer that, lawyer, Matt. Don't worry. Chat's your lawyer. I honestly can't wait for the day when legal battles... first of all, everyone in Gen Z wants to be a content creator. And everyone in Gen Alpha wants to be a content creator even more. In fact, everyone in Gen Alpha isn't capable of speaking unless they are a content creator. They don't have the ability to function unless they are. So by then, everyone's going to be a content creator. I'm picturing this future. And trials are going to be between two content creators, and they pull up their chat, and they have the chat off. The chats are their lawyers. Okay, whoever's chat can spam more W's or whatever is gonna, that wins the legal case. Is what I predict the future will be. Ideally, I'll be a judge by then, and I won't have to. Gen Alpha learns language through content at this point. It's not a bad idea. Any Gen Alphas watching right now, I'm gonna add to your vocabulary. Loquacious. Okay? Perfunctory. That's the two I've got. Those are the big two. But now you're smarter. Gyat. Lugubrious. Your lugubriousness. Lackadaisical. What's the classic one? Everyone used to say it as an example of a really smart, long word. Oh, what was it? It's like a super... anti-disestablishmentarianism. That's exactly what it is. Wow, you guys remember. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. That's what people used to say in school as an example of... that's funny. My little sister learned English through Pokemon Gold version. Oh, your millennial sister, not probably your older sister. That's crazy because there's not that much text in Pokemon Gold. What did she learn? Throw, HP up, rare candy. And how do you learn English without even hearing pronunciations? There's no. That's crazy. That's not good at all. I learned English from Command and Conquer Tiberium Wars. Now that you could, because that is one of those old. There was like this era of games that many of you weren't even around for, nor will ever experience. There was an era of games where they did full motion video. So it would be like real human actors, and they would cut in and do little cut scenes in between very low graphics games. Yeah, it's like a mid 2000s, late 90s kind of thing. But they totally fell off. There's like almost none of them. But Command and Conquer was one of the big ones that I remember, where they'd have some like crazy Command and Conquer cutscenes.
Come watch the fireworks. It's my
Green writing on the ion cannon.
No, where's Tim Curry Command and Conquer. Like this.
Another victory, Commander. I knew my faith in you was not misplaced.
You cannot be serious.
Come, Comrade General. A new world order awaits.
What do you have for me?
I'm sorry, Comrade General. I meant Premier Cherdenko.
Yes!
They're
Excellent
so-
job.
they're
The
so-
port is ours, and the Empire is on the run now.
We must strike swiftly before they can mobilize their forces. Das wieder.
He did this all in one take while reading off the, off the prompter.
Bottoms up, Nikolai.
Excellent work, Commander. I had no doubt that our coalition would prove to be successful. Commander, once again, the motherland owes you a great debt.
Where's the space
You
part?
cannot be serious. We succeeded this.
Space! Does Vidania come?
Wait, I want to see it again.
Thank you, Commander, for so thoroughly and brutally dispatching my enemies. I will not say Das Vidania, Commander. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
That's just cinema. That's just cinema. That's just good dialogue, good writing, and good acting. Okay? I believed him. I believed him that he wanted to escape capitalism and go to space. Anyway, the game itself, you know, looked like fucking this, you know. That's not actually the one, but you get the idea. It's like it would cut from. It's not. This is the. It's the more recent one than this, but it's the idea. You know, it's an old RTS, and then it would cut right into a fucking. Which is just funny. Which is just funny. It's just a hoot and a half. How's the weekend going? It's going pretty damn good for me. Ari's dad is visiting. He grilled up some Wagyu steak. She's chilling. What else is going on? Took her to her birthday. Went to a nice restaurant. Shit's good. Tomorrow I'm going to play the new Magic set. Shit's happening. I got to watch an extremely powerful movie last night called Minecraft Parkour Civilization. It really got in here. You know what I'm saying? But not just in here. It also got in here. It was like it was a two-parter. And it challenged me, but it also supported me in a way, if that makes sense. It like pushed my beliefs forward, but also solidified them. So it really was incredible. At some point, I felt like I was dreaming during it, you know, dreaming of a better world. Am I going to finish it? Probably tonight. I'll finish it. Yeah, that's correct. That is what I think I will do. Ban me for life if you dislike the song I made you. Ban you for life if I dislike the song you made me. That's just, okay, fine. What's the song? Okay, here's the song. Rock. I'm not your dad. Just because I'm not exactly your mother does not mean I'm your father. Okay, there's a difference.
I just fucked your bitch with my onesie PJs
Okay,
on.
I don't have custody. I'm gonna ban you right now. You're banned. It's over.
Over again.
What's your displeasure?
I got that skinny penis.
No,
You're
I'm
growing on my weenus.
no, I'm actually gonna ban you.
I'm I got a special hoodie. She can't take off my hoodie. She get.
You think I would enjoy this? Why did you make this song for me? This is just your song about your fucking skinny penis. At no point is this even about the stream or me. No, you're actually banned. I was gonna give you the. I thought there was no way I actually banned you. I gotta find your name now. You really thought that would run? You thought that would fly? You were so confident that would be so funny? The song about your skinny penis? That's crazy. That's shocking. If Trump can win twice, there's no excuse for you not running and making America glizzy again. You think that is a slogan that would resonate with a wide part of the American electorate? Do you think that Americans feel in general they can't get as many glizzies as they used to? Because I feel like they can. I feel like any American that wants a hot dog is actually closer than any human in history to getting it. Do you know what I'm saying? I feel like there's almost nobody in this country who wants a hot dog and can't get one. We've never designed a society more successfully at getting the average citizen access to hot dogs. I'm not sure how I could help in that respect. I've been seeing fewer rotating glizzies at the 7-Elevens. I would assume that's because people are buying and eating them. I don't think the 7-Eleven Corporation ran out of money to stock the glizzies. Those are cheap. I don't think that there's a shortage. We haven't run out of fucking slop to put in a glizzy. I guess I gotta be honest with you. I'm just not seeing the problem here. I don't see. I think I can offer much solution. The workers are lazy. That's usually true. You know what I'm saying? If a corporation is ever doing bad at anything, it's because the workers are lazy. Because management is smart, effective, and honestly underpaid. And I think it's the lazy fucking workers that bring them down. Big streamer can't emphasize the little guy. Who's the little guy in this situation? Who's the little guy in this situation? I'm just trying to understand. In the glizzy market. 7-Eleven Corporation or what? 7-Eleven executives. I can't emphasize with them. Yep. Big A, are you secretly the CEO of Costco? I heard the quote about the glizzies. That's you, right? He is referring to the fact that the former CEO of Costco, I don't know the exact quote, but it's something like, if you raise the price of the fucking hot dogs, I'll kill you. Never raise the price of the fucking hot dogs. That was his quote. And it was because of their impeccable business principles at Costco, knowing that the hot dog cheap meal was an incredible symbol of value and attracted customers in, where they will then buy a membership and spend plenty of money on Costco products. Costco is one of those businesses where, as they scale, they pass along that advantage to their customer. And those businesses are usually really beloved. They're really, really beloved. They don't just... Yeah, it's a big advantage. Hey, Big A, I just got hired for a job after 6 months of unemployment, and I feel like a giant weight's been left on my shoulder. First of all, fucking congrats, dude. Congrats, Danger Smith. That's awesome. I'm sure that was stressful as fuck. 6 months, bro. Hustling. Do you mind if we ask how many apps? How many apps? Was there a lot of close calls that were annoying? What? Give us some of the details. You know, people are probably going through the same thing. Hey, by the way, can I ask, was it a government job or a private sector job? Congrats, Danger Smith. Make sure to skip open enrollment. Be the PCP. Wait, sorry, what? And what's your social security number, if you don't mind me asking? Bro is quizzing him. Yeah. Also, where do you live? List of greatest fears. Bank account number. He works at 7-Eleven serving those glizzies, LOL. I love the sad little lowercase LOL at the end. I love just tossing that in, you know? It's like even you knew this probably wouldn't hit. You knew it wasn't your best, is what I'll say. It'll hit in this chat, but you knew. You threw a little LOL at the end. I respect it. I respect it. What country do you think has the best / most stable economy currently? Norway, probably. One of the Nordics. They're just in a good spot, you know? Hard for Norway to be fucked up. Poland is doing good as well. Poland's having steady GDP per capita growth. It's good. Norway stays winning. I would not say Germany. At least Norway exists, unlike Denmark. Are you under the impression that Denmark doesn't exist? It's not a country that exists. It's been made up. I have been there, but maybe it was a psyop pulled by Aiden. Do you think when Aiden and I flew to Denmark, he secretly drugged me, blindfolded me, created a fake studio set of a city called Copenhagen? Then we got off the fake plane and he took me on a tour around it. And that's why when I was like, hey, let's go over there, he's like, no, let's go over here. Because he didn't want me to go around the corner and see that it was all a studio set. That makes a lot of sense, actually. That makes a lot of sense. It was actually Texas. No wonder it was so walkable. No wonder it was such a beautiful, well-run, clean, walkable city. It was because I was actually in Texas. That makes so much sense. Dude, speaking of copium, not to belabor this point, but I've mentioned that we are kind of in, if you are an online, you know, big Trump guy, it's been a real euphoria period. And I could tell it's hitting max euphoria of Trump is going to fix every problem I have in the world. Because I saw somebody get 40,000 likes for tweeting that Trump was going to build a network of high-speed rail Trump trains between all the major cities of the USA. I was like, bro, you're getting ahead of yourself. Bro, you are getting ahead of your... Wait, I gotta find the fucking... Where's my... I think I can find it. I put it in my likes. Where was it? Yeah, this guy was like, Trump administration is going to own the libs by building a network of fast and frequent Trump trains between major cities. I'm just not sure we're going to be seeing this. I'm just not sure these are going to show up. But, you know, you keep your mind open. Hey, Big A, one time in college, I did mushrooms and watched the new Ant-Man movie and verbally announced Wakanda Forever at a random part and thought they were going to take me to jail. Why did you feel the need to share this with me? I clicked on it because I thought it was a longer bit of text with an interesting story. And in fact, it is a story about you saying Wakanda Forever with no consequences while watching Ant-Man. I'm just not sure that I have anything that could take away from that. I've said Wakanda Forever in a Chili's. Okay, get on my level. Get on my level, dude. Big A, thoughts on Big X the Plug? I've noticed you two are quite similar. I don't know who that is, but I'll check it out. Big X the Plug. How am I... Oh, you think I'm similar to this? This is... Do I want to pause so you can make? Is that 2 pictures? Is there two face cams? Do you want to do? I mean, you guys only have one joke in the situation, so I can't tell which one's the face cam. Uncanny. Is there a mirror app on your screen? Which one's the streamer talking right now? See, that's also confusing to me because, like, even if in some world we were identical twins, you'd think you'd be able to tell via context clues that my camera's in the same spot and I'm the only one moving. Right? But somehow you guys still can't tell. Damn, I do think that I could benefit from a grill and also holding up bands like that. I think that would help my stream improve a lot if I had. Does that say 600 or God? I can't tell. I can't tell. Is that 600 or God? If it's God, that's really funny. I can't imagine this is the best way. I don't know if this is what the Bible says, the best way to celebrate God. God famously loves that. Yeah, for sure. For sure. The Crafter. Hey, Big A, this girl I liked actually has zero interest in me after going to Hoko with me. Is Hoko homecoming or what is Hoko? My friends are saying I should abandon her, but she's in like a majority of my classes. Okay, she has zero interest in you, and you've already gone to the dance. So, what do you mean you should abandon her? You don't need to abandon her. She's not interested. Just move on. You don't have to make a big deal. Hey, I'm actually over you. I'm actually abandoning you. Okay, I should be like, fine. I think you should classily move on. You know, you had a nice homecoming. That's what I would say. I'm just, and if she's in a majority of your classes, just be cordial. You know. Actually, what you could do, let me think about this a little bit more. What you could do is loudly announce during one of your shared classes that you're so over her. Like, you should put your hand up during a question and be like, I don't know the answer to that, teacher, but I know one thing. I am abandoning her. I am abandoning Josephine over there. And that way you could send a message. That way everyone would know. And then everyone would probably start clapping. Hey, Big A, where do you see the this guy? He asked me. He fucking baited me. Where do you see the economy in 10 years? I'm adding more text to this part so it's longer in hopes to grab your attention. It worked because I thought you had a more serious question. 10 years, bro? 2034? Do you know how much is going to happen in the next 10 years? It's going to be unrecognizable. The world is going to be unrecognizable in 2034. So much shit is going to happen. So many technologies will advance. So many geopolitical events will advance. There is absolutely no prediction. Did you see that scalpers are selling the PS5 Pro at a loss? Because the console is generally available at retailers, not in a chip shortage. I can't. That's fucking awesome. Fuck scalpers. Nobody likes scalpers, bro. Everyone wants to see them take the L. This always happens, though. The first wave scalpers make a lot of money, and the people that try to get into scalping because they see that always lose money because they get in too late and they buy a bunch of stock right before it gets resupplied, and then they're stuck. Only the real hustler scalpers make money. Yeah, I will tell you what's going to happen in 10 years if you buy my marketing course. That's correct. That's correct. It's only $400. And I will tell you, actually, what is crazy is I can tell you with accuracy the movement up and down week by week of every stock on the market for the next 20 years. But I choose to not use that to make myself wealthy. I choose to use that by selling you a course. It's actually really based and cool of me. Hey, Big A, any advice on how to make more personal connections with my employers? This question already scares me. All of my success with finding internships so far has been with career fairs where I can talk to potential employers in person. Oh, I thought you meant like you already are employed and you want to like make a more personal connection with your bosses. I thought you were like, you wanted to really feel like you were close friends or family. Okay, you are trying to like get in person in front of a recruiter or something. That's an interesting question. I think you have the right mindset. I think it's going to depend on the job. You're going to have to get creative to find ways to not just be a resume in a pile. Throw a brick through the recruiter's window and then put a note on it that says, I'll do anything for the job. And that way, when they wake up in the middle of the night and see that, they're going to know. And put your resume on that. Key their car. Yeah, stand outside the back of where they work. And the second they come outside, give them a firm handshake and say, hey, didn't expect to see you here. They have like coffee chat events. They have like resume review events. Theoretically, you could go in person and drop your shit off. It's kind of rare. That's kind of like old boomer advice, but not to say it's never worked. We keep talking about trickle-down locomotives. I've never talked about that in my life. I've never talked about trickle-down locomotives. That if we give the rich more trains, they'll trickle down to the rest of us. You guys are gaslighting me. I've never talked about that. Every day I rant about how we should give the rich more trains. Well, actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, that's actually a based idea. What if we made high-speed rail across the country, but it's only for the rich? But then they find out they can't fill the trains because there's not that many rich people. So they open the trains up to poor people and then they trickle down. It's not that crazy. Here he goes again. Bad news out of New Zealand. What happened? Oh no! New Zealand got rid of the giant Trump hand? Oh, this is where we had the meetup with me and Aiden. The giant glizzy fingers. Is it moving somewhere or are they getting rid of it? This was the best part of New Zealand's culture. It was iconic for the city. It was powerful art. It was misshapen and misunderstood. It was a tragic romantic hero. It was a perfect fit for keeping Wellington weird. Yeah, it's sad. Wow, it's tragic. I'll take it. Put it in my house. Put it in my house, dude. Back. What up, Maisie? You know, Maisie, every time you come in here, you say, what's up, bitch? It's like, I don't know, it's like, you're really, I guess you're saying it in like the cool way that female friends can say to each other. But I just feel like I can't say, what's up, bitch, back. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't feel right. I don't think I can, pull it off. Oh, you're giving me the pass? All right, what's up, bitch? What's up, you crazy bitch? What's up, Maisie? Slay, bitch. Holy shit, I got the pass. Holy shit. I know I have the pass. Chad, I got the pass. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. What's up, you crazy rotten? What's that sketch? Oh, wait, what's the sketch? Someone knows what I'm talking about. It's got, the one with it's the Instagram sketch. I think you should leave. This one. We gotta watch this. This is so funny.
Let me see it.
Dude, I'm just deciding that computers have failed me. There it is. That's a great sketch. I think snarfing down pig shit contest is just stuck in my brain. That's a line you don't hear elsewhere. Anyway, forgot how that was relevant, but Maisie, you get it. All right. You get it. Brand new summoning salt vid. How long is it? I'm going to click this, and if it's like a 42-minute, I'm going to scream with joy. And if it's a 3-hour fucking treatise on how some guy got the capture the flag world record in the side mode of Mario Kart DS. History of Simpsons hidden run world records? Wait, that could actually be low-key hype. That could actually be low-key hype. And in fact, I think we could watch this. Fuck it! Weeball! A brand new Simpsons hit and run summoning salt watching live. Let's go!
The Simpsons Hit and Run, a classic game that defined a generation. You might
I'm going to pause right there. It's a good game. It's a good game. I liked it too. I can't necessarily say that it defined a generation. I don't believe that we have a generation called the Simpsons hit and run generation. I don't think that it's the def. If you look up any generation in the dictionary, the definition is not going to be a picture of Simpsons hit and run. I don't think that it has that level of cultural cachet.
I remember playing it as a kid 20 years ago, but some still play it today. Simpsons Hit and Run has an active speedrunning community, a group of gamers who push the game to its limit, trying to beat it as fast as humanly possible.
Yep.
Look, this isn't Mario 64 or Super Metroid, but Hit and Run is its own unique thing. Speedrunners have poured thousands of hours into breaking it, and the result 20 years later is a shockingly deep speedrun.
Okay.
This is the story of how we got there. This is the history of the Simpsons Hit and Run world records.
All right. Sin, Noah. And then Glup Shido got this run.
And now, a word from this video's sponsor, Displate. Displates are metal posters that are super easy to hang on your wall. I personally own about a dozen of them. There are over 2 million artworks available, including many from your favorite gaming franchises.
I bought 40!
But the best part is how easy they are. If you're worried about having to drill holes, Displate solves that problem. They use a magnet mounting system that leaves no trace on the wall. If you get tired of one poster, simply swap it out for another in seconds.
Easy money.
Easy every time. And unlike paper posters, Displates stay vibrant and colorful without fading. If you want to upgrade your room, I'd recommend getting a few Displates. Use my link in the description, or just use the promo code SummoningSalt.
Someone in my family bought me some of these as a gift because they know I'm a gamer, but it was like Halo 3. It was like Halo 3 and like Call of Duty Black Ops and like just like games I don't play, you know? And it was like, I think there was just an assumption that as a gamer I would fucking, do I have those? They're like around here, I think. That I would just hang them up. But I ended up not doing that. There was an effort. There was an effort. Don't get me wrong, there's an effort.
For up to 37% off upon checkout. Thanks again to Displate for sponsoring this video.
You're the asshole, thank them? Do you think I didn't thank them? Do you think I said, sorry, Grandma. I don't play this game. Maybe next time get one of Smash Brothers Melee for Nintendo GameCube. I did that voice too. Word for word. And then I tossed it in the trash.
Video. The year is 2005. The main hub for speedrunning is a website called Speed Demos Archive.
Okay.
And over on the forums, a group of site members are discussing how to speedrun a relatively new game, The Simpsons Hit and Run. However, the conversation ultimately goes nowhere, and this begins a trend. Every few years, a new runner comes along and brings up speedrunning the game, and every time, they're told it simply wouldn't be a good game to speedrun.
Haters and fakes.
So, why? Well, forum goers in the mid-2000s identified three main problems. The first problem, they actually thought the game was too hard. Now, that's not totally unfounded. Simpsons Hit and Run has 7 levels.
That's crazy, because that would not be even thought of today. Gamers have gotten way more degenerate. They must have. They must have. We're not even, like, people were soft.
And each level has 7 missions to complete. Missions in the first few levels are pretty easy, but the last few levels do have some very tough missions. If you've played Simpsons Hit and Run, you probably...
I actually agree. Someone said quarantine effect. I do think. I think there is a pre-quarantine and post-quarantine level of gamer degeneracy. Gamer the obsession, gamer ability to grind. And it's so astronomical. The pre-quarantine gamers could not survive in this environment. There's so few games that have a pre-quarantine record still standing. Everything got annihilated by he throws people in their house for enough time.
Remember the infamous missions Never Trust a Snake and Set to Kill. You also need to complete objectives under a time limit. Any slowdowns and you run out of time. You also need to avoid hit and runs. If you run into too many objects or pedestrians, the police come after you, potentially slowing you down and taking some of your coins.
Okay.
Speaking of, that was the second main problem. Coins. You must collect 3,625 of them to unlock everything needed to beat the game. They're scattered all across the levels in boxes, machines, wasps, and other places. You have to go out of your way to collect enough of them, severely slowing down a speedrun.
Okay.
So, reasons The Simpsons Hit and Run is a bad speed game.
Char, as
there
we
are
call
too
it.
many coins, the game is too hard, and the game is too easy. Yeah, if you fail a mission 7 times, Hit and Run gives you the option to skip it and move on to the next one. So, for 3/4 of the...
Okay, if this whole speedrun is just people failing as fast as they can and then hitting skip, I'm gonna be a little disappointed. I do not want to watch a speedrun where everybody optimizes to lose 7 times in a row and then skip.
The game's missions, it's faster to just restart over and over and skip the mission, rather than actually playing it. That would make an any percent speedrun quite easy, and exceedingly boring. Because of all this, speedrunners ignored Simpsons Hit and Run for years. New forum threads would pop up and fizzle out without much attention. But speedrunning kept growing over the years. More people got into the hobby, and those runners looked for new games to run.
Hitman!
And finally, in 2012, nearly a decade after its initial release, the first speedruns of The Simpsons Hit and Run were performed. A few runners played straight up any percent, where you were allowed to restart and skip missions.
Okay.
This led to some fairly boring runs, but there were still very talented players. Duke Bilgewater and Neke for President completed the first any percent runs of Hit and Run. But then, another more popular category began to form. The rule set for this category was that you had to complete all 49 story missions without skipping any. To this day, it remains the most popular category of The Simpsons Hit and Run.
Okay.
And it's called All Story Missions. Early runs were performed by runners Finja29 and Cookie. No videos of their world records survive, but they got times clocking in around 2 hours.
First sub
The
2 hour
early Hit and
Cookie.
Run community kept track of their times on a Google spreadsheet. Runners would simply post their fastest times to the board. It was a small and tight-knit community. And it's from this early community that we get our first world record with surviving video. The Simpsons Hit and Run in 1 hour and 54 minutes by Pessimistic Mango.
I think you should play this whole video in full so we can understand what's going on, and then... Do you know what I'm saying? I think we need to watch the full 1 hour 54, and then we will understand.
Hit and Run is one of the most technical games I've ever covered on this channel. And it all started with the coin route. Mango had to find the best way to collect over 3,600 coins without wasting too much time. Certain missions had downtime built into them. For example, if he just had to follow a car around the map, he could drive around and collect coins himself, while making sure he stayed close enough to the car. But even on the other missions, Mango had to collect coins, and tried to do it whenever he happened to be near some.
Right.
It was a balancing act, but he mapped his coin route out across the entire game. Then there's the tricks. Hit and Run.
I will say I'm already noticing that I really... Wait, my fucking phone is alarming. I didn't even hear that. No, these are like airtight. I did not hear it until I stopped the sound. What I would say is... I like this coin thing already. Because... when you think about it, it means the fastest route on an individual level might not be the best choice. Like, you have to figure out where you want to lose time to get coins. So it makes a lot more variety. I assume they're not going to all end up doing the exact same route on every level. Do you know what I'm saying?
Run has a...
Yeah, it reminds me of Hitman, just because in Hitman, like, you could do a slower route for more consistency, or you could do a faster route. It was like interesting like that.
A lot of them. Some are quite basic, like mission warps. After finishing a mission, the game usually tells you to drive somewhere to begin the next one. But instead, by going to the menu after mission complete appears on the screen, you can select the next mission and warp there straight away.
Okay.
Another basic piece of tech is car resets. You can reset your car at any time and it'll warp to the nearest main road. This can move you ahead a bit on the map, or just get you back on track quicker.
Okay.
That's the easy stuff. They're second nature to Hit and Run speedrunners. But Mango's Run also had some sophisticated tricks, like Carl Skip. In the 7th mission of level 1, or 1-7, you're supposed to race Smithers to Mr. Burns' mansion. The intended route is to drive all the way around the map, but if you instead push Carl with your car past the power plant door, and then talk to him to initiate the race, the power plant door closes with you already past it. So, you can just quickly drive through the power plant to the mansion, and save about a minute on the speed run.
That's sick!
Other important parts of Mango's Run were the destruction missions. There's several of these throughout the game. You have to destroy a car or multiple cars as quickly as you can by running into it over and over. Mango had some clever strategies for dealing damage quickly. In 6-5, where he had to destroy Skinner's car, he directed it against the wall and another car. It got stuck, and he was able to ram it over and over. But not all destruction missions went smoothly. In 1-3, for instance, he spent a lot of time trying to chase Smithers' car down and damage it. And finally, while Mango was a fantastic player, The Simpsons Hit and Run is still a hard game, especially at the end. In level 7, you have to deliver nuclear waste all the way across the map without accidentally blowing it up. In 7-5, a car swerved in front of Mango and blew up the waist, making him restart the mission. And in 7-7, he just grazed the edge of a tree, and it was enough to blow up the waist again, losing another chunk of time. And that was the run. An hour and 54 minutes later, Mango had beaten the game. It had its shortcomings, but overall this was a great starting point for hit and run speedruns. Mango knew he could do better, and he'd go.
I played this game as a kid. I rented it from fucking Blockbuster. That's how old this game is. I remember I biked to Blockbuster and rented it, and I played it for, I don't know, 6 days straight, and then never played it again. But it was fun.
Want to lower the record a few more times in the following days, sadly not saving any of the videos. Finally, on May 29th, he got a run he was happy enough with to save. 1 hour and 50 minutes. It was a greatly cleaned up version of his hour 54 run. Nearly every level was faster. He got better at destroying vehicles quickly, and once again he had some brilliant strategies here. For instance, in 3-7, why destroy the limo yourself when you could get it stuck so it destroyed itself while you picked up coins? Mango's level 7 was cleaner too, blowing up the waist only once. But he had one notable time loss. He missed a big trick that we haven't talked about yet.
Okay.
The cutscene skip. The Simpsons Hit and Run has a handful of cutscenes. They play after certain missions, and there's no option to skip them. You have to watch them. Except, there's a trick you can do on 3 of the cutscenes. The ones after level 2, level 5, and level 6. After mission complete fades out, if you pause the game in a small window just before the cutscene starts, you can select the next mission and skip the cutscene entirely.
Oh, beast.
You have a 9-frame window to skip the level 2 cutscene and a 16-frame window for levels 5 and 6.
So annoying.
That's between a 20th of a second and a 1/4 of a second, depending.
That's so annoying. So every single run, you got to hit this 9-frame thing, or you get an unskippable cutscene that guarantees a loss. That sucks. That sucks. 16 frames is doable, but still.
On your frame rate. You can also repeatedly pause to give yourself a better chance at hitting it. So all in all, cutscene skip doesn't seem that bad.
It's instant loss.
But the problem is that it's super punishing if you miss. The level 6 cutscene lasts 45 seconds, the level 2 cutscene lasts 55 seconds, and the level 5 cutscene lasts a whopping 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So there's added pressure of knowing that if you miss one, it's a huge blow to your speedrun. And sure enough, in this run, Mango missed the level 6 cutscene skip.
RIP.
It was a 45-second time loss.
Reset.
Had he gotten it, it would have been a sub 150. Mango made that his goal time going forward, a run in the 140s. But it wasn't going to be easy, because Mango wasn't the only player who could get that time. In mid-2014, he got a competitor. Meet Pet Iguana. Mango had reason to be afraid, and not just because iguanas eat mangoes, but because on June 14th, Iguana got a run of 150.08, a new record and just 9 seconds from the sub 150. In true hit and run fashion, Iguana didn't highlight his run since he wasn't happy with it, but Mango and Iguana were neck and neck. They both wanted the sub 150, and they were both just seconds away. Who would get there first? On July 4th, 2014, Mango got a good chance. His run started with the fastest level 1 he'd ever performed. The next few levels were up and down, but crucially, he got all 3 cutscene skips, meaning he saved an additional 45 seconds.
Okay.
Mango entered level 7 on pace for a 149.58. It seemed like it was going to be close. But instead, Mango played his fastest ever level 7, and it was a blowout. 148.16.
Easy
nearly
money!
A 147. The middle had its slowdowns, but Mango had started and finished his run incredibly strong. The ball was in Iguana's court. Could he compete with a 148? For a few months, he did struggle to beat Mango's run, but by that November, the tides had turned and he felt he had a great chance to pull it off. How come? Well, it all came down to destroying vehicles. where Iguana had some new strategies.
New tech?
The armored truck in 5-6 is one of the longest destruction missions in the game. It takes forever to be destroyed, especially with Snake's car, which isn't adept at dealing damage. It took Mango 2.5 minutes to destroy it in his 148, but here's what Iguana did. He guided it off the road so it got stuck against a pillar. It then damaged itself over time as it tried to escape, and Iguana destroyed it in under a minute. The armored truck strat would become one of the most pivotal strategies in the entire run. Miss it, and you have a big time loss.
Yeah.
Another fast destruction strategy was in 1-3. Iguana steered Smithers' car into a house, then repeatedly hit it while stuck to destroy it quickly. A solid time save over Mango chasing the car down.
Poor Smithers.
But perhaps my favorite new strategy was in 4-7. Here, you have to escape Chief Wiggum by getting far enough away from him. But instead of driving far, Iguana just went inside the Simpsons house. And the mission ended, saving him 10+ seconds. This works because the inside of the house is located very far away from the rest of the map. So the game detects that you've escaped Wiggum and just ends the mission. Thanks to these new strategies, on November 17th, Iguana was able to pull 2 minutes ahead of the record going into level 7. But he wasn't out of the woods yet. Remember, he was up against Mango's gold split here, and he was 100 coins shy, meaning he'd have to pick up extra coins before buying the zombie car. Despite a big lead, this was going to be close. And most importantly, Iguana had to avoid blowing up the waist.
Oh no!
That was close. I definitely thought that blew up.
And what's more, both Chat and his roommates were heckling him.
Well, we have no idea what time this is. I could not even be
Why
close to
are
load
you talking on a world record pace? Shut the fuck up!
Harder than it is.
Oh?
Yeah, we did it! Finally.
Iguana was back, and he didn't stop there. A couple months later, he improved the record again, down to 1 hour and 45 minutes.
Easy
the
money.
worst part of this run was missing the armored truck strat in 5-6, but he had a much cleaner level 6 and 7, and used a new strategy in 3-3 to let him repeatedly hit Cletus's truck. So yeah, Iguana and Mango were just trading this record back and forth. The game's two best competitors, rivals that would clash for years to come. And maybe they would have if someone else didn't come along.
Uh-oh. Glove shitto.
In early 2015, a runner named Liquid Wi-Fi became a record contender. He'd started running the game a few months prior, and by February 2015 had managed to lower his time down to a 148, a bit behind the world record of 145.
No, his name's Wi-Fi. Team Liquid just picks up professional Simpsons hit and run speedrunners. Okay? He's part of an esports org that needed to get into this fast-growing, highly viewed industry.
On February 20th, he shocked the hit and run community by doing, well, this. Exiting level 3, Liquid Wi-Fi was over a minute behind the world record, but that was a bit misleading. See, Liquid took a different coin route from most other runners. He chose to get more coins early in the run, so he didn't need to pick up as many in the later levels. So, he entered level 4 with a coin lead, and gained time by not having to pick up as many. By level 5, he was nearly even with the record. And although he too missed the armored truck strat, this was still barely on record pace going into level 7. But the missions started going well. He wasn't blowing up the waist, and this looked like it might actually have a chance at record. But then during the last mission, on his way to pick up the waist, he triggered a hit and run. And that was a problem. See, he still had to pick up the waist, where you effectively corner yourself. If the police caught him there, it was likely run over. Liquid had to find a way to evade capture.
Okay. Oh, nice!
I evaded them.
Nice movement!
This is going to be seconds between me and world record. Oh my god, this is
Punch
close.
it up!
This
Punch
is
it
so
up!
close.
Yes!
3 seriously just do that?
Liquid Wi-Fi was the new hit-and-run record holder. It wasn't a huge improvement, but a very strong last couple levels was enough to get it done. On the other hand, Iguana had just lost his record, and he wasn't going to stand for that. So, an hour after he saw his record had been beaten, Iguana booted up the game, started playing, and...
No! 1 year after?
Liquid's record lasted just a few hours. Iguana had pushed the run to the next minute, a 1:44:37. Curiously, it was yet another world record that missed the armored truck strat, this time thanks to a car getting in the way. And as a whole, it was a very up and down run. He got a few strategies that Liquid missed, like Smithers' car in 1-3, but there were still obvious time saves that he missed out on. Bottom line, Liquid and Iguana both knew they could do better. So they kept playing. Around this time, Liquid began implementing a new piece of tech into his runs, e-brake boosting. Hit and Run has three main driving buttons: accelerate, reverse, and e-brake.
Okay.
By holding all three at once, then letting go of reverse, and then letting go of e-brake, you get a huge acceleration boost forward. This is particularly useful if you have to hit something over and over. In 3-3, for instance, when you have to hit Cletus's truck to collect 15 items, you can see how e-brake boosting lets you get in more hits over time.
Right.
Over the following few months, the big three runners would all set new records. In late February, Liquid got a 1:42:19.
Jesus.
In April, Mango got a 1:42:03. And in May, Iguana got a 1:40:49.
Oh, baby. Break 140!
These guys were all about equal in skill, and with all three of them actively playing, the world record was plummeting. Much of the time save came from the margins, rather than actual new strategies. Cleaner driving, faster destructions, that sort of thing. Their overall skill level was rising, and nobody was sure where the ceiling was. So, who would come through next? Well, in November 2015, it was Mango setting a new world record. And this run has...
Yeah, we're still in 2015. This record's gonna go fucking crazy. If we're still in 2015, we're not even close to the pandemic, this record's gonna go fucking crazy.
It was the first world record with load times removed. See, Hit and Run has to load in between missions, and this can take a variable amount of time. Depending on how powerful the runner's PC is, this can add up to multiple minutes of difference across the run. So, the community created the Load Remover Auto Splitter. It detects when Hit and Run is loading and automatically pauses the timer. So, when Mango beat Iguana's world record, it was initially timed as a 1:40:41, but using Load's removed time, it was a 1:40:05. This run also featured another big new strategy, car despawning. By flicking the camera angle back and then forward, certain objects like cars and pedestrians despawn. This can move things out of your way, or more importantly, out of the way of an AI-controlled vehicle. They'll crash into fewer cars, saving you time on the speedrun overall. Mango's run lasted for 8 days, when the next member of the Big Three struck, Iguana, who got a 1:38:35 and then a 1:38:03.
Fuck the Big Three!
It was a mix of
just
faster
big pet
execution
iguana.
and some strategy improvements. He had a new coin route, picking up more coins in level 4 to collect Skinner's car in Crusted New Studios. He destroyed vehicles, saved a lot of time in 6-4, picked up about 45 seconds, and saved time on the armored truck, and the hit and destroy missions were cleaner overall. Phew, it's exhausting to keep track of everything that was happening, and these guys still weren't at their limits. Since 2014, it had been a three-way competition between Mango, Iguana, and Liquid for the Simpsons Hit and Run world record. They constantly traded it back and forth.
This feels like I'm watching Parkour Civ and there's a recap in the middle. This feels like he's trying to set it so it could be cut up into separate TikToks.
Forth among themselves, but nobody else ever broke through to take it from them. They were the three best runners of the game by far, an exclusive club at the top with only 3 members. The combination of new strategies being added, with the world record frequently changing hands, makes this a tough timeline to follow. But luckily for us, someone was about to come along and simplify things a bit. In mid-2016, a player named Robot Crocodiles appeared on the scene. He took one look at our 3 world record holders and spat on them.
Oh, that's not much. Oh, get fucked!
Over the course of several months, Croc single-handedly took 5 minutes off the hit and run world record. Unfortunately, all of his videos were deleted, so we can't watch any of them today. But we do have an idea of what they looked like. Croc more or less revolutionized the game. Were there new strategies? Well, of course there were, and he used them to his full advantage. In 1-7, Croc
shows up, grinds the shit out of a 20-year-old game, takes the world record down by 5 minutes, innovates new strategies, deletes all VODs and disappears. Why? Why, dude? What's the point? Why?
Used Carl skip. Instead of running over Carl, he simply reversed to the door and reset his car. The game's default reset point here is right at the door entry, so you respawn halfway past the door. You can then continue reversing and make it all the way through. Faster and more consistent than Carl skip. Croc also switched vehicles for a couple missions. In 1-3, instead of using Homer's sedan, he used a traffic car that dealt more damage. Similarly, in 3-4, he switched out Mr. Plow for the school bus. Another big one was in 4-1, a strat called Donut Fire.
Okay.
You're supposed to hit the donut truck 10 times and collect the items, and the strategy here used to be letting it hit you 10 times. But instead, Croc began guiding it into a corner and then hitting it over and over. This was both faster and much safer than the old strat. As you get...
Dude, it's so funny how much of the speedrun is guiding a car to the corner and then ass blasting it. Reverse smash.
rid of RNG when traffic gets in the way. But Croc's dominance was from more than just new strats. It's also because he'd raised the bar for his execution. See, Croc began by grinding individual levels instead of full game runs. He got good at them, eventually holding every IL record in the game. This gave him a mastery of each individual mission that nobody else had. He was able to pick up minutes across the run just from better driving. He slowed down less overall and took cleaner lines. Croc lowered the record a lot in a short period of time. He'd pulled away from the runners behind him, and he was undoubtedly the best player the game had ever seen.
Until?
Sadly, a few months after these runs, Croc disappeared, taking his channels and videos with him.
That's crazy.
Today, it's impossible to watch any of his records.
That's crazy.
It's really too bad, because if he'd stuck around, he might have been able to prevent what happened next. In late May 2017, someone finally broke through to take the record from Croc.
Someone in chat said 9/11. If Robot Crocodiles had stuck around, he might have been able to stop 9/11. No, I don't think so. I don't think
Our old friend Liquid Wi-Fi. This was his first record in more than 2 years.
He's back.
His new time was 1:32.44, but in the description, he said lots of mistakes in this run. And there were a bunch of them, adding up to at least a couple minutes of obvious time save. But still, Croc had raised the bar for execution, and now Liquid had matched it. One other thing Liquid said in the description, I think sub 130 is possible. Well, right around this time, Liquid Wi-Fi began streaming full-time, playing Simpsons Hit and Run for several hours every day. And he got so good that he took over our story.
Ooh, the music. 131! 130!
All right. Oh, dude.
Oh. 2017!
Okay. Are you kidding me? What?
Sigma.
He set 12 records in 4 months.
I don't want a conspiracy theory here, okay? But I do want to put it out. It has to be asked. Do we think there's a chance that Liquid Wi-Fi killed and ate robot crocodiles for his powers? Do we think that's on the table? The way it lines up so perfectly, suddenly he comes back, he's way better. Do you understand? Let's not rule it out.
He took the record from 132 to a 129.44. How did Liquid do this? Well, lots of tiny optimizations added up. He went for a lot more car despawns from previous runners, helping his AI vehicles a bit more. He also had a new coin route, collecting the Krusty Loo coins in the middle of the 3-2 mission to skip coins later. And most importantly, Liquid had just gotten good. The leaderboard was pretty staggering.
Interesting.
Liquid had a 129, Croc had a 132, and nobody else had below a 135. How long could this go on for?
Yes!
2018!
Yeah, baby!
Okay, Liquid's looking like the GOAT. Oh my god, he just keeps breaking it. 128! I wonder if they'll ever break an hour. Seems crazy.
Make it 18 straight records for Liquid Wi-Fi.
COVID could do
This
it.
man
Quarantine
was
power spike?
unstoppable. Most of his improvement was just from getting better and better at the game. He still wasn't at his full potential. And yet, here he was with a 3-minute lead over second place. Yes, Liquid was streaming full-time and playing more than anybody else, but he was also clearly the best runner by far. He'd taken over the game. This was his record now. And at this rate, with Liquid being this dominant, there needs to be some major change to the run.
Dude, insane to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like 15 or 16 world records in a row with nobody in between. That's crazy.
With Liquid being this dominant, there needs to be some major change to the
18?
run for
Oh, my bad.
anybody to catch him. We've seen a lot of...
Wait, is Liquid Wi-Fi in chat? Is Liquid Wi-Fi in chat? Oh, okay. I thought he was.
strategy improvements in the game already.
My bad.
Every year there's been new glitches, destruction strategies.
You're all Liquid
and more.
Wi-Fi.
But in late 2018,
In a way, we all are.
the Simpsons hit and run had perhaps its greatest strategy change yet. Level 7, the final level of the game, got completely overhauled.
Okay.
It's time to head out of bounds. First off, what's the point of going out of bounds? How does it save time? Well, the main advantage is it lets you drive across the map while it's not loaded in. You can go in a straight line without needing to turn or slow down at all. And level 7 is perfect for this, because most missions require you to go all the way across the map. You pick up waste on one side and drop it off on the other.
Okay.
Next question is, how do you get out of bounds? Well, in October 2018, Liquid Wi-Fi found this method. It looks crazy, but cars in Simpsons Hit and Run can essentially grip onto vertical walls if they touch them. So, by crashing into the wall, Liquid's car bounced and the tires hit the vertical wall. And from there, he simply drove up the invisible part and made it over. He later found a more consistent version, using the car's back tires to contact the wall.
Oh my god.
From there, it was over for level 7. DJ Lambton found an out-of-bounds setup for 7.3 that involved climbing the walls of the power plant. Vapo found a similar setup for 7.5.
That's so funny.
And then Liquid found another in 7.7. And before they knew it, more than half of level 7's missions had an out of bounds. Combined, they saved more than a minute, but they weren't easy to pull off, especially given that they're at the very end of an hour-and-a-half long run. If you mess these up, there goes your whole speedrun. But Liquid felt he was up to the task. He began chipping away at his world record with these new tricks. Every few weeks he got a new improvement, first getting a 127 and eventually a 126. Ironically, even though new tricks often open the door to new competition, level 7 out of bounds actually had the opposite effect. Liquid was the only runner with good consistency at them, so he was able to better implement them, and his world record lead only increased.
Right.
It was now up to a whopping 4.5 minutes.
That's crazy.
His run of 126.23 was the first to hit all 4 out of bounds in level 7, and that was enough to satisfy Liquid. He got all the big tricks and had an enormous...
Dude, what's crazy is how long this run is. To do this all the time, an hour 26, hour 30 run every time.
Lead over second place. What else could he ask for? I mean, maybe he'd come back if more out of bounds were discovered, like a second wave or something, but there was no way that could happen. Liquid couldn't stop now. In mid-2019, he helped find another set of out of bounds in level 7. This time, he was going to be out of bounds for nearly the entire level. It's a pretty involved route, but the most interesting part starts from 7-5. Liquid put the waist in a traffic car, then left it and hopped back in a sports car he had waiting out of bounds. He then quickly drove straight to the school, and the waist magically appeared there.
What?
How? Well, since the game can only have 5 traffic cars loaded at once, it simply duplicates the traffic car with the waist as one of the 5. So, once it shows up by the school, it's perfectly cloned from before, waist and all. Liquid then simply got in the traffic car and completed the mission. Finally, in 7-6, he drove to the power plant out of bounds while being careful not to load in any part of the map. Then he did an e-brake boost to make it past the bridge, collected the waist, and drove back to the school out of bounds. This 7-6 strategy was found by Barcode and was huge because now you could avoid the painfully difficult 7-7 out of bounds. The new route was about a minute faster than before, so Liquid knew what he had to do next.
You gotta grind.
Get back to the record grind. In June 2019, he rattled off 4 records like it was nothing, achieving the first ever 124.
Let's go!
So Liquid's been dominant for 2 years now, and like 30 records straight.
In September, he came back and took another minute off. He'd implemented all the tricks into his run and grinded it down to a 123.37. He was still in first place by a mile. No other runners in sight. This was getting ridiculous. Liquid Wi-Fi was clearly the king of hit and run, and with nothing left to prove here, he once again moved on to other games and categories. And it was during that break that something amazing happened.
Someone always shows
something
up.
that hadn't occurred in years. An event that people weren't sure was possible anymore. In early 2020, Liquid Wi-Fi got a competitor. This is Bacon Man.
Bacon Man!
He started running the game about a year ago.
COVID, 2020, COVID. Now it gets real. Now it gets fucking real.
And he had a meteoric rise, quickly becoming the best runner not named Liquid Wi-Fi. But he always remained comfortably behind him, not a threat to his world record. Then suddenly...
Do you think Shigeru Miyamoto created COVID as a way to keep gamers indoors so they would get better at the video games he loved? All of you are saying yes instantly. You've already thought this. This isn't even my idea. This is just something you guys have already thought, like almost like standard. The majority of chat already believed that Shigeru Miyamoto created and implemented COVID. Because I was, you know what? It's going to sound crazy. I was saying it as a joke. But it sounds like you all believe this as a bona fide fact. And actually, that's wild.
In late 2019,
I guess I'm learning
he
something.
started improving again. His 126 became a 125, and then a 124 by January 2020. This was the first time that anybody had been within a minute of Liquid Wi-Fi. And interestingly, Bacon Man was already 43 seconds behind after level 2. Across the final 5 levels, he only lost 12 seconds to Liquid Wi-Fi. And in the final 2 levels, he actually gained time. Bacon Man was the first person to approach Liquid Wi-Fi's level. He wasn't quite there yet, but he was clearly on a collision course. Maybe this was it. A new era of hit-and-run speedrunning was finally approaching.
Just wait a few months.
One with actual competition at the top level.
Someone will eat a bat.
Nope. New world record from Liquid. New world record from Liquid. New world record from Liquid.
Yes, we did it!
Bro, I thought you were quitting. Remember when bro said he was taking a break?
New world record from
Liquid. Grinding.
New world record from Liquid. Hey, some new strategies in level 7. New world record from Liquid. New world record from Liquid. New world record from Liquid. This just kept going. He was still the king, squashing any threat from other runners. And by the end of the year, the record was down to an unthinkable 120.20.
Okay,
he was making a mockery of the leaderboard. This was 36 consecutive world records from Liquid Wi-Fi.
That's wild.
And the record had become very optimized. He was running out of time to save. But before he quit the game forever, Liquid Wi-Fi still wanted to get one more record. The ultimate time in the Simpsons hit and run. We're talking about the sub 120. All of Liquid's world records, all of his domination, it all led up to this. This would be his crowning achievement. But it was not going to be easy. He needed to find a way to save 21 seconds over his current world record. And most of that potential time save was in the first 2 levels. Level 1 had some recent new strategies, like using the Plow King in 1.3 and the Bush strat in the tutorial. There was also a really cool new one in 3.7. By pushing the limo to a precise spot, then calling in Mr. Plow, the 2 cars share the same collision area, and the limo is instantly destroyed. These time saves could really help him. Liquid's goal would be to build some kind of a lead after level 2, then maintain it as best he could until the end. And maybe that would be good enough for sub 120. In early 2021, Liquid embarked on his journey. On March 5th, he got a run with the start he was looking for, a 16-second lead after level 2. He maintained his lead through level 3, and then he entered level 4. 4-7 is one of the most important missions in the run. You have to destroy 3 cola trucks as fast as possible, and each one has its own unique strategy. If you miss a quick kill, you could lose big time and potentially even lose the run. Liquid entered the cola trucks mission with an 18-second lead, and it went beautifully. He nailed all 3 quick kills and took a 23-second lead into level 5.
Okay, he's crushing.
Things were looking good. But now he had another crucial mission coming up, the armored truck. On this golden opportunity, he had to get the strat.
Yes, this is definitely spliced. You caught me. 100%.
Holy shit. He admits it. Oh,
Alright,
no.
that'll work.
He nailed it again.
Oh,
Liquid now had a 27-second lead. This was sub 120 pace with 2 levels to go. Level 6 had a clean start, but then in 6-6, mistakes began to creep in.
Uh-oh. He's getting nervous.
That is not fast as fuck. Oops. Okay, well that's gonna affect the cycle. Very nice. I would like to stop losing time, please.
His lead fell to 14 seconds. This still had sub 120 potential, but now there was no margin for error.
Right.
And with the pressure fully on, he had to hit all of level 7's out of bounds. 7-2 went well, as did 7-4. This was alive. Liquid was on sub 120 pace. 3 more
The out of bounds is cool when he gets out, but not cool once it's out.
Don't blow up the waist.
Sub 120 is dead.
Oh no.
This was such a tricky spot. You have to get enough speed to get the front of the car to bounce up, but too much speed and the waist explodes, which is exactly what happened.
That's miserable.
It lost just enough time to cost him sub 120. The run finished as a 120.05. The grind continued for weeks. Liquid kept getting runs to level 7,
6 seconds
but he
off.
messed up an out of bounds mission every time. It's so tough when the hardest part of the speedrun is right at the end.
Yeah, it is miserable.
Liquid pushed onwards, and a few weeks later, he got another shot. This one again had a good start, despite some minor slowdowns. The cola trucks went well, and now for perhaps the most important mission in the run, the armored truck.
You got it down.
No.
Nice.
That should work.
A car tried to prevent it, but Liquid still managed to trap the truck. He had a 3-second lead with time to save in level 7. Once again, this had sub 120 potential. First step, get 7-2 out of bounds.
Okay.
Please go. Please make it.
Easy money?
Okay, that's fine.
It was sketchy, but it worked. He also got 7-4 out of bounds, but his lead was only 4 seconds. Not enough for sub 120. But he had time to save in 7-5, if he could avoid blowing up the waist again.
Don't do it! Nice! Nice! That's such a funny trick.
Get up!
Such a funny
Get
trick.
up.
Get up, get up, get up!
He did it. Liquid pulled further ahead, closed out the last 2 missions, and beat the game in sub 120.
Easy money!
It was pure elation for a man who devoted his past 4 years to this game. This was the run he'd been dreaming of. All 38 world records had built up to this, and Liquid Wi-Fi had finally made it. He'd done everything he'd wanted with all story missions.
You're in
and
the
this was the
summoning
end of the
salt.
road. For the first time in many years, Liquid stopped playing the category. He moved on to other ones, with his sub 120 as his crowning achievement. Meanwhile, Liquid's top competitors were still well behind. Bacon Man was the closest with a low 121, and nobody else had below a 123. These guys weren't really considered world record contenders, so there wasn't much hope of beating Liquid's 119. But maybe, given enough time, somebody could rise up to compete. Well, let's jump a year
Bacon
later.
Man.
Barely anything had changed.
Dude,
Bacon
it
Man had
lasted
lowered
for
his
a
time by
year?
12 seconds, and that was about it. No world record threats
Nobody's
in
even
sight.
close.
And it was now the longest standing world record in modern hit and run history.
Dude, that's crazy to set a record and not touch it for a year, and it's still the record. That's actually beast, especially in COVID era. That's crazy.
Liquid was one of a kind. Others simply couldn't do
He
what
was
he could.
way ahead of the
and
pack.
if he wasn't running the category, the world record was staying put. By mid-2022, he hadn't played all story missions in a year and a half. Unprecedented for him. It had been part of his identity for years, and now he'd given it up. Liquid took a step back and evaluated what he wanted to do. He already had the 119, the ultimate hit and run world record, and yet he missed playing it. Liquid evaluated his options. He looked at his world record of 119 and said, alright, fine, 1 more minute. In Liquid's mind,
Bro's
the 119
obsessed.
was about the achievement, while a 118 would be about the optimization. He'd gotten even better over the last year and a half, and felt there was another minute he could squeeze out of the run.
So just to be clear, he grinded it for 4 years straight, held the record 36 times, breaks 119, then takes a break, but not from the game, just to play other categories of Simpsons hit and run, and then comes back to the world record with no competition. I think he just really fucking loves Simpsons hit and run. I think he just fucking loves Simpsons hit and run. It's not...
But where? Well, let's examine his 119. There were only a couple of big time losses. In 2.7, he got bad traffic that cost him 10 seconds. And in 5.6, he wasted a bunch of time by forgetting which coins to collect. But with cleaner execution, there were small chunks of time he could save all over. He missed items in level 3, certain destruction missions could be a bit faster, his out of bounds were a bit slow. When adding this all up across the run, it came out to over a minute of time save. 118 was technically viable, but this was going to take a monumental effort. His 119 was already an incredible run.
No mistakes.
He'd have to duplicate it, and capitalize on all the time save. This was the sort of thing he'd chip away at over time, rather than get all in one shot.
Until?
Or maybe I'm a big dummy. But most importantly, he got a small taste of what could be. If he had hit the 7-2 out of bounds, this
That's
run
so
very
sad.
well could have been the 118. Perhaps getting it all in one shot was just too much to ask for. Instead, he was going to have to grind this out the traditional way. On September 15th,
To be clear, if he does get it, it's not one shot. You've been playing the game nonstop for 5 years straight. That is the traditional way. That's how you get good at something.
he
It
had a
would not
run
be
even
luck
with
if
the
he got
record
it.
after level 4. A great spot to be in. But in level 5, the time losses began. He had a slow 5-4, and in 5-5, a car got in the way of the truck so it couldn't turn on the expressway. Level 7 mostly went well, but he initially messed up the 7-5 out of bounds.
Uh-oh.
It ended as a world record by 10 seconds, 1:19:35. Weeks later, he had another solid start. A gold split in level 3 pushed him even with the record, and he was able to capitalize on a level 5 time save. 7-2 went well, 7-5 went well,
Okay.
and then he messed up 7-6. Another small
Again?
world record, but Liquid was struggling to get a clean level 7. On December 20th, he made it there again. This time he was faster through level 4, but got unlucky in level 5. Level 7 started beautifully. And then...
Clutch it!
I thought I got stuck on the wall.
Another failed out of bounds, and another small world
Tragic.
record. Liquid just couldn't get the level 7 he needed. Something always went wrong. But fortunately for him, around the end of the year, another wave of new strategies were developed. The entirety of level 4 was rerouted, buying the inmate outfit sooner and changing which coins you pick up. And a runner named Bedge found a time save in 4-3 to collect the last ketchup packet quicker. But the biggest new strategy came in the final mission of the game, 7-7 Jump Zone, found by an annoying hamster. By parking your car in a precise spot, then exiting and re-entering it, the car gains Jump Zone properties. This gives it unlimited top speeds and bouncy physics. It allows you to quickly climb the power plant wall after collecting the waste, then drive out of bounds to the end.
Why?
A 20 to 25 second time save. So now Liquid had a bit more time to work with, but if he couldn't get a clean level 7, it didn't matter. On January 8th, he got another record of 1:19:19. It had a good level 7, but a slower levels 3 and 5. He needed that.
How do you figure out that if you get out of bounds, go to a certain area, park the car, get out, get back in, it gains different physics? That's so janky. That's
level 7 on a faster pace. And on January 30th, he'd get that faster pace. Liquid had a 16-second lead. He had another shot. If he could get a clean level 7 now, this was 1:18. And things were looking good. He got 7-2, he got 7-4, he got 7-5, and he got 7-6. One more green split, and Liquid would have a 1:18. But Liquid didn't get a green split in 7-7.
He got a gold split.
He got a gold split. His fastest 7-7 ever.
Pre-watched. Pre-watched.
Oh my god! Finally! Let's go!
Let's go!
After 2 years, Liquid had found another minute to squeeze out of Simpsons Hit and Run, above and beyond what anyone thought was possible. His hours of being stuck in level 1, his repeated fails in level 7, it all finally paid off. Liquid Wi-Fi had the 1:18. Make it more than 40 world records in a row. And his leaderboard dominance had only grown.
40 in a row.
Now, he could celebrate and move on to the game's other categories once again, with the comfort that he was truly done with all story missions.
Or take a break. Or just take a break from Simpsons Hit and Run.
But his comfort didn't last long, because while he was still celebrating, just hours after his 1:18, something happened. Something to make Liquid just a little unsure of himself. Later that same day as Liquid's 1:18, a player named Homer of Steel became the second ever person to get a sub 120. Homer of Steel played a lot of hit and run growing up. He always loved it and poured countless hours into the game. But in 2021, he found Liquid Wi-Fi's Twitch stream and became obsessed with learning the speedrun. It was a story like so many who start speedrunning. He found a speedrun of a childhood game and wanted to see if he could do it too. But Liquid's dominance of the leaderboard was intimidating. 6 years on top, 45 consecutive records? How could anybody ever catch up? But Homer of Steel kept lowering his time, and as he got closer, Liquid's times began to seem a bit more realistic. On January 30th, he took his PB straight from a high 121 to a 119.53. He was 23 seconds behind the record after level 2, and then lost another 30 seconds in level 7. But in levels 3 through 6, more than half of the run, Homer of Steel only lost 4 seconds to Liquid. If he could improve at the level 7 out of bounds, maybe he could finally be the person to challenge Liquid for the world record. It took a huge grind for Homer of Steel to get the sub 120, and he took a break for a few months after this. But in May, he came back, determined to try and close the minute gap between himself and Liquid.
Yeah, still 1 minute.
Everything was in position for him to make a run at the world record, and he actually had a decent chance at pulling this off. But instead, right after he began playing, a new strategy was found that changed everything. This is the 5-3 Baby Van. You need to hit it 10 times to collect 10 objects, similar to several other missions in the run. But the Baby Van has one key difference. It has a 50-50 chance of either driving normally or driving all over the place in a crazy pattern. With normal driving, you can trap the car in the corner and get a quick kill. But with tilted driving, this is nearly impossible, so you had to chase it down and hit it 10 times normally. This often cost a full half minute.
Sucks, RNG.
For years, it was just a random coin flip. You either got lucky, or your run was pretty much over. But in June 2023, Homer of Steel modified a new strategy originally developed by a runner named Vapo. See, the Baby Van mission won't start unless your vehicle is the car built for Homer. So, you buy the car, then exit and reselect the mission to spawn in with your old car. By then waiting to call in the car built for Homer until you're right next to the Baby Van, the mission will start and you can immediately ram the Baby Van before it gets away. This was huge for the speedrun. Now, regardless of which pattern the Baby Van gave, you could always get the quick kill.
That's pretty hype.
No more having to throw away half of your runs. Easily one of the biggest discoveries in hit and run history. And it led to a...
Wonder how far into the run that is. Because that must have sucked ass for Liquid Wi-Fi to have to reset like half of every run. 60% in, that's fucking trash.
Flurry of activity like the game had never seen before. On June 24th, Homer of Steel had a brilliant pace midway through the game. All the big missions had gone well, including the 3 cola trucks in 4-7. The new Baby Van strat worked perfectly, and he capitalized on a big time save in 5-7. After a good level 6, he was actually ahead of the world record. It was about to happen so soon. If he could hold it together for one more level, he was about to dethrone Liquid Wi-Fi. And then... he missed a cutscene skip. We haven't seen this happen in several years. It's such an easy trick compared to the rest of the run, but under immense pressure, it's still possible to miss it.
Nervous.
He lost 45 seconds, and then proceeded to play an excellent level 7, finishing with a 119.19. The missed cutscene skip ended up making all the difference.
Bro got a 119.19 with a 45-second skip. He would have been easy world record. That's crazy.
He was just one relatively easy trick from taking down Liquid.
But you guys can't see it.
But Homer of Steel wasn't the only player trying. Later this same week as his run, 2 more players achieved sub-120s of their own.
190, there we go.
Everyone's catching
Kelvin
up.
And Bacon
Everyone's catching
veteran
up.
runners who had long been just a bit behind Liquid on the leaderboard got runs clocking in at 119.56 and 119.57. The new Baby Van strat had revolutionized the run. and coincided with runners making a big push to lower their PBs. The end result? Now 3 runners had joined Liquid in the sub 120 club. For his part, Liquid was thrilled by all the activity.
He's crying. He's crying over getting 4th. That's real. I hope he gets the first. I hope he gets first.
Gotten lonely at the top after all these years, and he was excited to see multiple new record contenders. He also made the decision to hold off on playing more all-story missions until somebody beat his world record. It'd be more fun for him to play from behind. So now it was inevitable that his world record streak was about to come to an end.
Okay.
And it was a race to see who would pull it off first. On July 1st, Kelvin swooped into 2nd place with a 1:19.10.
Oh my god. What? What? Holy sh...
This run fell 20 seconds behind the record after level 3, but from there he matched it all the way to the end. A few days later, Homer of Steel fired back with a 6-second PB of his own. At this point, these guys were saving substantial time in level 7 compared to Liquid's world record. Both Kelvin and Homer of Steel have been grinding it as an IL to try and get a sub 8, so their execution at each out of bounds got really fast. Later in August, Homer of Steel had a run that pulled ahead in level 3 thanks to a very fast destruction mission. However, he had some slowdowns in level 5, including missing the new baby van strat.
Yikes!
With 1 level to go, he was 3 seconds behind the world record. But he knew he could beat Liquid's level 7. He had to learn from his mistakes in past runs and apply all his skills right now.
Yikes! Clutch? Clutch?
Homer of Steel's final time? 1:18.48. A new world record by 3 seconds. This was the first time since May 2017 that Liquid wasn't the record holder. Over that period, he'd taken the time down by 14 minutes, more than 6 years of constant domination. But all reigns come to an end eventually, and Homer of Steel's achievement was lauded by the community. It was surreal to see a new name on top of the leaderboard. So, what was Liquid's response? Was he interested in playing? Well, everything quieted down for a few months. Nobody was sure if Liquid was planning to come back, or if he was just done with the category.
He's grinding for sure.
Homer of Steel's record was great, but it did have room for improvement, especially on the baby van. And under the pressure of world record pace, he didn't play level 7 as aggressively as he could have either. But even though there was some time save, the community stayed quiet. Nobody wanted to make a move. Finally, in late 2023, activity picked up again. A massive push for the world record. And what we've had over the last year of hit-and-run speedrunning is a battle like we've never seen in the game's history.
Liquid Wi-Fi? The skirmish.
3 contenders began playing for the world record, each one formidable in their own way. The first contender was the current record holder, Homer of Steel. Even though he held the record, he wanted to hang on to it and begin his own long-lasting reign.
Nah.
The second contender was Liquid Wi-Fi. He knew the record left time on the table and felt that with his experience, he'd be the one to save it. The third contender was Kelvin. He'd contended for the record right alongside Homer of Steel, and although he was narrowly beaten out, Kelvin felt he had what it took to get it.
Let's go, Kelvin!
That's 3 contenders. The record holder, the past champion, and the up-and-comer. It seemed like Liquid and Homer of Steel were the 2 favorites, given that they'd actually held the record before. But as the runs played out, Kelvin was looking pretty good.
I knew it. If a man is passionate enough to cry about getting 4th place, then he's on his way to 1st, bro. That's what I'm saying.
On December 30th, Kelvin had a decent run going, but had a very slow first cola truck destruction. Luckily, he could save time over the record's baby van, and he capitalized on it. His pace was very close with the record, and by the time he reached level 7, he was just a few seconds behind. If he could play a bit more aggressively than the record here, he could save some time and take the top spot. Level 7 began, and Kelvin was hitting everything. Good driving, good out-of-bounds setups. He was in position to pull ahead of the record.
Okay.
And then...
No, what?
Man, I was like a pixel off.
What happened?
He hit an invisible wall while out of bounds. The waist blew up, and it was all over.
So
just one tiny mistake in level 7 can completely destroy your run. But Kelvin was still feeling it. A short while later, he managed a nearly identical pace, about 10 seconds behind the world record going into level 7. Once again, with fast execution, he'd be able to pull ahead. First step, make it out of bounds in 7-2.
Easy money?
No problem. Now, avoid hitting the invisible wall again. He got that too. So far, so good. A few more missions to go. Next up was 7-4 out of bounds.
That's good.
Easy money?
He made it. The pressure was mounting. Then, 7-5 out of bounds.
That sucks.
Blew up.
He blew up the waist again. Too much speed while backing up. World record was dead, but maybe he could still get a small personal best, as long as he didn't blow up the waist again.
That's...
This was becoming a pattern for Kelvin. He was getting runs to level 7 just like any record contender.
Practice level 7.
But time and time again, something went wrong to kill it. It's tough when the game's hardest level is right at the end, but it's what you have to overcome if you want the record.
Yeah.
On January 22nd, Kelvin found himself in a familiar spot. A few seconds behind the record, one level to go. And this time, it all went well. He didn't blow up the waist.
Okay.
He didn't miss any out of bounds.
Okay.
He played a clean level 7. But he still missed the record. Kelvin just wasn't quite aggressive enough through the level. He just wanted to get through it and take a new personal best. So he did. Now, all 3 top contenders had a 118. And they were all trying to break through. A day later...
Bro, you gotta go for the big strats. You can't go for a PB there. You're only 6 seconds off.
At a 118. And they were all trying to break through. A day later, it was Liquid Wi-Fi's turn for a chance at the record. He exited level 4 with a 15-second deficit, but as we know, there's time to save over the record's level 5. Liquid capitalized on it, nailing the baby van strat, the armored truck strat, and everything else. Now, instead of being behind, he had a 20-second lead over the record.
Well, this has potential.
Once again, this was going to come down to level 7. First up, 7-2.
Easy money?
A good start. Liquid now had a 30-second lead. Next up, 7-4.
Oh! I only just cleared the
that
barrier.
counts? Okay.
It worked. Liquid was still 30 seconds ahead of the record. Now, he had to get 7-5.
Don't blow up. Easy money. Oh.
That's fine. As long as I get it next time, it's okay.
Joked it.
That hurt. His lead was back down to 20 seconds. Still in there, as long as he could get 7-6.
Probably dead.
Yikes.
Ouch. Liquid had to get a backup,
He
and he
keeps
lost
choking
another
that one.
17 seconds. But this still left him with a small lead. And with a
That's
clean
still a world
7-7,
record?
it was just enough to take the world record back from
How does he
Homer
get
of
a world
Steel.
record on these?
118.41. Liquid was back on top, where he'd been for so many years. Homer of Steel had briefly taken it, and Kelvin put up a good fight too. But at the end of the day, Liquid was still too good to be stopped.
Look at that!
Cute dog.
We beat the French, boy! We beat the French! Yay!
Bro just let him get one, so we had an enemy to... Bro gave up a 6-year streak so he could say we beat the French boy.
So, how did our other competitors respond? Well, Homer of Steel kept going. He was determined to not be a one and done, to prove that he belonged on top of the leaderboard. But beating Liquid Wi-Fi was always a tall order. I mean, this was the same guy who'd set 45 records in a row.
Yep.
Sure, Homer of Steel beat him once, but now he was back in second place. The big question was, Did he have what it took to beat him again?
Oh yeah.
Well, here's a good benchmark. Liquid's record had a 110 flat split going into level 7. If Homer of Steel could be close to that, he could save time over the level 7 mistakes and beat the world record. So somewhere in the 110s was a good time to shoot for. And on the very next day after Liquid's record, Homer of Steel had a run make it past level 6. His split was 1:09:12.
A minute ahead.
It was a dream run. Homer of Steel had gotten everything. The destruction missions, all the different tricks, everything. Virtually no mistakes. This was somehow on pace for a 117. Chat was losing their minds. Even Kelvin was there, and he couldn't believe what he was watching. Surely, something was gonna go wrong to kill this. But he began hitting all the out of bounds. He kept his pace. Just please don't blow up the waist.
No! No! No!
Oh no.
That's a terrible trick. That's a terrible trick.
I hate this game. I want to cry.
He's as French as I expected. Oui, oui, mon ami.
I can't do this trick.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's 8 times he blew up the waist. He just couldn't do it. And the best pace the game had ever seen was gone. The 117 dream was dead. But in speedrunning, you can't dwell.
You know what? That makes me feel a little unsafe with how many nuclear power plants France has. Do you know what I'm saying? Like they're driving a lot of nuclear waste around that country, and like they need to treat it with care. If they're blowing it up left and right, we're gonna have some fucking problems. I can see why Germany is nervous.
Well, on your mistakes. You have to pick yourself up and keep trying. That's exactly what Homer of Steel did. And a few days later, he had another good run. He had a lead over the record going into level 5, then hit the baby van strat. Things were looking good. But then, a complete debacle happened in 5.5. He managed to get his car stuck on a slant midway into the mission. The car wasn't budging, and he wasn't able to get back inside. So to wedge it free, he had to go get another car and repeatedly hit it to try and dislodge it. It eventually worked, and he was able to proceed with the mission, but not before losing a full 30 seconds.
That's a reset, bro.
This was a bizarre time loss. But here's the crazy part. Homer of Steel made it to level 7, hit all the out of bounds, and still set a massive new world record.
That's crazy.
118.11.
That's crazy.
Beating Liquid by half a minute. If he hadn't had the 5.5 time loss, this run would have been well into the 117s.
He had to get
Homer
out
of
and...
Steel had turned into a monster. His competitors weren't able to get paces like this. He'd pulled away from both of them. And now, with its possibility being firmly established, Homer of Steel set his eyes on a new goal. He wanted the first 117 in hit and run history. The blueprint was simple. Just duplicate the last record, but with a cleaner 5.5.
Yeah.
And 6 days later, that's exactly what Homer of Steel did. He had a small lead into level 5, got the big time save in 5.5, and maintained from there to the end. 117.41. The first 117 ever, and a full minute ahead of second place.
Let's go, France.
Homer of Steel hadn't just won the world record battle, he'd completely run away with it.
Dude, why do they always do this?
Homer of Steel...
What? You look at every fucking speedrunner, they upload like a world record they grinded for absolute years of their life for, and it's like, this run sucked. This run's so bad. Terrible fucking run. They just fucking... Just be proud. Celebrate. It's good for your scene. It's good for the video. It's good for everything.
Steel hadn't just won the world record battle, he'd completely run away with it. These were times that his competitors weren't even approaching. How had he gotten so good? Well, it was a lot of little things adding up. He was just a little bit faster at executing the hard tricks. His driving was just a little bit cleaner. Perhaps he saved 1 second on average per mission. Well, across 50 missions, that starts to add up. And that's why he was able to save so much more time. Even though Liquid had several years of head start, Homer of Steel had come along and surpassed him. So now, things were settled, and instead of playing all story missions, the top competitors moved to play the game's other categories, like 100%, where Liquid Wi-Fi had been able to hold off Homer of Steel. All story missions had little activity. Liquid just seemed unable to catch the 117.
Damn.
But once again,
what happened to my
there's
goat?
someone we're forgetting about.
Kelvin!
Kelvin had still never gotten the world record, and it wasn't for lack of trying. He'd had more than his share of runs into level 7, but they hadn't panned out, and now that the record was down to a 117, he remained in a fairly distant third place. But maybe now that his two competitors were distracted, this was his chance to make a move. On June 16th, Kelvin got a 118.38, just beating out Liquid for second place. And the very next day, he got on another run. Kelvin was deadlocked with the record into level 3. He lost some time in 3.5 when Snake's car jumped the bridge before dropping the last item, making him have to backtrack. He also lost a bit on the second cola truck in 4.7. Kelvin was now half a minute behind the record. But from there, he kept it remarkably close. He got the baby van, the armored truck, Skinner's car destruction, all just like the record. Finally, he made it to level 7, and he nailed all the out of bounds, with even quicker setups than the world record.
Goat.
The run finished as a 118.07.
I'm insane. What?
That's why I like Kelvin. Okay, that's why I fucking like Kelvin. You didn't even get the world record. I'm insane. He's popping off. Okay, he's got heart. He's not like, this fucking run sucked. This is trash. Why do I even bother? I like that.
The only difference between his run and Homer of Steel's were unforced errors.
He is whispering like his parents are in the next room and they told him not to play Simpsons Hit and Run anymore, but still.
Levels 3 and 4. But beyond that, his execution was just as fast. Even faster in level 7. After several months of trying, Kelvin was once again on a collision course with the record. One more improvement without the big mistakes, and he would finally reach the top of the mountain. But it was all a mirage, because Homer of Steel saw what was happening, and he wanted to stop it. So he began doing attempts again, and a few days later, he did this.
France and Britain fighting a tale as old as time, dude. They can't see each other happy.
Homer of Steel had somehow squeezed another minute out of the run. Virtually the only slowdown was missing the Curator destruction in 5.7. He got a quick backup and lost 10 seconds. Other than that, it's a familiar story. He simply nailed everything, hitting trick after trick throughout the game. He now had a 116 when no one else in the world had a 117. What Homer of Steel has done to the hit and run speedrun is nothing short of remarkable. Compared to where the run was just a year ago, he's elevated nearly
What is that the end? Kelvin doesn't get a world record? Oh, he was so close.
He's brought the record down by 2 full minutes with essentially nothing new. He's just pulling time out of thin air, finding tiny optimizations to play better and better.
Kelvin got this
This
run.
is well illustrated through the sum of best gap. A player's sum of best is adding up all their gold splits, their 50 fastest individual splits. During the 118 era, the gap between the record and his sum of best segments was 4 minutes. But now, Homer of Steel has shaved a full minute off that gap. His execution in runs has just gotten that good. Can other runners catch up to him? Well, in the months since, both Liquid Wi-Fi and Kelvin have set new personal bests, but they both remain more than a minute off the record. They're more competitive with Homer of Steel in categories like 100%, but he seems to have a stranglehold on all story missions. That being said, we've seen this before in The Simpsons Hit and Run. Someone seems so far ahead, surely there's no way anyone will catch up. But it never lasts forever. Someday, someone will dethrone Homer of Steel. As it so often does,
that person
history will repeat itself.
Could be Atrioc right now.
Thanks for watching. For a behind-the-scenes look at how I made this video and storylines that I couldn't include, join my Patreon page. I only charge when I upload a video.
Do they have one of those things where you can play Simpsons Hit and Run in the browser? Simpsons Hit and Run browser. I can play the Simpsons game in Flash. It's not loading. Wait, run game. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit, that's a good sound. I'm about to set a world record, boys. I'm about to set a world record. New game. I don't even stop. It doesn't even play. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Wait, create game. Yes. Okay. Interact with Homer. Energy, mood. Try dragging the chocolate on the right side of the touchscreen to his mouth. Chocolate. Mouth. Holy shit. Wait.
And it's so chocolate.
It doesn't, the beat doesn't work. It doesn't work. Oh, there it is. Uh-huh.
See how you hop without a head. Why can't Springfield be this delicious?
Am I on pace, Joe? Am I on pace?
I don't run into any
That can't. Holy shit. Holy shit. I think I just got the world record off camera, but I'm not going to embarrass Kelvin like that because it was actually shockingly easy for me. It was actually shockingly easy for me, but you were here. You were here for a world record. I got a 115, and that was how it was done. Wow, powerful. I wanted to see, is that guy live? Kelvin Simpsons Hit and Run Twitch. Oh my God, there's so many people. Wait. Unfortunate. Fucking unfortunate. I'm the only viewer? Yeah, you'd think he'd respond. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to build a community with him. And well, I wanted to see if anyone was live speedrunning this game, but there's not a single player. Everyone is just pirating Simpsons episodes in different languages. Not even in English, if you can believe it. Don't know Wall by a 0 viewer streamer. He's a 1 viewer streamer. 12 Kelvin was live yesterday. As long as he's still grinding, that's what I want to know. Wait, let's see. 12 Kelvin Twitch tracker. 12 Kelvin. Okay, he streamed 2 hours this week. Oh, he hasn't been very active. He's only doing individual levels. The dream is dead, folks. The dream is dead. Kelvin is not... Well, I'm just going to follow his channel, and one day he'll be live, and we'll give him a fucking big-ass raid. And then he can get the record that time. Let's see. Let me follow him. Twitch.tv, 12 Kelvin. Giving him a follow. All right, hype. All right, well, it's only 7:48. We have plenty of time and Get Smarter Saturdays. How many of you feel like your IQ was raised by that video? My hand's up. I think I learned a lot. I learned a lot. I learned a lot about driving. I learned a lot about how you can... If I ever wanted to hurt someone's car, I should smash it into a wall and then reverse and smash into it as many times as I can. So that was obviously good. But I feel like perhaps there's videos where we could learn even more. Do you know what I'm saying? And I think we should do that. I think we should. All right, now I need a video where we actually learn something. I need a video, not an entertaining video. I need a video that follows the true rules of Get Smarter Saturdays, where we actually learn something. And let me open up Get Smarter Saturdays, the app. Last year's iPhone release, some lady gets burned. I'm not going to learn anything about a woman getting burned by her iPhone. That's not what I need. The scam that tricked millions of athletes. This is those bracelets. The fucking balancing bracelets. History's ultimate blunders. Could be funny. Could be good. Our culture is eating itself. How could that be true? How could that be true? If that were true, that would mean...
Seagull fish. Oh, shoddy. Oh, shoddy.
How could our culture is
Let's
fine,
go ahead and get seriously
dude.
ready.
Just because you don't understand it.
Gummy worm. Oh, shoddy. Yo, she's in the chat.
Can't believe they're all in the same spot. Yeah, I can't believe anything that you say about our culture being bad. How I made a 3D level in a 2D game. Why British cities make no sense? I mean, just the concept of Brits having a city kind of makes no sense. I agree with that. Global trade runs on the dollar. Can it be replaced? It's funny. This had a different title a day ago. It must not be hitting. He's trying to fix it up. Unlimited energy. This is a Bobby Broccoli video, and it says 4 minutes, so it's definitely 2 hours and 4 minutes. This is 100% not 4 minutes. It's cutting it off. If I click this, I know for a fact I am not getting a quick 4-minute video. I'm getting a fucking... How TikTok ruined books. I could watch this only because I disagree with it so hard. I think TikTok is like the last thing getting people to read. Book talk is like the only reason young people are even considering reading. But I could argue with it. How TikTok ruined books.
With social media absolutely obliterating our attention spans, it seemed like books were bound to be a thing of the past. But in recent years, the publishing industry has reported record sales because of TikTok.
Okay.
People are buying more books than ever before, but at the same time, people are reading fewer books per year on average. So what the hell is going on? Now, I don't need to tell you that the internet, and particularly social media, has basically ruined our attention span, right? We know this. We've gone from reading 1,000-page tomes over the span of months to watching 4-hour movies to speed-running 15-minute YouTube videos on double speed to blitzing through content on TikTok all day. Television producers are blaming our internet brains on the failure of modern storytelling, and many of you are probably watching this video with Instagram open on your phones at the same time, which is why nobody saw it.
No, better. They're watching it on a second monitor as someone reacts to it while they also play a League of Legends game. a little more tapped in.
Coming when TikTok made books popular again. Now, my dad always used to tell me that timing was everything. He was not Southern, but he was actually right about that, because in a lot of ways, it's true, especially when it comes.
So one reason I disagree with this guy already is he's Canadian. So as a fact that, I mean, you know, little details come out in a video essay where you can pick apart their argument. And one piece I've already figured out is this guy's Canadian. So he doesn't really understand. I mean, yeah, his flag's a fucking leaf. Okay? So like, first thing we got to understand there.
Comes to book talk. See, the pandemic was a make or break moment for a lot of industries, but perhaps predictably, book sales did very, very well when everybody was locked inside for months at a time. Now, this would have already been a huge blessing to an old-timey industry in a modern consumer world, but just previous to this was another facet that made it even better for them. Because in 2018, TikTok took...
It's funny. All right, so I don't necessarily disagree with it, but clearly this guy has a core thesis that everyone's brain is super rotten right now. And I do agree, people's brains are getting more rotten. But it's funny that it plays into the editing, because this editing is like screaming that you think the person is ready to click off in a moment's notice. This editing is designed, and like it thinks you're stupid.
Took over the internet.
It is
so we got
designed to
millions
make
of
sure
people
that
locked inside
it's
looking
like
for a way
constantly
to connect
changing
with
scene.
others and disassociate from the chaos around them. So they're reading a ton of books, and under isolation, they're looking for places to talk and debate these books that they're reading. And TikTok became the platform where this was done. Now, obviously, we're all in on YouTube here, you know, on Future Proof, but in some ways, TikTok fosters a closer sense of community because of how casual it is. In a lot of ways, this was basically the rebirth of book clubs, because as long as we've been reading books, we've been talking about books together and sharing the experiences that we had that relate to those stories.
You know, it would be fun to have like a book club or something with stream. Talking about a book is really fun. I think it makes you learn more from it. I think it makes you more able to retain some of the lessons of it. It's awesome. We just need to find the right book to where it's not... I mean, the first time I even remotely tried this, I picked the wrong book. It was a disaster of a book. We should do the Bible. We should do the Bible. Everybody bring your thoughts. Make sure they agree with mine, because I'm going to be very, very, very adamant. Okay? Atrioc, dude, a religious arc would go dumb hard. A religious arc would go dumb hard. If I start streaming from churches. All right, Chad, who knows the tale of Peter?
There is something truly special about a good book club, right? That safe space to reflect on stories with like-minded people. But in an increasingly...
No, not Peter Griffin. Though in a way, he's sort of like the modern version of the apostle. Okay? That way I can loop this into fucking...
isolated digital society, TikTok became the place where you found that community. In 2020, Book Talk effectively became the world's largest book club ever, in a way that BookTube and Bookstagram were never really able to achieve. So suddenly today, books are cool again, with absolutely no help from the publishing industry. Books have even become a fashion statement in their own right. If fashion is about expressing your identity to the world and which groups you belong to, is there any better way of doing that with a book? They're literally called mirrors of the soul, after all. And it turns out that this is a whole fashion thing today. I kid you not. There are legit book stylists out there choosing books for...
That kind of hurts me. That kind of cuts me. It feels very soulless. It feels very unless LeBron does it, then it's cool. When LeBron does it, it's badass. But now I feel like everyone's doing it.
For celebrities to be seen with. And none of those books are going to be YouTube for dummies, am I right? But to some, this really feels like performative readership. Like if people are styling their outfit to match their hardcovers, there's naturally going to be a question about how much these people are actually reading versus pretending to read for the photo op. Honestly, the fact that people are writing articles on this and debating it is just fascinating to me. One thing that we learned in the writing of this script is that people really care about books. Outside of our book clubs, there is a whole social cachet around what we read. We care about who's reading them, how they're being read, and what that says about them and us.
Okay, I would still say, like, even if all of this is true, and there's obviously people that are doing this, it's still, it's not like, saying we is kind of crazy, because most people don't. You know, it's not, it's like, it's still a really small percentage of people that even care about the performative books. They don't care. It doesn't matter at all.
We judge people by their book covers. And perhaps at this point, you can start to guess at some of the problems that book talk is causing. In 2021, US book sales were at their highest since BookScan started measuring them in 2004. Of those sales, 20 million printed books were sold at least partially because of book talk, and bookstores have literally reopened since this boom. In 2022, the Future Book Publishing Conference literally named Book Talk as their Person of the Year. I didn't know that they could do that. I thought that, does everybody get to nominate?
So I guess the argument he's building towards is that we're selling more books than ever, but people aren't reading them. It's becoming more performative. Kind of like how there's been a huge rise in people buying physical CDs and albums, but they don't actually have a player, so they don't use them. But it's kind of like, yeah, vinyl, yeah. But you know, I heard a good argument for that, and it's like, you know, especially in an era where you grow up with Spotify, it's just cool to have some physical sense of ownership, or a memento or a collector's item, or even if like you're gonna listen to it on Spotify. I think there's something to that.
Person of the Year? Could we nominate a Person of the Year?
It would not be you.
It would not be, well, no, I don't think I could nominate myself, but. So we have to say that book statistics are not a perfect science and don't really represent perfect reality. But one thing that everybody agrees on is that it's changing everything. In the olden days, we learned about new authors from booksellers themselves. Now we learn about them from pretty much anyone. There is something unique about.
Please tell me Jimmy Fallon is not a loud voice on Book Talk.
Anyone. There is.
Yeah, I feel like that's killing. I think that's why books are dying. I think that's why books are dying. Jimmy Fallon, if we just get him off of Book Talk, we might save books.
There's something unique about TikTok's algorithms, how it prioritizes content over followers, which means that pretty much anyone can make a viral video about a hidden gem, and suddenly millions are learning about it for the first time. Things are happening on Book Talk that would have been previously unheard of. We have books hitting the bestseller list years after their release, or authors getting a real shot at publication because of their own online community.
It is kind of fucked up that the incentive is for every book publisher to basically buy any book, doesn't matter the quality, from any author, and just give it a cool cover, and then spend all of the money on marketing to get different shots on goal, like just different micro influencers to all make TikToks about it until one of them goes viral. That's like the entire monetary incentive of the industry.
communities. People are talking about how power is returning to the reader because people are saying that what's happening on TikTok is changing nearly every aspect of the publishing world, which is incredible, really, but it does come down with its own complexities that industry professionals are a little bit worried about. So yes, in some ways, this feels like a bit of a power to the people.
To be clear, I have no love or defense for industry professionals in publishing. Almost every one of them, to a man or woman, is a rich kid. A rich kid who doesn't know what they want to do with their life and got into this industry that makes absolutely no money and can only survive off of fucking inherited wealth. It is one of the most notorious industries for having no actual, it's the most nepotistic family supported industry.
Kind of moment,
It's
right?
kind of like
but
fashion,
it could
yes.
fall short of a revolution.
But fashion makes
I think
money.
this quote captures it pretty well. If all that book talk does is continue the tastes of the institutional gatekeepers, then that's not that great. And the way that it's shaking down is very interesting. First of all, let's talk about the emphasis on new over old, right? There are, of course, exceptions, but I can tell you firsthand that as a content creator, there is immense pressure to focus on the hot, the new, and the exciting. Why do you think we make so many bloody water bottle videos on this channel? As a creator, you want to be on the cutting edge of everything. And there's complaints that book talk has become rather homogenous as a result, with the same 5 books being recommended over and over again. You probably recognize this if you've been in that world at all. And look, I haven't read any of these trending books, but there seems to be a lot of discussion online about how much of their content is plot and how much of it is, smut, I guess. And listen, I like smut as much as the next guy, but it paints a pretty specific picture of what the book climate looks like right now. Okay, of course, there are all sorts of people recommending all sorts of books, right? But it does seem...
It is true that it does feel like a lot part of the book industry because, you know, we'll just say it, women are reading books more than men, and the women that are reading books are more, more likely to read smut, dude. That there's been a rise ever since the massive financial success of 50 Shades. There's like a massive that is definitely a part of it.
To be the case that if you don't deliberately fight the algorithms, your entire feed is going to be this book and Colleen Hoover or whatever is popular right now. Then there's some complaints about how these reviews skew a book's popularity. The algorithm seems to favor sensational, emotional reviews on certain trendy tropes, right? Which affects what kinds of books get pushed to the forefront of the algorithm, which in turn affects the kinds of books that are displayed in your real-world bookstores.
A few weeks ago, I saw 2 videos on my For You page quite far apart from each other, both of which were recommending the Poppy War. The first one was a video telling you what the book was about, telling you all of the different themes, the genres, the tropes, telling you what this creator loved about the book. And the second video was someone recommending the Poppy War as a book with a powerful female protagonist. Both things are true. However, to absolutize the Poppy War into just a book about a powerful female protagonist is infuriating.
And because TikTok has such a fast-paced platform, there's this...
What? Okay, but maybe that person just wanted to talk about that one aspect. No, that's not a valid critique. That's crazy. That's just one thing you could say about a book. It's a TikTok length review. It's a TikTok length review. They might just say one thing. They don't even give a full fucking synopsis. You might just want to recommend it based on that to your audience that cares about that. It's like if I'm like, hey Chad, do you like war movies? Well, I like the movie Troy because it's got a cool battle scene in it. Excuse me, Atrioc! To simplify Troy down to one simple fucking battle scene is infuriating. It's what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Pressure for creators to post at least daily, but it's not as though you can
it's actually about Brad Pitt's bare ass.
Post an examination of a book on a daily basis, right? And this is where we get, I kid you not, haul videos, but with books instead of Shein. People
Haul
will buy
videos.
15 books at a time just to flash it in front of the camera for a second and then unhaul it onto their shelves. Combine this with the pressure to always
I just
be
want you guys to
reading
know I've read every fucking book on my shelf. I'm saying this loud, proud, and moud, dude. Moud is a word I learned from reading so many books. Okay? I am not doing a fucking haul video. He's so moud. He's so moud right now.
Or, you know, you got to keep up with your Goodreads stats or whatever, and you can see why Book
I'm not
Talk
on
has a
Book Talk.
reputation.
I'm not on Goodreads. What is the 5th word of the 164th page of the 3rd book on your shelf? Well, the 3rd book on my shelf is Aragon, so I'm going to guess the word is dragon. I'm going to guess it's dragon. I'm going to throw it out there, and I think it's probably fucking dragon. He's right. He's fucking right.
For prioritizing quantity over quality. And this is actually a perfect segue for me to tell you that I've also written a book, but I'm giving it away for free. The book is called You Don't Need to Be a Hero to Save the Planet, and I wrote it a number of years ago.
Actually, you do. Checkmate. Sorry. Counter argument. If you save the planet, you become a hero. So therefore you do. Therefore checkmate.
Go for my previous channel, and it digs a little deeper into the nuance of the issues that we talk about.
I have a book to sell if we're going to do ads, if we're just doing fucking ads. If you go to failedcodes.co, you can find my 1-word book. It's called Nortel, and I printed it on a quarter zip. I realized that reading attention spans have gotten a little shorter, so I condensed the story down to a single word to make it easier to get through all of the... I mean, there's still a lot of letters in it, so you have to go all the way from the beginning to the end. It's not... But you can get that printed right. You can wear it on your body, and that way it's a good way to flex the book you're reading as well.
About here on this channel through my own personal experience over the years. It's an ebook and
Is there any smut? Yes. Canada gets fucked hard and raw. I promise you that. What happens to Canada is smut in that story. So definitely
audiobook.
Definitely check it out.
I actually voiced the whole thing myself, and the only way that you can get access to it is by joining our Patreon page. I took a bit of a read through it the other day because I did write it a long time ago, and it seems to be a bit of an autobiography of some sort, but I honestly think it's an interesting look into...
I'm sorry, you wrote an autobiography called You Don't Need to Be a Hero to Save the World? Isn't that just like a tiny bit pretentious? Just like a tiny bit pretentious.
My journey in creating this channel, but also a lot of the assumptions that we make about our everyday choices as people. So if you want to support this channel and get access to exclusive content, including my ebook now, you can get all of that and more through the link down in the description. So I would say I'm not exactly a book purist or an author, and I certainly don't follow the trends of whatever is happening online in the book world. But this is actually becoming a problem for some people. TikTok influencers have been burning out reading books. Out of sheer FOMO, people are buying way too many books, only to realize that A, they don't have space for them, and
I want to call Rachel in the middle of this thing. We're going to find out. Rachel is on Book Talk. She showed up at basketball and sat there reading the entire time. Let's see if she's available. Rachel. We're going to get to the bottom of this smut question. Rachel!
Hey.
Hey.
Are you live?
I'm live. Well, that's how I talk normally. I just scream.
Okay. Hey.
I'm live. I have a question. As the foremost expert on Book Talk, I have some questions for you. We're watching a video about Book Talk.
Can I give the disclaimer I'm a little intoxicated?
Perfect. Perfect. So you're on Book Talk, right? You know, like the trends.
Yeah, I watch a lot of like BookTube and Book Talk stuff.
Okay, great. We just watched the video on it, so we're trying to catch up because you're actually, I gotta turn you down. So one of the claims of this video is that the vast majority of book talk recommendations are essentially smut.
Yeah, listen, I don't know like how true that is.
You don't know how true that is. You couldn't weigh in on that?
I think that a lot of them are like romantasy, so like fantasy romance, but and I think that there is a subcategory of people who like specifically want to read more smutty things.
Okay.
But they're not like the most smutty some of the time. Sometimes it's just like they have sex in the book, and it depends like what book it is to like how detailed that is.
Okay. So like on a smut scale, it's like 2 stars out of 5 or what? It's not like
Sure, there's like you're kidding, but like there like people genuinely are like, how much smut is in Pride of Prejudice? Can you like tell me on a Chili Peppers spice rating from 0 to 5?
I think someone should rewrite Pride and Prejudice and add a lot more smut. I think that would make it. I think that would sell like crazy. I think that would actually move.
I agree.
Okay, wait. What else do we have? Questions, chat. We had book talk questions. That was the main one I wanted to know. Oh, do you think there are people on Book Talk who are doing these book hauls, who are buying 10, 15 books and not reading any of them and just like showing it off to camera?
Yeah, I mean, people say that. They like admit, like, I just wanted to buy books because they aesthetically look nice, and then they buy like the super ultra collector's edition foil hollow like book, and then they put it on their shelf and they never read it. And then the strat is after that, when you do that enough times, you do a declutter video where you clean out your library from all the books you're not gonna read. Yeah.
Oh shit! That's how you got a whole content cycle out of it.
Yeah, they have a content cycle, Brandon.
Okay, that's hype. And then you, just to be clear, you're reading all the fucking time. They also made a claim, some people on Book Talk, that they're getting burned out on reading. They read so much they get burned out, and it frazzles their brain. Has that happened to you?
Yeah, I mean, the majority of the books that we read for book club are like sourced
we read them.
from Book Talk.
We do read them for book club.
Yeah,
and I want to say, Chad, notice that you said we, because we both
we all read.
We both knock those books out left and right.
I've definitely read the most recent one. That is in
me
a
too.
week.
Me too.
I do like that one scene from like the 3rd, 4th act.
I thought it wasn't smutty enough. I'm gonna be honest with you. That was my one. It wasn't enough chili peppers in that book.
Really? Because the book is about 2 gay men.
I thought it should have been about 3, Rachel. I thought it should have been about 3. I thought 2 was a little blasé for my taste.
Little weak?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I wanted the thruple. All right. Well, that was my main fucking questions. I was so fascinated. This I am not familiar too much. I knew Book Talk existed, and I know it's the way books are sold now. But I actually watched some book talks and saw a video essay about it, and now it's like very interesting.
The marketing like for Book Talk books goes crazy. Like, I mean, that's why Fourth Wing was so big. It's not because it's a good book. It's just like it capitalized on what all the youth want on TikTok via like tropes. So like it has like dragons. It's like a school where they like fight.
Dude,
it's kind of like
always a school.
Yeah, it's
always a school. That goes dumb hard.
It goes enemies to lovers.
Yeah. There's something. I mean, even I liked fucking Red Rising and the one Will of the Many. I like the school shit. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's like they're fighting in a school. Harry Potter.
It's like Yu-Gi-Oh, Harry Potter. What's not to love?
I don't get why that works. Wait, there's a lot of smut in this book, Fourth Wing?
Yeah.
Let me see.
There is.
Chad
it's
is
not
saying
very
they've
good.
read it.
Oh, I did. So like one of the reading challenges that I did I tell you this? I think I did. Where I like decided I wanted to read outside a genre that I normally do, which is like fantasy. So I decided to read a contemporary romance, but I chose one that was like maybe contemporary is not the right word, like a modern one or whatever.
I don't know.
By Allie Hazelwood, but then it turned out to be about like a werewolf and a vampire, and there was like nodding involved, and I was like, what the fuck?
You're like, what the fuck? Let me finish this.
Yeah.
That is fun. It's funny that your one attempt to go outside of the genre went back into fantasy plus smut plus nodding.
Yeah. Well, you know what nodding is?
You've told me. You told me on the way to. What's nodding? Chat. Just Google it and go to image search, and you'll have a great
Chat,
time.
No.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to ask you. I wanted to learn more about book talk. If you see any hilarious book talks, definitely send them our way. Chat is into it.
You're book talkers.
We're gonna be book talkers. Yeah, I might pivot. I have a big bookshelf. I can do a decluttering. I could do a haul video. I
considered the only video I've ever considered doing in my entire life is I have the entire Warrior Cat series downstairs in my house. I was like, there's so many people who do those, like they go through a book that like no one will ever read because it's like some smutty book about, I don't know, just fucking a door handle or something like that. That's one of them, by the way. That's a real one that exists. And I was like, what if I did like an entire like video essay on the Warrior Cat series? So fun.
That's a good idea. You actually should go dumb hard. Basically, the business lesson I got from this is that the incentive for publishers is to take any book of any quality, give it a good cover, and then pay as many micro-influencers to make videos about it as possible until one of those videos hits. And then they make an insane amount of money. That's like the entire strategy for the publishing industry right now.
Yeah, but there's also like, do you ever get those like TikToks on your For You page where it's like just like text from the book or whatever to like try to bait you into read it, but it's like really smutty, like dom-centric text.
Yeah,
like,
all the time. That's my algorithm. It's dom-centric book talk.
I bet.
Wait, so it just reads a passage from the book, the smuttiest possible passage, and then tries to get you to...
It's like, he growled and pushed me up against the wall, and then it's like...
That's just good marketing. That's just good marketing.
Dude,
I gotta be
there's
honest
so
with you.
many of those with like 0 likes, 0 engagement, 0 comments that just exist.
Rachel, if you're getting so many of those with 0 likes, the algorithm has you pegged. If it is scraping the bottom of the barrel to find the 0 likes one, the algorithm knows.
No, I don't think so.
Nah, probably not. Nah, probably not. Well, anyway, thank you for the interview. Appreciate that. Chad is now much more knowledgeable. We'll call you again next time you're even more drunk for more interviews on any topic.
It sounds good. Bye,
Bye,
Brandon.
Reg. That was funny. That was funny. So that would be probably the #1 consumer of book smut. Let's see the rest of this video.
B, they don't even like the books that they bought.
In 2020, I fell prey to the mass consumerism of book talk. I felt as though in order to become a successful creator, I would have to read, recommend, and purchase tens of books a month. As a result of that, I have 4 bookcases full of books that I cannot even really say that I enjoyed.
Because the thing about book talk is that it doesn't just encourage reading, but making a reader a part of your identity. I had no idea before researching this video, but there is a whole aesthetic for what readers look like in the real world, with merch to fulfill that look.
Dude, it is so funny because I'm just being real. If you are that addicted to TikTok to where you feel that, there's no fucking way you're reading a book, let alone 10 books a month. There's no way. You're opening the book and putting the phone in the middle and scrolling. I'm just being like, if you're so immersed in it that you have to, there's no way. There's no way. That's why they make them smutty. Hey, listen, nothing wrong with putting a little smut into a book, okay? I personally think that, I mean, I can't name a book. I was trying to think of like James Joyce or something, but it has fucking smut in it. I personally think that Great Expectations would be better with smut. Okay? I think 50 Shades of Grey would be better with more smut. Harry Potter needed sex and JK could have made another Billy. Yeah, that's what held her back. Das Kapital. I mean, you know what? I heard that the most bought and unread book is Capital in the 21st Century by Thomas Piketty. I believe that is, judging by, they used statistics on e-readers where they can see how many. That is the most unread book. No, I think more than the Bible. Well, maybe you don't have to buy that one. I don't know. But of purchased books, if that book had a little smut in it, that would do it. Does debt the first 5,000 years have smut? Yes. But it's the same joke. It's everyone getting fucked by debt.
Anytime a hobby or a lifestyle or anything else becomes a part of your identity, a marketer out there is ready to use that against you.
It feels like...
Not against you, for you. For you. The marketer's helping you achieve actualization by finding your true identity. The marketer's helping you feel more comfortable and assured with yourself by buying just this one thing. With you, for you.
Somebody wants to sell me something!
Mainstream book overconsumption is a new enough phenomenon that nobody knows for sure what the long-term impacts will be. But these are still physical objects that people are buying to be a part of that community. As much as I want to support authors, I'm not convinced that buying a book and never reading it or buying yet another branded tote is the right way to do that. We actually have a whole other video on totes, if you're interested in that. But what concerns me more is what might happen next. Because in the fashion world, we have...
Dude, I need to get my editors to do this. Will you just fucking randomly take a sentence and make the letters pop on a full screen color background to re-engage the viewer? And that's why Xi Jinping is lowering Chinese interest rates. Boom, 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 boom. And then cut to a line going down. And it's waving the Chinese flag. That's good editing.
What concerns me more is what might happen next. Because in the fashion world, we have already seen that companies today can turn a design into a garment in as little as 10 days based on algorithms and whatever's trendy that week. And specifically on TikTok, we've already moved way past fast fashion into ultra fast fashion today, and it feels like we're at the point of no return. And if you don't think that this is possible for the book world, you might be surprised to learn that just last year, TikTok's parent company started laying the groundwork for their very own publishing house. Yeah, TikTok is getting into the lit game. And as of yet, they haven't released anything. And there's a lot of speculation about what this might actually mean for the publishing industry, good, bad, or even negligible,
That's
right?
funny.
We don't know. But I think the most obvious concern here is the potential for TikTok to publish and promote books based solely off of trends and to bend their algorithms in their favor. And here's my personal guess, okay? Call me a cynic, but I think what we're going to see is major publishers pumping out more books instead of better books, with priority going to...
I mean, it's just people getting what they want, you know? I mean, it's hard to blame TikTok. People want the book. They're just going to provide it. It's not... It's...
good marketers rather than good writers. Now, we've...
That's what I'm talking about. Finally, the real people get rewarded. Finally. It's crazy that we know... you know, Charles Dickens instead of a great marketer from his era. It's crazy we know about Shakespeare instead of a great marketer. It's why the fuck do we know about these writers, these hacks who just write the words instead of the people who get it out there?
Good writers. Now, we've actually released a whole other video about AI, which you should watch after this. But I think that AI is going to be filling in a lot of the blanks in order to get these books out faster, in the most generic way possible, of course. And my double fear is that we're just going to get used to this system and forget that books can actually be good and worth talking about. And some of this is sadly already happening. After Fourth Wing absolutely exploded on Book Talk, there was so much pressure to get another book out ASAP that they published the sequel in 6 months. Just for
That's funny because...
Well, in 6 months. Just for context.
I can't imagine that's a great book.
It usually takes 2 years to do that. And according to some reports, it sort of seems like it was rushed.
Yeah.
I hope that I am wrong, and I don't think that it's too late to change this trajectory either. We still have the opportunity, personally, to choose books intentionally or even...
Okay, here's the thing, is I not to be rude or dismissive, but I feel like this is a non-issue and a non-problem. And if people are reading books, even Fourth Wing, the point is that it's a gateway. Like if they read the book and then like it, and then they read the next one and it sucks, well, then they go find a good book. Well, who the fuck cares? If they're reading, it's the fucking the craziest thing in this world where people are doing where people are. Wait, where's my fucking legs? Where people are doing this.
Seagull fish.
And you're worried about someone reading a book that's a little smutty or not like high. Like, who cares? If they read it, that's a good start. If we had everyone on that level, we'd be in such a different. Where's the...
Seems like it was rushed.
Bro shitting on art. Bro, I don't know how to tell you this. The fucking slop stuff has always and forever sold better than the fine art stuff. It always. Transformers 2 made a fucking $1 billion. People have always wanted that, and they will always buy it. And then some portion of those people want more, and they go digging, and they find good stuff. And in fact, a world where a bunch of people are buying books they don't read just gives more money to publishing to greenlight the few cool, extra good books that deserve it. So it's not a fucking problem. Is he calling Transformers 2 art or slop? Yeah, that was a point about how artistic it is. I was saying only $1 billion. I was like, what? It made only $1 billion? Because it's high art. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, even that movie scraped by.
That I am wrong, and I don't think that it's too late to change this trajectory either. We still have the opportunity, personally, to choose books intentionally, or even, hear me out, crazy idea, go to a library. The book that you read shouldn't be about if it's popular.
I saw Transformers 2 7 times in theaters, and that gave the studio the money to greenlight something else. Okay? So it worked. The system worked.
Or if it fits your image, or if it's gonna mess with your Goodreads stats, okay? And the good news here is, talented writers are going to keep writing things whether or not they're on TikTok's top 40 books of the year or whatever. Self-publishing is bigger than ever, and if you are truly frustrated with the direction that things are going, there's nothing stopping you from supporting someone that you believe in.
He doesn't even know what the spookiest part. The spookiest part is, that authors will get cut out of the process altogether. Because if a rushed 6-month book about dragons in schools can make that much money with good marketing, then they could just AI generate it. Do you know what I'm saying? They could just feed the last book in, generate a sequel, and then shove it out with good marketing. Half the people buying it aren't even reading it. That's the fucking... That would be the spooky part. The spooky part is all the vampires and werewolves. No, it's not that spooky because they're fucking. It'd be less spooky. I mean, it'd be more spooky if they weren't fucking ramming each other.
Or going to your local library to get books for free. Once again, I don't think people realize that you can go to libraries and get books for free. Even cheap, crappy ones like this. I actually haven't read it, so I can't tell you if it's cheap and crappy, but that's what some people seem to be saying. But listen, this is just my opinion. Let us know what you think down below. If you're
I feel like most people know libraries have free books,
and you know a bit more of it. Personally, we would love to hear your thoughts. And remember, if you like this kind of content about our consumer world, you should subscribe because we release a video every single week.
All right. Interesting topic. Interesting discussion. I can't say I agree with it, but yeah, I still like that they made it and we talked about it. All right. So thank you to them for making that video. Raffy7777, thank you for the 34 months. Hey. Do you remember any of the videos you watched last week? Which ones? Oh, there was a video I wanted to watch. Somebody recommended it in the Marketing Monday Discord, and I said, I'll watch that on stream. Ooh, let me see if I can find it. Oh, yeah, it was the economy of Super Mario Sunshine. It looked funny. It looked funny. It was recommended by Brit on the Marketing Monday Discord. And it was funny. So let's see.
Did you know that Delfino Plaza has an unemployment rate of almost 23%? For the uninitiated, that's a really high unemployment rate. That's almost as high as the unemployment rate during the Great Depression. So what I want to know is, how come people in Delfino Plaza are so happy, but people during the Great Depression were so sad?
That's a great question.
Why doesn't Delfino Plaza seem to be experiencing any of the ill effects of a serious economic crisis, despite its high unemployment rate? Figuring this out is going to take some legwork, and it's...
Honestly, this video seems right up my alley. That's one of the best first 30 seconds to a funny video that I've ever seen for what I'm interested in. And I think this will be really funny, so I'm very excited.
It's going to require gathering a lot of data. But one important thing to note is that while Delfino Plaza is the biggest city on Isle Delfino, it's not the only location on the island. There are hotels, an amusement park, a fully functioning port, tons of places outside the main city where residents may live or work. So, in order to assess the economic...
Can I say how much I hated Super Mario Sunshine as a kid? I know it's a good game and it grew on me, but I was so disappointed to have every level be a beach. I know, capital E colon, I get it. It's not popular to say. But I really, as a huge Mario 64 addict as a kid, I just felt so let down. It felt like every level was kind of the same. And it's, you know, like Galaxy was a big return to form. I love the environment. I think I've grown to appreciate it. They had a certain thing in mind and they did it. But I didn't have any problem with Flood or anything like the normal critics. I was like, I really wanted like an ice level, you know? I wanted like an ice level and a water level, or sorry, and a fire level and a lava level. I wanted like more, I wanted more variety in the thing. Yeah, volcano and...
health of a place like Delfino Plaza, we need to not only take into account the situation there, but also what's happening in the surrounding community.
And more smut. You guys notice how like Mario 64 had plenty of smut. Mario Galaxy had plenty of smut. And then Sunshine right in the middle was like so Puritan. It was so... Mario barely fucked anything. That was like a real letdown for me as a fucking 11-year-old.
Communities like Pianta Village or Rico Harbor. We need to figure out why there is no one in Noki Bay. We need to figure out how many guests are staying in Hotel Delfino, and so much more, which means we have a lot of ground to cover. Let's stop wasting time and get started. Now, the first thing, and really the main thing we have to do, is get a sense of what the unemployment rate is in all of these different areas. Does anyone know what the best way to get a sense of the unemployment rate in a local area is? Anyone? Anyone have any ideas? That's right, we're doing a direct survey. What this means is that we're talking directly to anyone that resides in any of the communities or locales in Super Mario Sunshine, and using whatever information we can find out to determine if they're employed or unemployed. It sounds simple, but just let me demonstrate with our very first survey candidate. This guy's upset about graffiti. He says that this is his wall. Oh no, it looks kind of like a radio tower. So this is probably where the Debs alerts broadcast from. Which means if this is his building, he's probably employed. Thank you for your employment, angry sir. Isn't that fun? I mean, think about what we just did, right? There's a guy complaining.
I'm worried about the methodology here. I'm worried that it might find somebody on the beach going, hey, Mario, get 10 coins, and think they're like a homeless person and not someone who's gainfully employed but on vacation or a break.
He claims ownership over the building, and then we take context clues to tell us what the building might be, and ergo, we've determined that he's the property owner of the radio broadcasting station.
No, right, I
so
get
really
that.
what this is it's a combination of what these people say, what they're doing, what they're wearing, where they're standing, and any other context clues that we can find. Now, let's talk about Delfino Plaza as a whole, right?
Yeah.
Delfino Plaza is the tourist hub of Isle Delfino. It has beautiful streets, quaint canals, blah, 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 and it's from here that any visitor can travel to the various other appealing locations on the island. For the most part, things aren't too
Akron, Ohio.
complicated economically. You've got 4 people working at the market. You've got
Yep.
some sailors that are presumably employed based on their dress. You've got someone carrying mushrooms to sell. You've got some police officers. All of these people are employed.
Clearly.
And honestly, I'm jealous of them. Sometimes I wish I could just work at a food stand and sell food to people. I think I'd be good at it. Hey, come buy my food. What kind of food is it? It's Caribbean spiced tofu from today's sponsor,
Oh, Factor.
Gotcha. In a way, I guess in that sense, I kind of am a food vendor because I stand here on your TV screen and sell you this food, right? The chefs that work at Factor are employed. You know what they do
Good
all day?
transition.
They freshly cook meals in big, beautiful industrial kitchens. They put them in little trays and then they mail them to you so you can eat them at your convenience. That's literally what Factor
Yummy.
is. Chefs make food that's reasonably easy to reheat. They send it to you when you need it, and then you quickly and easily cook it in minutes. I'm a real convenience-oriented eater, and Factor is a convenience-oriented service, and they have juices. Now, I'm not pressuring you, but if you can, you should get the juices with your meals. The juices are very good.
I did
It's
like
it
the
was
mango
milked
smoothie.
straight from a Yoshi. I don't think that makes sense. If you're curious and you want to get a week of meals delivered to you, go to factor75.com or click
check
the
it
link
out.
below and use
Check
my
it out.
promotion,
Check it out,
but they
Factor.
will go whole as well. It's gonna be a lot of infographics at the end of this video. Okay. We also have this guy who forces
They're all apple juice, yeah, except for the mango
sunglasses
smoothie one,
on
maybe.
unsuspecting tourists, kind of like those people you'd find outside of Central Park. You know, the people who like come up to you and then force stuff into your hands, and then they pressure you to pay for it. So I think this guy's kind of like that. So he's employed. Now we're
Some guy did that to me in Vegas. It was me, Stans, and the rest of ASU Esports. And it was like right after I think we lost a tournament and I was kind of depressed. And we walked outside and then some guy gave me a CD and I was like, yeah, I'll take your CD, bro. And then he's like, okay, you got to pay for it though. And I was like, wait, what? And so I gave him like my last $5. And then I got in the car and we put the CD in on the way home. And we blasted Bouncing in My Chevy by Najia. Does this song possibly exist? Does this song possibly exist? No. Let me... No, there's only one record of it on the internet, and it's on Last FM. But when I click it, it won't play. 3 listeners. God, I would love to play it, but I have to have Amazon Music Unlimited. How fucked is that? I'm not spending $9.99 a month to listen to this. Dude, just play Bouncing in My Chevy. Anyway, it was actually a heater. The guy never made it big, but it was like bouncing in my Chevy, bouncing in my Chevy, bouncing in my Chevy. It was a heater, bro. I mean, I swear to God. No, you don't know that song. There's no fucking possible chance you'd learn. You've never heard this before. Or you've heard the story before, but you haven't heard the song. R-Dubs found it. This is close. This is not.
Chevrolet.
This is me.
Chevrolet.
This is me. This is my words. There's no fucking way it exists, bro. This is not it either, but this is a different song with the same name. This is not it. It was way more like trap. Holy, wait, someone found it? Someone found it? No way. This is it? It's on Spotify?
Yeah, double A new life in the building. Okay, man. For everybody out there, low riding. Nah, Chevy, life done. Oh, we about to get him, man. 7'5", 6'9", Monte Carlo. You ready to bet? Don't matter. That double A new life like. You in the truck? Watch that. C-O-M-P-T-O-N. Oh, we about to get him, man. Talk to him, man.
This is it. Sometimes I'm gone. What a fucking throwback. Yeah, that's the song that me, Stans, and Doug Sheridan listened to on his massive fucking speakers on the 5-hour drive back from Vegas. Oh. I met this guy on the streets of Vegas. That's crazy. Sometimes I'm gone.
Look at the wood grain. Powder blue outside, inside cocaine. It just sounds like you put a light in a propane. Took out the standard dash and digitize the whole thing. 612 sauces by 9, my Twitter false takes. From white balls, bitches who bust some pancakes. Low, rap on the truck for the fan base. It sits low, but airbags so they can make it race. I sit high, cause niggas still in the calculates. I'm rolling high, still fat from.
Dude, you know that fucking the music industry's fucked up because this guy didn't make it. Like, this guy should be fucking huge.
Summertime, we floss in a pearl chameleon bank. Wintertime, the 65 is green like bank. I always got stakes and roll around with heathens. You think you faster than me? Only when you're dreaming.
This guy didn't make it. I mean, he's only got 20 monthly listeners. That's all you really need, though. That's all you really need. 20 monthly listeners. And the #1 song is Chevy. This was the banger. It has 1,800 listens. I'll have to go through the rest of the discography. Let me hear the chorus one more time. All right, wait. Let me see if Stans could use this to help win. The guy DMCA's me. This song will help.
Dude. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. Firm handshake.
I sent him a link.
Firm handshake. This song will help. What do we got here?
Here we go.
Chevy. Was this bouncing in my Chevy by Najee the Chosen One? Bro. Bro.
Bro remembers. Bro remembers, dude. Oh, you can't play
Actually
it.
lost to history. This is the YouTube link. Is this real? Is this going to be a fucking Rickroll?
No, it's not the YouTube link. Oh, it is.
It's real. This song rips.
Everybody out there, low riding. Nah, Chevy, life done. 6'4". Oh, we about to get him, man. 7'5".
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I'm gone. Oh, that's a heater, dude. That's just a heater. He's probably going to go on a 15-game win streak. He's probably going to go on a 15-game win streak. The fact that he knew instantly is so good. Oh, we remember this moment. We played it over and over. Juke him. We're in the middle of playing Bouncing in My Chevy. What do you read to keep up with current events and economic trends in the United States? I actually just listened to Bouncing in My Chevy, and if you don't understand, listen to it closer. You know what I'm saying? Listen to it fucking closer. Give it a deeper listen. It tells you a lot about fucking what's going on in this country. If you don't get that, you wouldn't get that. I was in the middle of a video, but I lost it. Oh, it was this one. Okay, Delfino Plaza.
Where things get complicated is that there are a lot of people in Delfino Plaza, and honestly, in this game as a whole, who just sit around. They don't do anything. They don't work, or they don't seem to work. They look like they never
lazy
work.
freeloaders.
Which really leaves me no choice but to consider all of these additional people unemployed. 22 employed persons and 5 unemployed persons means that Delfino Plaza has an unemployment rate of 22.7%, which is not great, but also it's actually not much worse than the next area we have to survey, Bianco Hills. Bianco Hills is the first proper level in the game. Right when you enter the level, you're greeted by 3 people. One of them is another one of those guys who tries to get you to take sunglasses from him, so we're counting him as employed. Then we've got 2 other people, and these people, they don't really do much.
You know, you're the one person who visits me over and over. Well, you never move, do you?
My thought was that they might be some sort of like greeter for this area, but if that were the case, they should be like standing at the ready, you know, saying hi to the Mario when he comes in, which they don't do. They're kind of like pacing in circles. Ultimately, I think they're both unemployed. The rest of this level is full of beautiful windmills and a field of coconut trees. There's a family here. There's some people hanging out near the windmills. Obviously, it's hard to say, but I think we can assume that these people are working on or sort of near the windmills.
I think that's
I'm not
safe.
entirely sure what
That's
they're
safe.
milling, honestly, but there are coconut trees here, so maybe it's like a coconut sugar mill. I don't know. Now, I'm sure it's obvious by this point, but compared to Skyrim, Isle Delfino is not exactly an employment-forward community. Basically, everyone in Skyrim immediately tells you their job the second you talk to them.
Name's Nils. I'm the cook up at Candlehearth Hall.
But here, mostly, people don't say anything meaningful at all. This leaves us to rely pretty heavily on context clues, like an archaeologist might when examining an ancient dig site. So despite the fact that this guy doesn't have much to say, I think he's employed. Here's why.
I feel like if he was unemployed, why would he be standing in this very specific spot, guarding the bridge wearing a hat? He'd be lazing around somewhere.
What are you
But he's not. He's dancing.
He's dancing
working,
and fighting. He's not
standing in a very
employed.
specific, like, notable spot, so I'm going to go with employed.
That's crazy.
There's another guy standing in front of a cave in Bianco Hills as well, which we're counting as employment. And then there's this guy, who I'm pretty sure is a journalist because he's dressed like a journalist, and he said he came here to see how things were in the wake of some sort of recent disaster.
Yeah, that guy's a
Which just
journalist,
feels like
for
journalist behavior. Altogether, Bianco Hills has a local population of 13, with 8 employed persons, 2 unemployed people, and 3 people not applicable, giving this area an unemployment rate of 20%. It's
pretty high.
Looking good so far, but we have a long
pretty
way to go.
high.
The bustling shipping port of Rico Harbor is our next stop, and you know, you would think that a shipping port would be a real bastion of employment.
100%.
And it's not, but in this case, it's actually slightly worse off than Bianco Hills. Sure, you've got some people working the port, right? There's a ship captain, he's got his crew, there are people scrubbing the ships,
Yeah, that's
there's a guy
jobs.
renting out squids, but then you've also got this guy who's treating this active port like a hotel pool, unemployed, and you've got these 2 who just stand at the start of the level and gossip. Unemployed behavior for sure. In total, Rico Harbor has 13 people in it, and only 2 of those people are actually physically on a boat doing work. Every other sailor is standing around kind of observing, and if you pay close attention, you might see why. A lot of this port is automated, which of course is very efficient, but I almost wonder if that's why we're seeing a slightly higher rate of unemployment here than we might expect. Maybe these 2 people are actually recently laid off dock workers.
former dock
Hopefully they had a
workers.
strong union and got themselves a generous severance package. In total, Rico Harbor has a population
Well,
of
as I learned from the recent dock worker strike, if people don't support that, they'll be so mad that if the port doesn't get automated as fast as possible, they'll actually be furious if the union asks for any type of concessions. 4 managers and 2 employees, average government company. Have you seen the it's like a Douyin, it's a Chinese TikTok of government employees when there was a flood in China, and there's like so many of them that they were like passing, like they had to like pick up a piece of debris and they just passed it one by one to 80 people all the way to the end. Literally Greece, yeah. Anything where there's a lot of government employment.
One of which is a child, and 3 people unemployed, giving it an unemployment rate of 25%. So far, things aren't looking super good for Isle Delfino. When your literal port has a 25% unemployment rate, well, that doesn't bode well. That being said, we still haven't gotten to the main industry for this island, which is, of course...
Unemployment rate tracks people that are actively looking, though. What if some of these people are independently wealthy? What if it's like rich kids? Or trust fund babies, or somebody who struck it big by doing a startup that, you know, sold weed delivery to the door in Delfino Plaza and then made a bunch of money and then retired.
Tourism. Welcome to Gelato Beach, a beachfront resort just a short swim away from
Yeah, what
the
if they're
lovely
crypto
Pina
millionaires?
Amusement Park. Gelato Beach is not in great shape. Nobody wants to swim because the waters are dangerous. Nobody is working at the tiki bar. There honestly just aren't that many people here overall. It feels like this is basically meant to be the Isle Delfino equivalent of the Polynesian resort at Disney World, but for the most part, it's pretty underutilized. Currently, the only people actually visiting the resort are these 4 people, and none of them seem to be having any fun at all, except this lady who's having fun bullying her partner. I told you what a bad swimmer this guy was, right? Why are you here's a pro tip for you guys. If any of you are in a relationship, don't ever put down your partner in front of an Italian man.
Yeah, a strange plumber. It's not good. He doesn't even know you. There's no comfort there.
One of them is the sunglasses con artist. One of them is the bouncer at the tiki bar or something like that. 2 of them are just sitting around unemployed, and one of them is an old retired guy. If you're paying attention, you've already put together that means Gelato Beach has an unemployment rate of 50%. Yikes. I want to know exactly how this island resort ended up on the vacation itinerary of the most powerful woman in the world, given that so far it hasn't really offered anything in the way of amenities or sightseeing. Maybe the princess is just a really big fan of theme parks. Welcome to Pina Park, aka Employment City. Interestingly, Pina Park is entirely staffed by Noki, which are a species or a race. I guess it's a race. These are people who look like little seashells. The park is vibrant, it's bright, it's exciting. Families
no one's in
of
it.
Piantas, the other race on the island, are visiting the park. Fathers are bonding with their children. It's a pretty big juxtaposition from Gelato Beach. And the best part is, this is not a joke, 100% of the people that can work here are working here. There are 15 people residing in the area, 2 of them are children, and the other 13 are all doing various things around the park, from maintenance to greeting to...
Isn't that kind of a bad thing, though? Do you know what I'm saying? If the only people at the park are its employees, and isn't the park struggling financially, they can't get guests in. And there's very few children, so there's definitely a demographic problem with this island. It's like late stage Japan. I'm sensing a lot of problems coming up in the future for this economy.
Performing to running the rides. This is more in line with what we were expecting, I think, that these high employment areas would counterbalance the more residential or leisure focused areas. Hopefully that trend continues as we go through the game, and it might, because the next place we're visiting is a hotel. This is Serena Beach. And guess what? This place also has 100% employment. Throw a pizza party. The vast majority of people here are visiting tourists from other parts of the island. You can tell because when you play the Shadow Mario level, the hotel guests have all been evacuated onto the beach, and those evacuees outnumber the hotel staff 9-6. I lied. It's actually 22-7. I forgot to count the casino initially. They also complain a lot. Evacuate everyone. Oh, they evacuated everyone. This is very convenient for me. Then we got these 2 people yelling at this poor worker. So you got 2 more tourists. Hello. You remember to stay out of the ladies' room. Okay, I will. I will not commit any sex crimes while I am at the hotel. Thanks for the reminder. They aren't happy being stuck outside, I guess, which I guess is fine, but also not fine. Chill. Underneath the hotel is a dingy casino, which is pretty funny to me. Did you know that there is only 1 staff member down here at the casino? Everyone else is just a patron eagerly gambling the night away. It's a popular spot though, and people seem to be having a great time, so I guess whatever. Hotel Delfino and Pina Park are by far the 2 most economically successful regions on the island, which is...
I mean, I would easily invest in the hotel if I was an investor, because the hotel has an incredible employee to guest ratio. They're capable of getting huge returns to the casino with only a single employee. And, you know, the casinos in general are a great business, easy money. and there was one more staffed. It just feels like a massive win.
Kind of weird to me. I mean, we'll get into it more later, but I kind of thought that this was supposed to be like Venice or Hawaii, like a rich cultural history, beautiful nature places. But it turns out it might actually be more like Florida with dopamine-oriented man-made entertainment attractions. And don't get me wrong, I like Florida, but its reputation is somewhat less wholesome and beautiful than what I thought Isle Delfino was going for. We only have 2 more levels to cover. First up, Noki Bay. This one's easy. There really aren't any people here. I think it's maybe 5 in total. There's a family of Noki, including an old guy, 2 younger people, and a baby. And then there's a raccoon that's overcharging for boat rentals. You know, the raccoons in this game are all very nice, but it's funny to me how every one of them is like a ruthless small business owner. I'm not sure if that's just like a reflection of a perceived earthly social phenomenon with regards to immigrant communities and small businesses, or if there's some like Japanese joke there about tanukis being good with money that I don't understand. But I find it very amusing. Every person in Noki Bay, aside from
What
the
does
baby
Nintendo
child,
say?
is working in some
What does
capacity.
Nintendo
The family
say?
seems to be doing like light kind of almost tour guide work and also like caretaking the land, which makes this place feel sort of like a national park or like an archaeological site maybe. But the important thing for us is that everyone in Noki Bay, just like the last 2 places, is employed. From Noki Bay, we make our way to the last official level of the game, Pianta Village. I wish I could tell you that Pianta Village also has a 100% employment rate like the last few places we've looked, but it's kind of the opposite. Sort of. Pianta Village really represents what's so complicated about enumerating this whole game, which is that the Piantas they really just love sitting around doing nothing. There are a total of 24 people in this village, and aside from children and the elderly, 10 of those people don't have any discernible role in the village other than sitting around enjoying life, which is, of course, not a job. You're not supposed to enjoy life. You're supposed to work.
Right.
You're miserable. There's some people with obvious jobs here, like the mayor, the mayor's wife. There's a pool cleaner and some entertainers. But altogether, that only leaves 9 people formally employed here, which is less than the 10 people who aren't employed. Which means, guess what? Pianta Village has the highest unemployment rate of any location on the island at 53%.
That's pretty bad.
What? Just wild. You would think that no society could function if half of the able-bodied people in it didn't work, and yet it does seem to be functioning.
Maybe they have UBI.
Possible? Before we actually try to figure out how that's possible and whether or not Isle Delfino is in a good place economically, there are a couple of other non-level locations we have to quickly add into our calculus. Firstly, there's a cutscene where Mario gets sent to court, and that cutscene has 1 judge and 1 lawyer, both of whom are...
I think one of the biggest problems, though, with this society is rampant coin crime. Italian plumbers are often coming in and stealing every single coin that's not nailed down and then running away with literally 0 consequences. And I hate to be like, but I think we need to build a wall between Delfino Plaza and Italy. And I think we need to deport. When Italians send their plumbers, they're not sending their best, is all I'm saying. He's a criminal. He's a rampant criminal. He causes damage, and he steals all of the coins. And Italy needs to pay for it. Make Bowser pay for it.
Employed. Just before that, when you first arrive on Isle Delfino, there are also 4 employed people working at the airport. Also at the airport are 2 tourists who seem to be waiting to leave Isle Delfino to go on vacation, which I think is kind of fun. I don't know where they're going. I like to think they're actually headed to Sochi in Russia, because canonically, Piantas have been to Russia. I don't know if you remember that from the background of Mario and Sonic at the 2014 Sochi Olympic Games. Anyway, that adds 6 more people into the unemployment pool, which makes a total of...
How could you print that many papers?
You know, I'm going to need to get a calculator and add all this data up. So give me just a second. In fact, why don't I'm going to take all this information we've gathered and just put together a full report on Isle Delfino, and I'll come right back and I'm going to present that information to you.
You just cut to
Hold
that.
on 1 sec. I'll be right back.
You can just...
Okay, hello, folks. Welcome to the... Excuse me, hello. Today we're going to be talking about the economic situation on Isle Delfino. So strap in, make sure your phones are on silent, obviously, for this, because we have a lot to get through, and I don't want to be interrupted.
Okay.
Total surface payroll employment on Isle Delfino is at 76 persons, and unemployment is at 22.5%, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported today. Isle Delfino is a tropical island known for its amenable climate, laid-back culture, and wide variety of appealing destinations for tourism. The island as a whole has a population of roughly 150, the majority of whom are a race known as the Piantas. There are also Nokis, a smaller bipedal shelled creature that they reside in various communities on the island, and raccoons, furry, business-minded people that make up the smallest portion of the demography. The main
it's kind of fucked up to see only one raccoon in your entire life and assume they're all business-minded. Do you know what I'm saying? If I met like one black person and they took their traits and said they applied to all, it just feels a little prejudice. It feels a little prejudice. But he saw two? Yeah, but they're in the same family. Do you understand?
industry on Isle Delfino, is tourism, and nearly every area on the island
N equals 2, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
Based on our observations, the local population seems content with the availability of resources in their community, and the Bureau didn't witness any abject poverty during our survey. That being said, the calculated unemployment rate is 22.5%, which is very high. One of the key takeaways from our survey is that the amusement park, Pina Park, is far and away the main attraction for anyone coming into the area. And the nearby hotel, Hotel Delfino, is the primary place that visitors stay when they're on the island. Other attractions, like the resort at Gelato Beach, are all but ignored, with only a few adventurous tourists, abandoned entertainment complexes, and severely understaffed restaurants. Beautiful nature preserves like Noki Bay are also entirely unvisited, forcing local business owners to charge exorbitant fees just to stay afloat. In terms of population distribution, the most populous areas are, unsurprisingly, Pianta Village and Delfino Plaza. The least populous area is Noki Bay. A ranked list is displayed on your screen of each area and its population count, so feel free to pause and peruse that information
we don't
as
need
necessary.
to.
It should be noted that given the size of this survey, some error is expected in our data. Each location on the island is constantly changing, and from one day to the next, our enumerator may not have access to every portion of each
They're the same every time.
While the Bureau always does everything we can to ensure that the right conclusions are drawn from the data gathered, some inconsequential oversights may have occurred. The Bureau always strives for the highest level of accuracy.
They should vote in Bowser to fix the inflation.
One of the major face value concerns for the economy on Isle Delfino is how the unemployment is divided up demographically. Of the 21 people unemployed on the island,
That's a good idea.
100% of them are Piantas.
That's a good idea.
There isn't a single Noki or a single raccoon that's unemployed. We refer to this as a face value concern because if we saw something similar on Earth, we would generally consider it a sort of red alert situation. But in the context of Isle Delfino, there doesn't seem to be much discontent among the residents.
No, everyone seems pretty happy.
Everyone on the island seems perfectly happy to be working if they're working, and perfectly happy to be unemployed if they're unemployed, which implies that, at least in large part, their basic needs are being met regardless of their employment status. The most likely explanation for this arrangement is that the island's foray into modern entertainment tourism has been so lucrative and the entrepreneurial involvement from residents so extensive that at any given time a large portion of the population can afford to maintain a state of semi-permanent vacation. It may seem counterintuitive to us here on Earth, but there's no technical reason why, within a single community, the effort required to generate enough revenue
it just depends on where the
couldn't be less than the labor available from
where
that same population.
Split, you know?
And as long as everyone agrees to use that surplus of revenue to sustain the community as a whole,
do they receive wages, or is there a dole?
Who just don't work and don't need to work without causing acute stress on the system as a whole. However, systems like this aren't common, and there are two reasons why they tend not to sustain over long periods of time. Firstly, it only takes a handful of selfish actors to unravel the arrangement. It only takes a handful of selfish actors to unravel the entire arrangement fairly quickly. As soon as any participant in the system starts feeling as though their share of the resources should be commensurate with their perceived level of participation in the generation of those resources, they can quickly form a coalition with the other high-effort participants.
He really wants to paint the raccoons as greedy.
Assuaging this concern is difficult because you either have to convince the population that they don't deserve more resources just because they believe they're doing more work, or you have to somehow ensure that everyone is participating more or less equally in the labor, which disincentivizes or outright forbids anyone from overperforming and can ultimately cause the apparatus that's generating the resources, in this case a stunning modern entertainment complex featuring amusement parks, hotels, and casinos, to deteriorate.
Have you met a raccoon that wasn't? You know, people say Tom Nook is greedy, but really, Tom Nook gives you like an incredible interest-free loan. for no real reason. You have no credit history nor experience. And he gives you a massive interest-free loan and lets you pay it back whenever you want. Like, what exactly has Tom Nook done that's wrong? Okay, bootlicker, you took his money. You took Tom Nook's money and built your life off of it. Of course you're a Nook sympathizer. Okay, a lot of people who went hat in hand to Tom Nook when times were bad and now are sitting pretty with their nice island thinking Tom Nook's a fucking criminal. That's crazy. Tom Nook's a hero, but as far as I'm saying, if I had his money, if I had his bells, I wouldn't give your broke ass a fucking penny. I can't trust you. Nook's investing in his community. I tip Tom Nook 20%, as you should.
Quality and lose the very patrons that are generating the revenue to care for the island.
Tom Nook stole my wife. Look, he can't apologize for being a Rizzler. Tom Nook's Riz is out of control. The dude's fucking financially stable, fucking great attitude, helps the poor. Okay? If your wife's attracted to that, it's not, you got to be better. That's not even her fault. He's
Island's residents. This is a dense report, you guys. My God. The other major risk here is that when you create an island paradise that allows 30...
Nintendo actually released a statement about Tom Nook's lending practices. Wait, I have to see this. Nintendo says Animal Crossing fans have got Tom Nook all wrong. He's a good guy, really. In an interview with IGN, New Horizons director Aya Kyogoku told fans that Tom Nook actually uses all the money he collects from player debt to give back to the community. Interesting. He tirelessly works 24 hours making sure all the residents of the island are happy and having a good life. He invests toward resident services. It's not a propaganda puff piece. You guys just want to hate Tom Nook, but jealousy, perhaps. He gives you a large loan regardless of your credit score and never pesters you about paying it back. You can pay it back at your own leisure or not at all, really. Yeah, facts, dude. Fucking facts. It's an incredible deal. It's a fucking fantastic deal. You can literally never pay him back, and all he'll do is ask nicely. I'm not bootlicker, okay? It's not predatory to give someone free money to build a life on a glorious paradise island. After I got a medium-sized house, I kind of stopped caring about my debt and put time and effort into other things like fishing and decorating. If I was Tom Nook, I would be on your ass, dude. What the fuck are you fishing for? And oh, nice new fucking statue in your house. Notice you haven't paid the bill. Notice you haven't paid interest on your bill, and I'd fucking smash that statue. Tom Nook is a saint. Tom Nook's a saint, bro. I say that on God. Atrioc is a lone cow. He doesn't care about your bill. You generate so much wealth and publicity to the island that he doesn't know that when he gives you the money. He doesn't know you're going to be the person that actually revamps the entire fucking island. And by the way, I'm going off what I saw Ari do. Maybe he shouldn't have given her a loan. I'll say it. He gave my wife a loan and she turned the island into a bird ethno state and hunted and fished every goddamn thing. Okay, maybe perhaps he was too generous. Okay? It got gentrified real fucking quick. Anyway, I support Tom Nook, is what I'll say.
30% of the population to relax all the time, outsiders are going to want to be part of that island paradise. As more people move to Isle Delfino to enjoy the fruits of their economic system, the burden on the island's resources will grow, and eventually there will no longer be a gap between the resources available and the labor required to generate those resources, meaning people won't be able to sit around vacationing anymore. One way to control this is by having strict immigration policies, which based on the demographic makeup of the island might already be in place here, but a heavy-handed and top-down approach to immigration control also tends
Holy
to
shit, they're
backfire.
gonna build
It's a
the
complex
wall around
problem to solve,
Delfino.
and we hope that the government of Isle Delfino can mitigate the risks associated elegantly and effectively, because the goal of allowing
Insane that the economy, demographic problems, and immigration problems of Japan are reflected in this Japanese game. Everything he said about Delfino Plaza applies 100% to Japan.
your citizens to labor as little as possible, thus allowing them to enjoy the beautiful fruits of human existence, is a noble one, and one that we at the Bureau hope one day will be achieved in full. Whether it will be achieved by the colorful cast of Super Mario Sunshine remains to be seen. And that brings us to the end of our report. That is the economic situation in Isle Delfino. Thank you very much for your time. I hope all of you have an excellent, beautiful day. Follow me on Instagram.
That was a funny video. I will be honest with you. It was a funny idea executed well. I liked it. It was funny. Oh, a short video about Ireland and why they have too much money. There's a new summoning salt about Simpsons Hit and Run. Thanks for recommending, guys. Should we watch that? Whoa. That sounds fucking awesome. Let's watch that right now. The only reason I wouldn't watch it is if some guy named Liquid Wi-Fi held the record for 6 years and 40 plus times, because that would be boring. I wouldn't want to be interested. So, King D-Land, thank you for the 6 months. Much appreciated. Somebody, Yap Dollar Fan says, Mew in Oklahoma, free Robux glitch working. We can go gyat for gyat. Is that a JoJo reference? I have to ban you, bro. I mean, you're making a lot of good points, but Skibbity Toilet, Mog Edge, Ohio Rizzler, Gyat, Kai Sanat, and Sussy Baka. I mean, it's powerful stuff. Don't get me wrong. I hate to fucking ban a Philosopher King from my chat, but you're too smart for this chat. You're too smart.
The sky.
Why living in Canada has become impossible 1 day ago. This is a video I've been wanting to make, but maybe this guy already crushed it, so we'll just watch this. Living in Canada has become impossible 1 day ago, and it already has 500,000 views.
Rocketing cost of living.
I was skipping meals because I was struggling to afford my food and my rent.
2 million Canadians had to use the food bank in 1 month alone.
No wonder crime is rocketing after 8 years of Justin Trudeau.
Canada is worse than you think. Just 2 years ago, a simple 2-bedroom...
Already wrong. Canada can't be worse than I think. Already wrong. I hope the thesis of this video... I'm not saying Justin Trudeau has been an effective or even good leader in any way. I'm not. I can't say that. But I hope this video doesn't blame it all on Justin Trudeau as if he... You know, this is a problem you could find equally in Australia, in the UK, in America. And I mean, these are problems that are global, that are, you know, uniquely. It's a very good critique. All right, cool. Let me see. I'm interested. Okay.
Apartment in Toronto cost on average 2,400 Canadian dollars. Today, that's 3,300. An average increase of 25% per year, and that's not an outlier.
I just found out my rent's gonna be increased from $2,100 a month to $2,400 a month for a 1-bedroom condo in Toronto.
In most Canadian
God.
cities, you would need to earn at least double the minimum wage to afford a one-bedroom apartment, and you can forget about buying. In major cities like Toronto and Vancouver, the minimum income that's required to qualify for a mortgage is double or triple the median household income. This makes buying even unattainable
Impossible.
for the top 10% of earners. There is a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis.
To be clear, once it reaches Canada levels, that's beyond like a housing crisis. That's that is so far deep in the bubble that's absurd. That's absurd. That is, if you're in the top 10% of earners and you still can't afford to even get on the housing ladder, it's fucking crazy. That
And now, even an immigration crisis. This is a real change from the Canada I know and admire. What has happened?
It's time for a change in this country, my friends. A real change.
This is how living in Canada became impossible with hindsight.
Okay.
Canadians from all across this great country
Let's see it, Trudeau.
sent a clear message tonight. It's time for a change in this country, my friends. A real change.
Justin Trudeau was first elected in 2015 with a message of positivity.
This is what positive politics can do.
He built his campaign on hope, and the media often drew comparisons with Obama in the United States.
I want to say this. Many of you have worried that Canada has lost its compassionate and constructive voice in the world. Well, we're back.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Now they're all walking around with fuck Trudeau flags.
On his first day in office, he entered a Montreal metro station to take selfies with commuters. The exchange went viral.
Dude, this is the kind of thing that can only work when times are good. Do you know what I'm saying? People just don't, they can't care about this joy stuff when times are good. It doesn't,
The atmosphere was exuberant. There was a feeling of hope and positivity. Trudeau had the second highest approval rating of any new prime minister in Canada's history. To understand how his approval ratings have turned around so dramatically, why Canada is in a housing crisis, a cost of living crisis, and most surprisingly is now struggling with...
But I also wouldn't just start it with him. I'm just going to give some backstory. I've done some reading and research on Canada from Canadian economists I've read. And, Canada did way better than a lot of other countries through the Great Recession, like 08, 09, 10, 11. But it was because they, more than any other country, really dug deep to prop up the housing bubble. They printed a bunch of money. Australia did really well too. Australia and Canada were two countries that had no negative effects, but vastly less negative effects during the Great Recession. And they talked about it like they were the, economic geniuses. Like they had truly figured out the problem, but they just delayed it. They just punted it. Do you know what I'm saying? And this is pre-Trudeau. They just punted the problem. And now they're dealing with it later on. So it's just a little short-sighted to keep the bubble inflated. And so you come in this era where Trudeau's getting elected and everyone's like, they're feeling good. They're feeling like Canada's cut above. And it's like, no, you've pushed the problem off on the next generation so that your oldest people can stay ever wealthier.
Migration. We need to go back in history. Canada is in...
Kevin Rudd did nothing wrong. It's so funny. I'm reading his book right now. I'm reading Kevin Rudd's book on Xi Jinping. And I think he's a thoughtful writer. I don't know that he was a great prime minister. It's funny. When you read this book, he is incredibly passionate about Xi Jinping. Kevin Rudd. I'm sorry. I didn't pronounce it right then. Or Red But You? Rudd. Yeah. Bro loves Xi Jinping, knows a lot about, doesn't love him, but he's got a deep insight. I mean, he's done working meetings with him. He knows it's a good book. I mean, I'm liking it so far. I'm learning things. And he's a prime minister, so he's got like world leader experience, but it's funny how passionate he is about the subject.
Nation of immigrants. In the mid-1800s, the population of Canada was almost entirely concentrated on the east coast, along the St. Lawrence River and the Great Lakes. To its west and north lay a vast and sparsely populated area that they wanted to populate. They used immigration as a tool to build their country. They attracted new people with a comprehensive marketing campaign.
Save Canada.
Build your nest in Western Canada was the message, calling it the New El Dorado. Boatloads of prospective migrants arrived in...
Just to be clear, El Dorado is a fictional city of gold. If you were to go into Western Canada, you would find a fictional city of coal. There would be no... You would find no joy there.
In Canada and were vetted by migration officers. They were particularly eager to attract talented farmers. They could help Canada's westward expansion by settling uninhabited areas.
A divisive joke. A lot of plus twos, a lot of minus twos. I might have netted out even.
Into cities, attracting commerce and industry, over time strengthening Canada's grip on the West. By 1920, population centres had emerged all along Canada's southern border. They grew from 3 million inhabitants to 9 million. These immigrants were selected on merit, but also on race. Canada wanted to maintain the status of a white man's country. But after World War II, these discriminatory practices came under scrutiny. Canada started to build its modern immigration system. This was based on a points system. Prospective immigrants were scored based on their age, education, training, and language skills. The basic philosophy is that immigrants are selected based on their merit and what they can contribute to the country. This system is still in place in Canada today, making it the oldest immigration system of any country in the OECD.
They're still running an 1800s immigration system?
An early challenge was that an increasingly large percentage of newcomers were family members.
No, it was 1950s.
In 1971, economic migrants made up 73% and family members 21%. But a decade later, this had turned around. Family members were seen as unproductive consumers of welfare benefits, and this prompted the government to make entry requirements stricter. By 1995, the percentage had dropped to 36%. Canada vested a lot of power in the federal executive branch of government, which makes it possible to respond quickly to unwanted flows of migrants. They kept identifying weak spots and making improvements. And by the early 2000s, the system was hailed around the world as one of the best. Even Donald Trump had good things to say about it.
Nations around the world, like Canada, have a merit-based immigration system.
But what was most impressive were Canada's exceptionally high levels of public acceptance.
I was just going to say that. I was going to say there must have been some working to it, some trust of it, because the average person in Canada had the highest level of being pro-immigration and feeling immigration was a good thing. So it must have, like, you know, felt accepted by the average person, whatever system they had. Because until recently, they had, I think, the world's highest, like, tolerance and knowledge of it. But it's changed now, absolutely. It's completely plummeted. It's a recent switch.
Immigration, until recently, wasn't a controversial issue. In 2018, 2/3 of Canadians believed that immigration was a good thing for their country, the highest level of any country in the OECD. But that wouldn't last.
Canadians are almost universally positively inclined towards immigration. We know that immigration is a source of strength and resilience and growth for our communities, and that's a wonderful thing we should be very, very proud of.
Public opinion on immigration has shifted dramatically during the last years, from people feeling overwhelmingly supportive to most people feeling concerned. During the first 4 years under Trudeau, the population grew at a record pace, mostly because of immigration. And it slowed during the pandemic. And that's where the problem started.
Yeah, right here it goes crazy. 21 and
Canada
22.
was facing a host of challenges. One of them was a shortage of workers. There are difficulties in all major sectors, from construction to healthcare. Companies were just unable to find the people with the right skills.
It's simple to me. Canada needs more people.
This was the new Minister of Immigration.
Canadians understand the need to continue to grow our population if we're going to meet the needs of the labor force.
Fraser, like many before him, saw immigration as a tool to fix specific...
Dude, what's fucked is like, this reminds me, you know, you could also raise wages. I'm pro-immigration in general, but like the type of business leaders that are looking for this are like the people in 21 and 22 that were like, nobody wants to work. Nobody wants to work at my fucking $7.50 an hour, you know, restaurant job. And those people are the ones that mostly want a large, cheap, compliant labor pool. What's funny is they'll be like the type of people that'll demonize immigrants, but they'll hire them like crazy. In fact, I shouldn't say who this person is, but I know a person. I'm not even going to say any more specific deal. I know a person who is extremely, you know, anti-immigration, but does a business that often would exclusively hire poor, under-the-table immigrants. It's Ludwig. That's Ludwig. all those game shows, those are ran by fucking poor, underworked Mexicans. He got in front of Home Depot, bro.
Big issues. The worker shortage, but also demographics.
You know, immigration in Canada is not just something that we do, it's who we are. It's who we've always been.
All across the Western world, the population is aging, and that is an issue. But in Canada, it is extreme. In 1971, there were 7 people of working age for each senior. In 2012, this was down to 4. The projection is that there will only be 2 workers for every retired.
I do want to say that this is, you know, people that are, I want to give it a counterpoint to what I just said, is the people that are super duper anti-immigration are going to find out that the other solution is everyone gets fucking old and everyone is, we can't afford it. Like there's, you know what I'm saying? There's 2 options. There's just, we're at the end of a bad cycle. So it's, it's not like it's a magical solution. There's 2 bad end games here.
By 2036. The number of Canadians.
Should we just increase the retirement age? I think we should go one step farther. I think we should increase the retirement age to death, so you work till you die, and we should make a reverse retirement where young people don't have to work. Do you know what I'm saying? So we flip it. So right as they get old and want to retire, we flip it and they have to keep working and everyone else gets a day off or gets to just chill, no work. I think that could be like a really sick method.
Canadians that are over the age of 75 will double over the next 2 decades, while fewer people are entering the workforce.
If we don't do...
Children are... Oh, I'm sorry. You let me finish. Children will have to work. No. It's going to be like a middle ground retirement. Between 20 and 40, 45. Give me some more time. Between 20 and 45, you can just fucking chill. And then... children and old people will work like crazy.
Something to correct this demographic trend. The conversation we're going to have 10 or 15 years from now won't be about labor shortages. It's going to be about whether we have the economic capacity to continue to fund schools and hospitals and public services that I think we too often take for granted.
This inspired a radical new immigration plan. In 2022, Canada had set a record population growth, and they announced...
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, you want to go see this chart. It's important to see this chart because this is big. But it's like, okay, we're facing this upcoming slowdown. We can either radically change our society by vastly increasing the pace of immigration, which people will then backlash and demand no immigration, at which point we'll get extreme growth slowdown. People will backlash and demand more immigration, and they're going to you know, it's like this ping pong. It's this ping pong effect.
To welcome 465,000 permanent residents in 2023, 485,000 in 2024, and 500,000 in 2025.
And we are staring at one of the greatest economic opportunities of our time when people around the world are looking to move, and Canada has become the world's top destination for people who are thinking of leaving their country of origin to pursue economic opportunity elsewhere.
They saw immigration as a race for global talent, and they had every intent on winning. Their target was to have economic migrants make up 60% of newcomers, an ambitious goal, and they particularly targeted workers in sectors with the highest demand, like healthcare, skilled trades, manufacturing, and technology. But when these plans were announced, immigration offices were already 2 million resident applications behind on their work. There was already a shortage of housing.
When you talk about the housing crisis that we're facing, which we are facing, one of the limits on creating more housing is the challenges on having enough construction workers.
But Trudeau and his cabinet members saw immigration as the solution, not the problem. And in 2023, Canada's population...
It is not a solution to... No, it is a solution to keeping housing prices as high as possible. It is a solution to not popping the massive real estate bubble at the heart of your economy. That's for sure. But it is not a solution to fixing the housing problem.
Population grew with the fastest rate in almost 70 years. This was the fastest growing population of any country in the OECD. More extreme voices, like the Century Initiative, lobbied to grow Canada's population to 100 million by the end of the century. The plan was endorsed by a former prime minister, and lobbyists included several advisors to Justin Trudeau and his cabinet members.
We have a population that is aging. We need people to arrive with their talents, with their hopes.
Why doesn't Trudeau pivot? I mean, Trudeau's a good-looking guy. He's got Riz. He should have been... It should be the Canada fucking suckathon. We're going to make so many babies. We're going to make so many fucking babies. We're going to have a fucking just 2-year absolute Canadian orgy and just absolutely boost the population. I think that could have worked. Aspect Core already did that.
With their dreams, with their capacities to work hard, to build our communities, to build our future.
Public opinion was shifting. Whereas in 2022, 27% of people believed that there was
Nobody wants to have sex with a Canadian. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. That's why they're having such a problem. Fuck. That is the fucking problem.
Too much migration to Canada. In 2023, this was up to 51%. And in 2024, to 58%.
All right, well, behind me is the Take Back Canada March against mass immigration.
In July 2024, there were protests.
There's a lot of disaffected Canadians here who feel like the government has not been listening to them.
This was an unusual sight in Canada.
And what happens to the election in 2025? Is mass immigration going to become the main issue in the election, or are politicians going to try to run away from it like they seem to be doing right now?
In 2025, there are federal elections in Canada, and Trudeau might lose his seat.
2 broccoli heads was $11.44. $11.44 at Save On Foods in Langley.
Like, we have a serious problem here in Canada. Just came to $218. How?
The government likes to publish figures that show how the economy is growing. This is technically true, but the growth is primarily fueled by a growing population.
Those are Canadian dollars, though. So it's like, probably like $4, right? It's like $4. Like, it's not great, but... Save-Ons is like a rich person, so it's like Erewhon. This smoothie was $18 at Erewhon. Biden, stand down. Who rated me? Save-Ons doesn't sound like a rich person's grocery store, I gotta be honest with you. Who rated me? I can't see it. Activity feed. Oh, I got a 1-person raid from Ninja, and you want me to do the song? R-A-I-D. It is you that raided me. Thank you, Ninja. Thanks so much. This is the raid song for us. Dance. Hope you enjoyed that. Because I sure did. Wait, where's the video? I was enjoying that video. It was interesting. That was fascinating. Okay.
population. Per capita growth is down, along with individual living standards.
This apartment is 750 square feet, and I pay $4,300.
What the fuck? What the fuck? 43, what is that? What is that USD, right? Because no fucking way. 4,300 CAD to USD. Okay, that's 3,100. I mean, that's not good, but that's a little bit more expensive than LA prices, but that's 4,300 was just sticker shocking me in America. I was like, that's the most expensive thing I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, earnings are also lower in Canada. No, it's still terrible. Don't get me wrong. I'm just fucking saying that I was hitting it with the American dollar, and I was like, that doesn't even sound like anyone could ever afford that. She must have parental help, right? There's just no way. What job is giving you or debt, I guess?
A month.
People are working 3 jobs just to live in this city. It's actually crazy, and they're still struggling to pay their bills.
There is a clear mismatch between how fast Canada's population is growing and how long they need to supply housing and service infrastructures like healthcare and schools. This affects all layers of society, but this is most acutely visible.
Does Canada have a big NIMBY problem where you can't build or you can't build certain things or build low-cost housing? Because I would assume so. I'm just assuming, the incentives in all these countries are the same, which is that everyone hates the cost of housing, but enough people are on the housing ladder and they have all of their money in it, they can't stomach a world where it goes down because it'll bankrupt them. Like, if even a regular, there's rich landlords, obviously, but even a person that bought a house, they have this one house and all of their money is tied up in it. It costs $1 million plus. If it crashes 30, 40%, they're ruined for their retirement. J-Mook, thank you for the raid! Raid song! Raid song. Happy raid. Happy raid to you. Thank you, J-Mook, for the raid. We love to see it. Every raid song is practiced. Not quite my tempo. Good to see you, bro. I've been watching. I watched a little bit earlier today, and then yesterday you've been fucking grinding. Excited? Everyone in chat, please give J-Mook some support for Don't Park on the Grass tournament coming up. I'm sick of these non-Sheik players winning tournaments. It's fucking stupid, and it ruins Melee. Every Melee fan only wants one thing, and that is Sheik to win every tournament of all time. It's good for the economy. It's good for the growth. Trying to take after you? Yeah, I did have a stellar performance at PAX South 2015, where I made top 32 bracket and then disqualified because I got too drunk the night before, which I heard you did as well. J-Mook, didn't you recently get too drunk in a tournament and then not show up for top 8? Am I crazy? Am I leaking? Maybe you. Okay, no, you overslept. I'm sorry. Oops. My bad. I guess I'm the only one that was drinking. I'm the only one partying, I guess. All right. Well, slander. I'm sorry. My bad. Anyway, we're researching the economy of Canada here and learning about how fucking bad it is and hard it is to live there.
In the cost of housing.
Okay, we need to talk rent increases because this is getting out of hand.
Would you pay $800 a month to share a bed with a stranger? That's what this Vancouver listing is offering.
The most vulnerable people are people with little to spare, like students. A story broke about 25 students that were living in one basement in
Jesus
Brampton,
Christ.
and it went viral. The mayor of the city responded that they've seen cases like these
Jesus
on a regular
Christ.
basis.
Like this landlord who's renting out 6 beds on the floor with dividers between them for $325 each.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. $325 a month for a bed with a divider. That's fucking crazy. I was looking at stuff like this when I first moved to San Francisco. San Francisco is very similar. I mean, it's not It's not as bad as this, I guess, but for the time and the costs and what I was making, it was pretty bad. And if I hadn't found an incredibly lucky Craigslist ad for a guy looking for a gamer roommate, I would have been fucked. I was looking at like hostels. I was looking at like, I couldn't find anything in the city that was like remotely. I got very lucky finding that Craigslist ad. That guy fucking, he clutched up.
The number of temporary residents, which includes temporary workers but also international students, have increased dramatically. In 2022, they numbered 1.4 million, and in 2024, this had doubled to 2.8 million. Public opinion had now turned against Canadian immigration policies, and for the first time, it had become...
Statistically, people that own a home are more likely to vote. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. The people that get on the property ladder and own a home are more likely to be politically involved. Not even just voting in like major elections. They're the ones that show up to council meetings. They're the ones that like take the time to like call their local politician or show up to they're the ones that do all that shit. And so because of that, it's very difficult to pass anything that could hurt property values. And it's tough. I mean, listen, the big landlords, it's easy to blame. It's tough to blame, the guy or the family that saved for 20 years, bought a house with a massive down payment, is still paying the debt. And if it goes down there, like the problem has become so big that people that haven't done anything wrong are also going to get hurt when it pops, but you still have to pop it. You still have to pop it because otherwise the problem gets worse. So it's it's a systemic problem. It's a pimple effect, yeah.
A controversial topic.
Does it even matter if it goes down, like if you sell? Well, here's the thing. Again, in an aging society, a lot of people have no retirement savings or no real retirement savings outside of their house. Like they've put money into their house by being a 30 or 40-year payment their entire lives, okay? And that has continued to go up in value. And that is their savings. That is their retirement. So if right before they're about to get old or retire, that thing takes a 30, 40% haircut, they're fucked. It is a massive drop in their, quality of life and in their savings and everything. And so, don't kid yourself that the web will never pop. Trust me, it'll pop, bro. If no one can afford it, it'll eventually pop. Especially if they clamp down on like once Trudeau gets thrown out and they clamp down on immigration, it'll start to pop, dude. Well, time to get back to work, LMFAO. Listen, I know that's funny to say, and I know making fun of boomers is very easy and fun, and I generally do it as well. But, if you were in that situation, you might feel different. You worked your whole fucking life. If you work for 30 years or whatever, and most of your paycheck goes to your mortgage, and then you find out that that's all gone, you'd be mad. And so that's not everybody, and definitely there's some people that have abused the system and should get fucked, but... incentives are a tricky thing. Their incentive is to try and keep prices high because it's the only way to keep their financial savings. But for the greater good, a government should have stopped this a long time ago, instead of give into it. But maybe the old should just become streamers. I'm kicking the ladder down behind me, dude. I want to be the only old person streamer, and I want to have nobody else.
Topic. Trudeau, with elections coming up, needed to act.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is promising a massive federal program to deal with the housing crisis in Canada.
So today, how do you pop it? It's actually easy to pop it. It pops naturally, but because there's so much incentive to not pop it, they have to keep doing more and more extreme things. So first of all, for example, they have to increase the pace of immigration, more new people to keep the housing bubble going. They have to extend mortgages because people can no longer afford the monthly payment. So in Canada, they're the pioneer of 40-year mortgages. Right now, we have average 30-year. In Canada, you might have heard 40-year mortgages because it's the only way they can get the payment down to where people can afford it. They're constantly twisting the rules and stretching it so they can keep this fucking bubble going. And so, for example, for example, they have to increase the pace of immigration, more new people to keep the housing bubble going. So in Canada, they're the pioneer of 40-year mortgages. Right now, we have average 30-year. In Canada, you might have heard 40-year mortgages because it's the only way they can get the payment down to where people can afford it. They're constantly twisting the rules and stretching it so they can keep this fucking bubble going. NIMBYism is another example where they lower construction. Any way to keep the bubble going. That's the only. It's all these different methods. Australia has 1,000 different tax code ways they do to keep the bubble going. They have to constantly prop it up because it's not a natural event. I mean, the forces of gravity, of economic gravity, are working against the bubble. It wants to pop because people cannot afford a house.
We are releasing the most comprehensive and ambitious housing plan ever seen in Canada.
He put Sean Fraser, former Minister of Immigration, in charge of housing.
I know we're going to solve the housing crisis because I know what Canadians are capable of.
These decisions were vilified in a comment section on YouTube. It's crazy that people believe the guy that got us into this mess is the guy that's gonna get us out. Too little, too late. You cannot be the solution to the problem you created.
The reality is different parts of the country have seen different challenges. In addition to population growth, there have been supply chain constraints that have driven up the cost of building. We're trying to address a 30-year lack of investment in affordable housing, and we're soon going to hit a bottleneck with the productive capacity of the Canadian workforce to build the homes we need.
Fraser is in an awkward position. Perhaps letting in 9 million new Canadians before homes were built for them had a little to do with this problem. A majority of people now disagreed with immigration policies. They were angry and frustrated by the cost of living crisis, and immigrants felt that they were unfairly portrayed as the cause of the problem.
They miscalculated how much immigrants they want. They miscalculated how much housing they have, how much they could accommodate over here, and now they are blaming all it on us.
Trudeau's approval rating dropped in September 2024 to just 33%, and only 26% favored him as the Prime Minister. He had to turn this around.
Bonjour.
I mean, he's doing he did a massive pivot on immigration, but he's not going to win the election. I mean, it's too little too late.
Tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. In a moment, Minister Miller will be detailing our immigration plan. Before he does,
we're finally landing starts playing. And then Trudeau did this run.
I want to say a few things. Canadians are justifiably proud of our immigration system. It has made our economy the envy of the world. It's how we've built strong, diverse communities. It's how we've demonstrated that differences can and must be a source of strength.
Canadian economy is not the envy of the world, little bro.
For communities and society. Today, we're announcing that we will reduce the number of immigrants we bring in over the next 3 years, which will result in a pause in the population growth over the next 2 years.
Trudeau announced that they'll change course. They'll lower the number of new arrivals to slow population growth. He admitted he was wrong.
We didn't get the balance quite right.
When he took office, there was already a 3-decade-long lack of investment in affordable housing. There were building challenges and supply chain issues, but as PM, he bears the burden of responsibility. It was his choice to allow entry to such large numbers of immigrants, growing the population and adding pressure to the housing market. The affordability of housing and the cost of living in general are very visible signs of a deteriorating living standard. In 2019, 19% of Canadians felt that Canada was extremely unequal. That is now up to 38%.
That's crazy.
To the question whether the cost of living is now worse, the number rose from 66% in 2019.
Because it's funny, it's like even in 2019, it probably was very unequal, but people didn't feel that. So the fact that they're feeling it so acutely is a big problem.
To 84% in 2024, and I'm still just scratching the surface. Canada. This was a real change. I hope that you learned something or found this video entertaining. Yes.
I thought the video was good. I think, it basically had one key point, which is about the surge in immigration in 21 and 22 and how that affected housing. And then it mentioned inflation, but it didn't draw any reason as to why, and didn't cover, I think, the 08 to 2015 pre-Trudeau inflation of the housing bubble. So there's a couple things that I think tell more of a story, but I did like the video. I like the video a lot, and I'm glad it was made. And it's good for people to see this. Do the Canadians on Reddit hate immigrants? It is annoying that the immigrants end up getting personally demonized for a bad policy. Annoying and dangerous. They didn't make the policy. They were just chasing a better life. It's not their fault. But it is, it's like undoubtedly true that there is incredible problems in Canada and that the 2021 and 2 huge surge of immigration contributed to that. Most companies owned by old money families and foreign investment is limited. So in reality, yeah, I mean, 100%. One of the greatest drivers of inequality anywhere is monopoly power. Lack of antitrust enforcement. It just leads to capital accumulating in fewer and fewer hands. Disincentivizes ambitious startups. Disincentivizes new productivity gains. The corporations can run with the jailhouses in place over the moon, and the people blaming immigrants instead of them. Yeah, it's funny because the corporations that'll probably join in the anti-immigration chorus are the ones that demanded it in 21 and 22. They demanded the hell out of it because they were afraid they have to pay people more. Wage gains were going up in that year because of the quote, nobody wants to work. They're getting voted out though? No? Yeah, they are. Trudeau's out for sure. Trudeau's out for sure. The worst thing with the increase in home prices, people seem to be inclined to take crazy risks to a secure home when it's guaranteed to keep going up. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. As the bubble has gone on, instead of just rich people that can absorb the loss taking it, it's like more and more regular people taking massive debt to get on this housing ladder so they can keep it going up because they think, do you know what I'm saying? Now when you pop it, more and more regular people are getting hurt. You have to do it, but like Canada, it's been going so long that the pain will be so severe because it's a lot of regular people who have taken on exorbitant debt because they assumed it would keep going up. That's the reality of it. Like the Canadian Australian bubbles are so severe. Minus 1,000? Who sent me 1,000? 1,000 what? I feel like a politician saying they're wrong. Politicians saying they're wrong happens only when they have fucked up so hard it's basically a death sentence. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, trust in politicians is also eroding, especially in America, but all over. And so, people don't trust you when they say, oh, I learned my lesson, I'm going to fix it. Even though that's how people work in real life. I mean, in real life, you almost trust the person who, unless they're making the same mistake over and over, it's like the best way to actually learn it. But in politics, it's like too late. Canada politics is different than us? Not by much, bro. Honestly, not by much. You'd be surprised. It's all converging. In the internet age, everything's converging. What does the pop look like? Do the prices go down or just stagnate? I mean, the real pop is, prices would go down significantly in all the major metros. Yeah, that's an actual pop. Again, Canada never even had an 07 or 08. That would be the actual pop. But the other way out of it is like prices stagnate nominally. So that the dollar value of the house stays the same, but inflation rises. right? So the real value of the house decreases. That's the like possibly less societally damaging way. There's no good outs, but the worst thing for most people is not about going up and making profit of it. It's people feel they need to buy now because prices went crazy and they fear they will never get to buy if they wait 1 or 2 years. Yeah. Well, it is still about making profit on it, right? It's like the only way they can afford to make that big of an investment is to know that it will go up. If they thought it would decline, they would never make that risk. They have to. It has to be almost guaranteed that it will go up for them to make that risk. I'm sorry, guy. It's been 1,000 bits. What was his message? I'll read it. You might find this video interesting. How the UAE thrives in a dangerous world. Well, I think I would find this video interesting because I've already watched 15 minutes of it. I think I just watched this on my own. So I don't remember this video particularly, but you recommended a good one. Not that interesting you didn't finish it? I guess so. Bro, you're way off. Canada is so fucked right now. I don't know why you had to say raped. And my entire thesis for the past 2 hours has been that Canada is fucked. Did you even listen to a word? We watched a video about it. I talked about it, and then you ignored everything I said and then wanted to say raped. What the fuck is your problem? What the fuck is your problem? Do your ears work? One time at a party, I saw Biden watching your stream, and he was spamming glizzy, 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 and coffee cow. It was crazy. You met Joe Biden at a party, and he was an Atrioc viewer who spammed just glizzy, 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 and coffee cow. Oh, it could have been Hunter Biden. It was Hunter Biden. That makes more sense. Hunter Biden's got more of a vibe, you know? More of a vibe with this stream. Atrioc, you're way off. They're not doing well in Canada. Atrioc, you don't fucking get it, actually. Housing prices are high in Canada. Talk about that for once. Talk about how Trudeau's probably going to lose the election. It's a hoot. Okay, it's 10 o'clock. I think what we should do is watch the end of Minecraft Parkour Civilization. I think I need to watch the last part of it. Because I don't know what happens above the Minecraft parkour master level. Do you understand?
Let's go. Oh.
I fell asleep. And so I don't know what happens on the Minecraft master level. And this is where I was. Don't fall asleep.
Realized I had no food or no regeneration. I was still suffering the consequences from the ambush at the parkour temple. Now that I had time to process the situation, there was no way that person acted alone. Someone
I need a recap. Don't worry, he'll give you one within the next 5 minutes, I promise. Possibly 3 or 4. Possibly 3 or 4.
Didn't want me to rank up, and whoever that is still out there. I didn't know. Maybe it was another parkour master, or maybe it was someone else. All I knew is that I was gonna have to figure out something quick if I wanted to survive.
God, it's so peak. I'm glad to be back into it. Sometimes you forget how awesome it is to be Vine boomed every 18 seconds for an hour and 10 minutes. But it's fucking awesome. And what's fucking cool about this too is that there's a deep story here that I'm learning.
If I missed one more jump, my entire journey would be for nothing. So if I was gonna have any chance at surviving, I was gonna need to find a place to get food. I went down the parkour highway until I saw a massive building in the distance. I was just hoping that this was a place to get food because I had 4 hunger bars left, and I don't even want to think about what might happen if I lose the ability to sprint.
Me neither.
Walked into the building, and so far I didn't see anything that resembled food. All I saw were dispensers and hoppers on the wall. All of the dispensers had different types of parkour items listed above them. Maybe this was a place I could go and get more blocks to build more jumps. Or maybe not. Why don't these machines even work? I'm not getting anything.
Hey, buddy, you're not seriously trying to rob the parkour bank, are you?
The parkour bank? I already knew parkour was how people paid each other in Parkour Civilization, but this was different. Someone walked up with a piece of paper and put it into the dispenser. In exchange, they got wood blocks for it. I realized the paper the guy put into the dispenser was something I was already familiar with. It must have been a daily task paper, which means not even being a parkour master can get me out of work. On the other side of the bank, I saw a staircase that was definitely too hard to do with 1 heart left.
Hey man, I don't mean to assume anything, but the top floor is for people with money. You can come back when you're rich, though.
How does every parkour master know that this is my first day here? Alright, well I found the bank, but that didn't help me at all. The situation was getting worse as I kept going on. I was now down to 3.5 hunger bars. If I didn't get food within a few minutes, I would lose my sprint, and every 3-block jump that I've been doing would be impossible.
Right.
Okay, I really hope this place sells food.
Yeah, this is the place for food. You just gotta build your jump.
Oh, this is it. I'm done for. I have no blocks left. I have no way of paying for anything in Parkour Civilization. I'm gonna be the first parkour master in history to starve. How embarrassing is that? Wait a minute. Unless parkour can be used for anything, and that includes bribing parkour pros. Could I bribe a parkour master for food? Would that work? I mean, maybe it could. What the? Where did that person just come from? Oh my god, she probably fell from all the way up there. Well, oh well, free blocks for me. Let's.
This fucking character. This character does not think critically about anything that ever happens to them. They always just go, oh well, let's go. Oh well, let's get there. Their internal monologue is so finally a relatable character.
Go, I'm saved. In my entire time in Parkour Civilization, I've never even seen ice jumps. But now wasn't the time to be scared of jumps. I needed the food. All right, what does 2 3-block ice jumps get me?
Dude, you seriously paid that much?
Wait, what do you mean paid that much? Did I pay a lot? Ice jumps were apparently worth a lot in Parkour Civilization because I got 64 golden carrots.
Please come back, bro. Anytime.
Okay, the power scaling here is getting crazy too. Everything is going exponential. Everything is going exponential. The economy is completely fucking wackadoo.
Let's go. I'm not going to be the first parkour master in history to start.
64 golden carrots.
I actually have a chance to start living life as a parkour master. I don't even know what to do now. Do I go to work or do I get a water bucket? Oh yeah, I'm definitely getting a water bucket. I took the parkour highway until I found a different building. Hopefully this will be the place where I could get a water bucket because it didn't really seem like I was a
I realize what's so annoying about this. It's not a knock on it. I get why it works. But I'm realizing it's a movie where the character literally narrates every single thing they do. Him saying I took like this part, I just realized that I'm just now fully internalizing that in a regular movie, he would just walk down the highway and the viewer would know that's what he did. The viewer would know, but I don't need to have him say it out loud.
Hopefully, this will be the place where I could get a water bucket because it didn't really seem like I was a parkour master until I got one. I walked into the building and I saw a giant glass staircase with a small platform on top. And on the floor, it looked like there was some sort of target.
You're here for a water bucket?
Oh, yeah. Is this the place I get one?
You don't just get one. You pay for one with your...
So he was looking for a water bucket and he walked down the highway into a random building and this is the place where he gets the water bucket? That's convenient.
Your life. Climb up to the top of the staircase and grab a water bucket. If you make it, you keep it.
Of course, I have to risk my life yet again. Getting a water bucket was the only thing different in Parkour Civilization.
To give a compliment, the thing I do like about this show, or this movie, this cinema, this film, this masterpiece, this Scorsese Slayer, is I like the parkour. They keep showing me cool new Minecraft parkour I didn't know. Like, I didn't know about these cool, like, fucking ice jumps up. That's fucking cool.
Usually, you pay for everything with parkour, but not this time. It didn't matter though. The fear of death never stopped me before.
Yes, sir. Somehow he ranked up. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Maybe he dies from the water bucket, but if he doesn't, we'll be there to stop him.
I somehow made it to the top of the glass staircase. I can confidently say that stairs are the worst thing about being a parkour master. But right now, stairs were the least of my worries. I opened the chest to see a bunch of water buckets. The only way I'm gonna be able to keep one of these is if I go for the water bucket jump and make it successful.
So in this world, is everyone a person who has read the Minecraft wiki and watched Dream growing up? How do they know these things before they do them? Like, the character grew up in poverty, but somehow knows about water jumps, like things that people do in Minecraft Manhunt and stuff. How does he know this? Unless it's
successfully. If I make it, I'll
like,
have...
Is Minecraft a video game to them in this world? Do they know it's a game with mechanics, or do they live the experience of
the ability to unlock an entirely new level of parkour? And if I don't, well, my entire journey's been for nothing. But that's the way life is in Parkour Civilization. You jump to survive, and I happen to be pretty good at it. Why did I do this to myself? I should have never ranked up. Life as a parkour noob was so much easier. I gotta say, life as a parkour master is awesome. I mean, this is what it's like being at the top of Parkour Civilization.
No way. Did I seriously just catch another master doing a 1-block jump to get to his house?
No,
fucking loser? Holy shit, a parkour master doing a 1-block jump into their house? Embarrassing. Fucking embarrassing. Not even a 360 either. That's fucking embarrassing.
I don't even know how this got here. Okay, now I have to start going to my house the real way, and that means taking a trip on the parkour staircase. Here in Parkour Civilization, masters should never be seen doing 1-block jumps. If you're caught, you will basically become a laughingstock in Parkour City. I tried keeping the 1-block jump to my house for as long as possible. Because
first of all, who cares? Because you don't seem to interact with anyone outside of them taunting. You don't have any friends in the city. Why do you care? Why are you motivated by the society of us? You just joined.
I was avoiding getting to my house the real way. And that's because the real way to my house sucks. If I miss even one of these water bucket jumps, it would be game over for me. But everyone up here knows that the best parkour masters never take fall damage. And I was gonna be one of the best. Please don't let me die. Oh, thank you. All that just to get to my house. But this is the price I paid to become a parkour master. I defied death too many times to count to rank up. And now, as a master in Parkour Civilization, the only way to survive is by doing the hardest possible jumps. These were,
it's kind of fucked up morality to this fucking system. Like, it's a metaphor for real life and for our structure, but it implies that those above us on the hierarchical ladder are better and more skilled. that those who are poor in our society are noobs who don't have as
jumps I could only dream of when I was a parkour noob. But now that I earned my water bucket, I have the ability to become the greatest master.
But it's not, though, is the thing. Because in this literal world, there is a skill to doing parkour, and they are literally worse at it. Like, the people are literally worse at it. They literally
Parkour Civilization. My first days on this level were confusing, but now I feel like I'm starting to get the hang of it. As a parkour pro, I was required to do a daily task every single day. But now as a master, I can choose to do a task whenever I want. Instead of being paid in practice time.
What I'm saying is this doesn't have like a true metaphor for, like, let's say a trust fund kid. You know, a trust fund kid who's born with a silver spoon, rides around on a yacht all day, is completely skillless, has all of the... That doesn't... This system only would assume that they got there by being better at parkour.
Masters get paid with blocks. As a master, if you want to pay for things, you have to build your own jumps.
Just watch?
That means
Okay.
the more blocks you have, the more powerful you are as a master. And right
Yeah.
now, I can't make many parkour jumps, so that's why I gotta work. Parkour delivery here.
Come in.
All right, let's hope I can do this job well. Hey there, you wanted some parkour built, right?
Yeah, that's right. I ordered my new chain couch. You can put it right over there.
I can't say I've heard of a chain couch before, but I guess there's a first time for everything. All right, I think I built this right. Is this what you wanted?
Oh, yeah.
How does he know how to build that?
couch. Maybe if you're as rich as me one day, you can afford it.
Also, this is another tiny minor point, not even a knock. You know, some great pieces of media follow this rule, but every character is insufferable. There's not a single redeeming character. Nobody's like nice or you know, heartwarming, or everyone's just an asshole. The old man, I'm sorry. The old man. You know what? You're right. The old man was a really interesting
one of these.
Sure. Well, I hope you enjoy your new. Oh shoot! No, bro. Am I seriously not gonna get a tip? Dude, that guy said he was rich too. I could have gotten some ice blocks or something. The truth about being a parkour master is that people don't.
Bro's a sociopath. He's a sociopath. The first thing he thinks about is his tip.
Always get along. Not only do you have to survive every single jump, but you have to be ready to defend yourself with parkour.
Whoa, buddy. What do you think you're doing? Everyone knows I'm the guy who sells houses. Go and take a different job.
Wait, what do you mean? My job today is to sell houses. You can't just skip one day? Come on, man. I need the money.
That's it. Parkour battle. You and me right now.
And by defend yourself, I mean being prepared for a random parkour battle at any point. For my first move, I attacked with a 3-block diagonal jump into a 3-block vertical diagonal jump. I thought it was a strong attack, but the parkour master clearly had no problem with it.
It's so funny. It's like the things people like in anime, you know, like fight scenes, and the things people like in Hunger Games, where there's like a capitalistic type society metaphor, and you know, they mixed it all into one thing, and it all revolves around parkour, and they just sort of force it in. So the combat system is parkour, and the economics is parkour, and the movement is parkour. The story is parkour based.
It was his turn to attack, and I was in serious trouble. The parkour master built a 3-block chain jump.
No
Let's
way.
see you tried to defend against this
No
attack, buddy.
fucking way.
Wait, I don't even have chains to build with. I can't do this jump.
Then you have officially lost the parkour battle, and the selling house job is mine again.
Get fucked.
And there it was. That was my first time losing a parkour battle. But that's
Get
just a part of
fucked.
the learning process for being a parkour master. But even
So really, the incentive for parkour masters is to find the rarest blocks. Doesn't even matter if the skill is hard. Do a 1-block jump, but on like emeralds or something, and then you could easily win every fight.
though I've learned so much, there's one thing that I've yet to figure out, and that's how to get to the top of the parkour temple. If I make it up there, I could potentially be the parkour champion, but I didn't see a way up. Back when I was a parkour pro, I could see the path on the side of the wall to rank up, but now there's nothing here.
That's because you can't see it. It's said that only the parkour champion.
Is this a monologue, or is he saying all of this out loud? Why did this guy respond to what he was thinking? Has he been talking out loud the whole time to himself? And then I want
knows the way up.
Standing behind me was the master that I beat in my first parkour battle. He was the one who gave me the Totem of Undying and helped me find the way past the impossible jump. Without his help, I would have never become a parkour master, and I wouldn't even be alive right now.
I knew giving you that Totem of Undying was a good choice. Now that you ranked up, you have the chance to save all of Parkour Civilization by becoming the champion.
Save Parkour Civilization? Wait, what are you talking about? Why do I need to be the one to become the parkour champion?
You don't understand. We are at war. We thought all hope was lost before you ranked up. You don't understand. People aren't supposed to rank up, but you did it anyways. You need to come with me now.
What is going on? There's a parkour war, and somehow Now I'm supposed to be the champion? Oh, what am I getting myself into? I should have never ranked up. I was happy in my mansion. The master brought me into the parkour temple and I followed him until he showed me a secret room. When I walked inside, I saw a small scale version of a map of the entire Parkour Civilization. The master said he had a mission for me. He told me to travel as far north as I could and find the highest parkour highway there is. He told me there's a building there that's extremely difficult to get into, but if I could get into it, I could get the truth about Parkour Civilization. He told me to go.
I'm just spitballing here. Is he going to go to a place where there's a hard parkour jump and then say the phrase, if I miss this jump, I would surely die or I'll fall down to my death? And then is he going to make the jump? Am I? And is that going to happen probably 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 more times in the next? Okay.
What night? And if I succeed, I might be able to save everyone. It was time. I woke up in the middle of the night. This was a stealth mission. If everything went according to plan, I would get in and get out and no one would see me. And obviously—
No, I didn't pre-watch. I just dreamed about it when I was sleeping yesterday. I just fell asleep during it and I dreamed about what the future could be. And I think I had a vision. A premonition.
That's assuming the parkour master isn't leading me into a trap, but for whatever it's worth, I trust him. If he was trying to stop me from ranking up, he wouldn't have given me the Totem of Undying. That means I can only assume if he wanted me dead, I would have been dead already. But at this point, I wasn't doing it for the parkour master. I was doing it for me. If there was any chance I could figure out the truth about Parkour Civilization, I was gonna take it. All I know is someone tried to stop me from ranking up, and this place might give me answers. I traveled north like the master told me to, and all the way at the top, I saw the parkour highway I needed to get to. There was no turning back now. Going up this might be a one-way trip, but if what I was doing actually could save Parkour Civilization, then someone's got to be the one to do it. So why not me? Now that I was at the top of the staircase, getting to the parkour highway was a different story. I didn't even know if this jump was possible. Oh, I'm gonna regret this. I backed up to get my—
Dude, someone says imagining Mission Impossible, but it's all narrative. Like, I actually want to do that. That'd be so funny. That would be so funny. To just take like a bunch of scenes from Mission Impossible, but narrate them like Minecraft Parkour Civilization. And then the lasers turn on.
Momentum and I jumped. No. I thought it was too short, but I made it. Okay, that was way too close. That better be the last time I do something like that. Given that this place I was trying to find wasn't supposed to be found, that probably wouldn't be the case. I kept going on the parkour highway until I saw a building. This one looked different than all of the other buildings in Parkour City, and I had a feeling that it wasn't going to be easy to get to. But that's why the master sent me, the guy who's never failed a jump before. Yeah, let's pretend that's true. The entrance to the building looked like it was guarded by a difficult parkour
phenomenally
course.
good at parkour.
As long as there were no people around, I was just fine with doing parkour. But if people were to show up and challenge me to a parkour battle, well, it's been a good run. This next jump was a 4-block jump. I don't think I've ever done a 4-block jump straight up before, but the master said that this mission would be difficult, and if there's someone to do it, it was gonna be me. I got momentum, and I made the 4-block jump. 4-block jump down.
Every challenge is the same script. It's the same script. This is such a hard jump. There's no way I could do it, but then I believed, and then I jumped, and then I made the jump. It's so powerful.
Down, and now, oh my god, what is this? I stood on a path of ice blocks, and at the end, there was a jump way too far to even comprehend. This could have been a 6-block jump.
No
I couldn't
way.
believe it.
Impossible.
I tried looking around for barrier blocks. Maybe there was a secret path to this as well, but I found nothing. Somehow, I was gonna have to make this jump. And I think I had an idea of how I might be able to do it. Okay, well, I get one chance at this. Oh man, if only I was rich enough to buy ice blocks to practice. Oh, I do not want to do that again. There must be a parkour god looking out for me. Okay, back to the secret mission. Now, I was just hoping I didn't walk into an ambush. I walked inside and I saw a giant hole in the floor with some parkour jumps up top. I was thankful that I didn't see anyone waiting for me. And what I was—
Fucking K-shaped economy, bro. The rich get richer. Somehow this guy could just fucking do 5-6-block jumps while the rest of us are trying to jump for our chicken. It's crazy. It's fucking... This is fucking Trudeau's America.
wasn't thankful for was this glass pane staircase. Oh man, why do they have to make staircases so complicated in Parkour Civilization? This was supposed to be a stealth mission, but the staircase is making it really hard for that to be possible. After too long, I made it up the staircase into the top floor. I looked around but didn't see anyone. All I saw was some weird pedestal in the middle and some giant screen. What is this thing? This looks so... What the... Look, I told you it was possible.
No way. That was actually incredible. All right, well, I got my money's worth.
I can say, no matter what I have minor criticisms of this movie, I have to say, the one thing that keeps pulling me back is the brilliant performance of CWAT Gaming. Every time CWAT's on screen, it's crackling energy. You can't look away. It's Oscar worthy. You know what I'm saying? He owns the scene. It's so fucking powerful.
Let's go. I got paid for parkour.
If you want, I can keep making more parkour for you to do, and I'll pay you for it.
Whoa, what just happened?
Boom.
How did I see that vision? That's my memory, isn't it? That's CWAT. I've lived that before. What is going on? I walked over to the screen and opened the book on the desk. It said, enter user. Well, I was here for information, wasn't I? Might as well see what this does. I put my name into the book and put it back on the desk, and text appeared on the screen. Rank
What?
Noob. Wait,
You're
how?
a master.
I'm a master, though. But before I could think any further, someone appeared right behind me. Before they saw me, I ran and hid behind the bush. Oh no, this is not good. This is not good.
Oh man, going into work late today, I guess. Or early maybe, I don't know.
So far, the person didn't see me, but that's when someone else came into the room. It was CWAT. I know him, don't I? He's from my memory. I saw him walk up to the desk and start putting something in the book. And the player that was on the pedestal started moving. I watched as this player with no boots walked up to a parkour jump and failed the 1-block jump.
And we got another noob. Good. We needed more of those.
What is going on here?
What is going on?
You can come out from behind that bush, you know.
Oh no, this is not good. Okay, time to improvise.
I mean, bro, the bush is see-through. You really thought that was gonna work?
Okay, can you just tell me what's going on? Why did I see you when I stepped on that pedestal? We
Caught.
know each other. That's our memory.
Nope. That's just what every new person sees. It's a fake memory to make you think that parkour is how you succeed in life. I mean, why else would people parkour if it wasn't for money or social status?
So it was all just a lie? I don't get it.
What?
What is this for? These 3 jumps. That new player just fell through on the first one. What happened to him? CWAT explained that these 3 jumps decide whether a new player becomes a noob, a pro, or a master. These 3...
Why not just have him explain it? We could not get a voice line from CWAT for that? You literally, in the middle of a conversation, are narrating what he's saying in response to you and cutting out his own... He's not cheap. He's not cheap. He's not cheap. A line from CWAT's probably expensive. I get that. I understand that.
3 jumps right when you join Parkour Civilization decide your entire fate? How is that fair?
It's not about fair. It's about order. If you can't parkour,
Holy
you deserve
fuck.
to be at the bottom.
This is so messed up. This is so messed up. How is this
I'm sorry, wasn't the reveal that parkour doesn't actually matter? But it does, because it determines your social status. And says...
happening?
Wait,
I can't let this keep going on. I have to find a way to stop this. Okay, if I can attack him with a...
By the way, this is, yeah, someone in chat mentioned this, but this is true. This is actually what happens in real life. This is a real reveal. If you make this 1-block jump and fail it, you end up in Canada. Okay? If you go here, you end up in Europe. And if you go here, you end up in America. That's like the big... And nowhere else, I guess. I don't know how you end up in India and China or Australia or anywhere else.
Happening. I can't let this keep going on. I have to find a way to stop this. Okay, if I can attack him with a parkour jump, he has no choice but to battle me. I have to do an attack that he'll never be able to do. It's time to go for the 720.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
I looked over and CWAT already had an attack built. It was with candles.
Yep, candle jump. 1 attack from this and it does 10 hearts, and that's good night for you.
I was finished. I couldn't attack. I couldn't do anything. I was defenseless. So what happens now?
Despite my best efforts to get rid of you, I couldn't do it, so someone else will.
CWAT placed down a parkour jump made out of brewing stands. I've never even heard of parkour with brewing stands before.
We've had like 6 Vine moves in the past 30 seconds.
Interesting thing about brewing stand jumps, they aren't just difficult, but they can deal any potion effect you want.
This was it. I had no brewing stance to defend myself. I took the hit and slowly started fading away.
Have fun with the champion in the arena.
No pressure at all. Just 1 minute before I fight the parkour champion. All right, I'm gonna take 32 blocks. I really just hope there's a chance that the greatest player in Parkour Civilization doesn't know how to do a 360. I was now getting ready to fight the parkour champion in the arena. The worst part is that...
Okay, I'm actually gonna be pissed in lore. Okay, I'm at least partially immersed here. And if the fucking parkour champion doesn't know how to do a fucking 360, why does this... It's stupid. It's not that hard.
I was only allowed to bring in 64 blocks to fight with. I had no clue what the parkour champion was gonna attack me with, so I decided to take some of every block. This was life or death. If by some miracle I could defend the parkour champion's attacks, I would have to use these blocks to build the hardest parkour jumps I've ever done. I wanted to believe that I could win, but deep down I knew that this could very well be the end of my journey.
Before you step into the arena, drop...
You know what I'm gonna guess? I guess you do win. I'm gonna guess you do it, but I hope it's something. I hope they have a twist instead of you doing the 360.
Blocks. I need to count if you're bringing 64.
These are the blocks I'm bringing. It should add up to 64.
You're good. You may now fight the parkour champion.
This was it. One way or another, this would be my final battle in Parkour Civilization. The door opened and I stepped in to the parkour arena. It was time to fight. If I somehow beat the parkour champion, maybe I have a way to save everyone in Parkour Civilization. But if I lose, which let's be honest here, is very much possible, well, let's just say I should have died a long time ago. I thought the Parkour Civilization I was living in was fair and a place where everyone could parkour to rank up in society. But I was wrong. I discovered the truth, that your entire fate is decided by 3 jumps. And there are people at the top of Parkour Civilization that will stop at nothing to keep this order. Unfortunately, I couldn't discover the truth without paying the price. And now there's nothing I can do.
Have fun with the champion in the arena.
And now it's time to fight the champion. Wait.
It's still skill-based. It's still skill-based. It's not like the same as being born into wealth. You were born and then you have to jump. You have to make the 3-block jump. It's still skill-based.
What? You're not the champion? Who are you? You're a pro. What are you doing here? I thought I was fighting the champion.
Oh, yeah, you have to fight me first.
What about Nepo
Please just
jumpers?
go easy
How
on me,
are they
though. It's my
Nepo
first time
jumpers?
here.
Okay, I guess I'm not fighting the champion first. I have to fight a parkour pro? This is really weird. I've never even fought a pro. What jumps can they even do? I forgot. For my first attack, I attacked with a 3-block vertical jump. I didn't want to do anything too crazy on my first attack because if I missed and let him get the chance to attack, I run the risk of taking damage. But fortunately, it seemed like this fight was going to be easier than I thought until something happened. The blocks that I used for my attack all disappeared. In the parkour arena, if you place blocks, you will never get them back. And now I realized why I was fighting a parkour pro. It was genius, actually. If I wasted all of my blocks before getting to the champion, I would have no fighting chance. Hey, quick question. The people who put you here, what did they say you were here for?
Oh, yeah, they said I would be warming up the crowd, you know, for like the fight.
Warming up the crowd? You know there's literally no one watching, right?
Yeah, I know. Please just get this over with.
Oh god, I'm a terrible person. Man, this is the weirdest parkour battle ever. For my second attack, I built a 4-block jump. And of course, it was successful once again. But at this point, I wasn't worried about winning. I was worried about the blocks I was losing for every attack. There was no way I could afford to use more than 2 blocks for an attack. At least not in this fight. For the final attack, I did a backwards jump.
Did you just go backwards?
This is not gonna be pretty. Oh, shoot! Oh, that was not how I thought it was gonna turn out. It was a little unfortunate that I essentially wasted 2 blocks on that jump.
Also, that guy died. That a poor person died fighting you in the arena for someone else's amusement. That's also not just that you wasted 2 blocks.
Jump since he didn't even try it, but at least I survived the first parkour battle without taking any damage. So now what happens? Do I fight the champion? I stood there on the platform not knowing what to do until I saw someone jumping towards me. All right, this is it. This is the battle for life or death. Let's get this over with. So you must be the champion, right?
Me? The champion? You're joking, right? Look at my boots. I'm a master. Do these look diamond to you?
Okay, well, I don't know. I thought I was fighting the champion. So when does that happen?
You still have 2 more people to go through if you want to see the champion. But you're not making it past me. Let's go. Start the battle.
This is not good. I have to win 2 more parkour battles if I want to even see the champion.
No, I know.
It was clear that the odds were
that.
stacked against me, but that wasn't going to stop me from trying. Now, I was fighting against a master. This means I couldn't hold back with my attacks. I was going to have to attack with harder jumps. I decided this this was a good time to use one of my stairs. For my first attack, I did a 4-block diagonal stair jump, but I was in trouble. Even for myself, I knew the attack was too easy.
That's what you're attacking me with?
I was getting ready for the master to easily defend my attack, but by some miracle, he failed it.
What?
The master didn't know, but I realized he built the jump wrong. He tried doing a harder jump than my attack. I got lucky with that first attack, but that wasn't gonna happen again. I needed to do—
What kind of fucking parkour master builds the jump wrong? That's crazy.
Harder jumps. I used 2 more of my stairs to build another 4-block diagonal jump. If I make this, I would only need 1 more attack to win the battle, but I missed. I came so close, but I didn't land on the stair.
Wait, you guys are using words like Nepo from real life. It doesn't apply. He made the 3-block jump at birth to be a master. His parents did not give him the golden boots.
Wasted another 2 stairs, I see. Even if you do beat me, you'll have no blocks to fight the champion with.
The master was right. I was running out of blocks quickly. I only had 1 stair left, and I wasn't even done with my second battle. I watched as the master built his first attack. I was gonna have to defend myself against a 4-block ice jump.
Go on, use some of your ice blocks. I'm sure.
Yeah, once, and then his place in society was solidified. No, it wasn't. It wasn't, because as a parkour fucking master, if you've been watching, he has to constantly do hard parkour just to get around, just to get into his own house. He didn't just do 1-block jump once and then coast. He has to constantly do hard parkour in his daily life to even move.
Sure you don't have that many of them.
He was right. I only had 4 ice blocks with me. Even the best case scenario where I defend this attack, I'll only have 2 ice blocks left. I went for the jump, and I almost slid off, but I stayed on. Oh, that was too close. Okay. It was now my turn to attack, but this battle was taking too long. I knew what the master was doing. He was trying to make me waste all of my blocks, but there was no way I could let that happen, which means I could only do one thing. I needed to build an attack that would end this battle right now, and I knew just the way to do it. In a parkour battle, the harder the attack is, the more damage it does. And I was about to attack with one of the hardest parkour combos I've ever done. All right, 4-block jump into a 2-block. Let's do this. I attacked with a 4-block jump into a 360, and I made it. Oh, let's go. I actually made it. That was the craziest parkour combo I've ever done. All right, buddy, your turn. 4-block jump into a 2-block 360.
This is impossible.
I watched as the parkour master attempted the combo and failed, and the damage was enough to win the parkour battle. It worked. That parkour combo that I did may have just saved my life, at least for now. If that master was telling the truth, I still have to win one more battle.
Never has any qualms about killing someone. The guy died in front of him. It just doesn't even
want to fight the champion. There was nothing else I could do. I tried looking around for a way to escape, but there was nowhere I could go. The only way out of this arena is to continue fighting. From across the arena, the path opened up and my third opponent jumped towards me.
F-Bo, you've come so far, but this is as far as you go. I'm afraid you won't make it past me to fight the champion. Let's begin.
Okay, let's do this. It's just another master. I just beat one before, and I can do it again. If I could finish this battle with a couple parkour combos, I might have enough blocks to fight the champion. For my first attack, I decided to build 2 4-block jumps. I thought this combo would be hard, but I had no clue who I was facing. The master made the jumps easily, and my attack was unsuccessful. Now, I was in huge trouble. Unlike all the other people I faced in parkour battles, this master was not afraid to attack with his own parkour combos. Unfortunately for me, his was much harder than mine. The second jump in the combo was a jump that I didn't think would be possible. It was too far, but I had to try. My life depended on this. I went to defend the attack, but I overjumped it. The attack dealt 5 hearts of damage. This is not good. This is really not good. I managed to gain back 2 hearts, but my hunger was lost. This was it. No more second chances. No more regenerating health. I had to make these jumps. The parkour master attacked with an even harder combo, this time using 2 chains and an ice block.
If they're trying to stall him out and they know what blocks he went in with, why don't they simply spam ice blocks each time until he runs out of 4 ice blocks, and then the champion does ice block jumps and then he wins instantly? That would be cringe.
but by some miracle, I made it. Oh man, how did I just do that? This master was too good. No matter what jump I thought of, I knew he could make it. That's why I was gonna have to do something that's never been done in the history of parkour battles. And I was gonna have to do this first try.
How does bro know the history of parkour battles when he didn't know they existed fucking 10 minutes ago? He knows the history of all the jumps ever done in parkour battles like he comes to watch it every week. He just got thrown into it.
Finish it off with the 3-block candle jump, and we are done. Let's go. I'm probably gonna die. Let's do this. Flower pot jump to chain.
Okay, well, I want to watch this again because it looks like a badass piece of parkour. I do love the parkour. I do wish I had a button on my my stream deck here for the let's go. I think the let's go is amazing. Let's go. In any situation for any good reason.
Let's go. I'm probably gonna die. Let's do this. Flower pot jump to chain to backwards jump to 360 fence jump, diagonal chain jump to the candle.
No way.
I did it. I just made the hardest parkour combo in the world.
That's unreal.
The champion tasked me with making sure you don't rank up, but I now realize that's not possible. Your parkour is beyond me. You have my respects. Good luck against the champions.
Before I could say anything, the master gave up and just jumped off. I won the 3rd battle, which means now I only have to battle the champion.
Chills.
And the champion is the one that tried to stop me from ranking up this entire time?
All of this parkour just to die by the champion.
This was it.
Holy fuck. Holy aura. Holy voice acting god. Sheesh. I got fucking full body chills. My god. That is a powerful villain's entrance. Puss in Boots who? That wolf had nothing on this.
Standing in front of me was the champion of parkour.
All of this parkour just to die by the champion.
This was it. Standing in front of me was the champion of Parkour Civilization.
You put up a good fight, I'll give you that. But this ends here.
The way media is changing, it's gonna be fucking Christian Bale doing this in 5 years in a mainstream movie. It's like regular actors are gonna be begging for roles in fucking Evbo sequels. It's gonna be fucking this is wild.
As the parkour champion built his first attack, and it was a 5-block jump.
If you beat me in this battle, you become the parkour champion, and you could be the one that makes the rules. But this is my Parkour Civilization, and I never lose.
The parkour champion made the 5-block jump. It's not possible. It's just
not possible.
I can't do it. This was it. This was the end. There was no second chance, no backup I could call for, nothing to get me out of this. I lost, and I won't be the one to save Parkour Civilization. I opened my eyes, and I was in a place that I knew all too well. I was down at the bottom. I was in the parkour temple at the noob level of Parkour Civilization. I opened my inventory, and I had leather boots on. After the battle with the champion, I
didn't even try.
am now a noob again. I let everyone down. I was supposed to be the one to save Parkour Civilization.
Oh, no.
And I couldn't do it. And now the champion gets what he wants. No one can ever rank up ever again. No one's free. People risked their lives because they trusted me to help them, and I failed. And it was all for nothing. Now I'm just at the bottom again. I don't even have sprint. I can't even do more than a 2-block jump. It's over, right? The old man gave me the last ticket to rank up. And even if I did, what's the point? The only way I could save people is by becoming the champion. And he's impossible to beat.
You can't do a 5-block jump.
It's out of my hands now. There's nothing to do. I mean, maybe I just go back to parkour prison. At least there I could get fed some better food. Rather have fish than raw chicken.
Down at the bottom again, are we?
What?
Maybe I was wrong about you.
You were wrong about me? Wait, who are you?
Something tells me you already know the answer.
The strange man turned around and he was wearing netherite boots? Oh, I do not want to do that again. There must be a parkour god looking out for me. You're the parkour god? But you were just...
It's not obvious.
A myth? Is this all of your doing?
The parkour civilization I created was never intended to divide people, but the new champion had different plans.
And you wanted me to stop the champion, and I couldn't. I'm sorry you put your trust in me. I thought I was good enough. I thought I could do it.
You seem like all hope is lost.
I mean, I can't do anything. I'm back at the noob level. I can't get a ticket anymore. I can't even sprint. What good is a 1-block jump gonna do against the parkour champion?
As long as you can parkour, there is always a way.
The parkour god dropped a pair of boots on the ground and jumped away. What is going on?
Holy shit. That is the may the force be with you of a new generation. Okay? That is a iconic line that will resonate for decades. Kids will grow up getting that on t-shirts.
I jumped over and grabbed the boots that the parkour god left. These were no ordinary boots. These were diamond. Only the parkour champion wears these. And now I have them. I threw away my leather boots and I put on the champion boots. Immediately, my hunger bar returned to full and I could see above into the upper layers. Oh my God, this is crazy. What is going on? What is going on? I don't know where the parkour...
I have no notes on the acting. I have no notes. Every reaction needs to be, oh my God, that's crazy. This is crazy.
God got these boots from, or why he would trust me with them, but it didn't matter. This was my second chance. I don't know how I'm gonna get back up to the top, but I'm gonna find a way. Everyone's life depends on this, and that's why I'm gonna be the one to save Parkour Civilization. Parkour Civilization was in danger. I thought people could parkour their way up to a better life, but I realized it was all just a lie. The truth is that the parkour champion controls everyone and everything. I thought I could be the one to put an end to it and save everyone, but I failed. Luckily for me, second chances come around quite often, and I still have one more shot at saving Parkour Civilization. The only way I can put an end to all this is if I beat the parkour champion, and that means I have to get back up to the arena somehow. And that was gonna be harder than I thought. I had diamond boots on, meaning the barriers to the parkour temple shouldn't be here, but they were, and I had no way up. That means somehow I was gonna have to get a ticket. Oh, this is not good. I can't even earn a ticket myself, meaning the only way I'm gonna get one is if some other noob has one. But even if I got lucky and a noob hasn't used their ticket already, I couldn't find anyone. I was beginning to think that there were no noobs left and they were all in prison until I finally found one still standing. I asked the noob if there was any chance he had a ticket or even knew someone with a ticket so I could get into the temple. But he said that pros don't come down here anymore and do ticket challenges. It's now impossible for parkour noobs to rank up at all. This has to be the champion's doing. If pros don't come down here at all, the noobs have no way of getting food. That means if I don't get up in time and beat the champion, everyone down here will die. There has to be a way I can get past these barriers. I mean, the parkour god wouldn't have given me champion boots for nothing, right? And that's when I remembered I had champion boots on now. These boots were meant for the person that rules Parkour Civilization, and that's when I thought back to what the champion said.
If you beat me in this battle, you become the parkour champion, and you could be the one that makes the rules.
If the parkour champion makes the rules, they had to be the one to place the barriers, right? Which means if someone placed them, someone can get rid of them. It was a shot in the dark, but I thought I'd at least try. Oh, this is pointless. This is not gonna work. Wait, what? It broke. I couldn't believe it, but there it was. I was staring at a hole in the barriers. This is insane. I can break barriers now? Ah, thank you, parkour god. Let's go. I got rid of more of the barriers until there was a space big enough to jump through. All right, let me make sure I'm not hitting my head on any of these. And now it's time to go save everyone. I did it. I was now inside the parkour temple, and I was one step closer to getting back up to the top. Now that I was in the temple, it was time to start actually...
He is kind of a Neo Christ-like figure, you know, with the power to remake the world as he sees fit. It's a powerful biblical metaphor.
I was gonna have to find a way to somehow get back into the arena and fight the champion. And even if I do manage to do that, I still have to worry about beating him, which is a whole nother story. My rough draft of a plan involved grabbing blocks, and I thought I could get some here, but the chests were empty. Those chests were usually filled with blocks for the pros to do their daily tasks, but someone got rid of all of them. My idea of getting blocks was already off to a bad start, but I had a backup plan for where I could go to get more. I made it back up to the second layer of Parkour Civilization, but But now was no time to celebrate. I still had such a long way to go to get up to the 3rd layer, and time was running out. I made my way over to the place where I could get all the blocks I needed. The parkour training grounds should have thousands of blocks I could use. The last time I was in here, I was training to rank up to become a master, but something was off. The course I built to practice to rank up was still here.
Keanu Reeves as Evbo in the live action adaptation. That would go so hard.
This doesn't make sense. Have all of the pros just been practicing this course I built? But that's when my situation just got a whole lot worse. No, come on, they can't be empty. Why are they empty? All of these chests should have been filled with blocks to build parkour jumps, but they were all empty. Okay, this is not good. This is really not good. Something strange was going on, and I needed to find some answers. I took a trip back to where I used to live when I was a parkour pro. If there was anyone I could trust to talk to, it would be my neighbor. And that was assuming he was still alive.
Why?
I found the house where my neighbor used to live, and thankfully, Parkour Civilization hadn't claimed him just yet.
Egbo, you're alive, and you're the parkour champion?
Well, I'm not really the champion. I mean, I guess technically I am. I don't know. It's a long story. I asked my neighbor what was going on, and he said everything has changed. He said that parkour pros aren't allowed to go down to the noob level anymore, and some masters came down and took every block, and they can't even practice anymore. This was it. This was truly the end of Parkour Civilization. First, it was the noobs in danger. Now the pros are, and soon it might even be the masters. One by one, the parkour champion is taking away the free will of everyone, and if I don't end this now, there will be no one left to oppose him. Alright, no pressure, the fate of the world is in my hands, and now I have to speedrun one of the hardest parkour courses there is. Unlike getting up to the pro level, there was no easy way up to the master level. If you wanted to get back, you had to do the course. Even though I've made this course before, this was different. Time was running out, meaning I couldn't waste any taking this parkour course slow. And I can't afford to miss a single jump, because if I do, well, then I guess the parkour god trusted the wrong person. Luckily, I made the course, and I was now at the master level. And now I was at one part of my master plan, which, well, has not been going to plan at all. If I don't get these gold boots, okay, thank you. Finally, something goes according to my plan. I didn't know if I would still get master boots if I had champion boots on, but luckily, I got an extra pair. Now that I was on the master level, I had to blend in. Any one of these masters could be working for the champion, and if they saw me with the champion boots on, well, that's attention that I definitely do not want right now. At least with the gold boots on, the people working for the champion might not recognize me. Now was the next part of my plan. If I have any shot at all of getting back into the arena, I was gonna need the parkour master that saved my life. But when I went into the secret room in the parkour temple, he was nowhere to be found. Why would he stay there all the time? Of course, I knew it was too good to be true to have two things in my plan go smoothly. Now I gotta improvise. Now I had to figure out where the parkour master lived, and I had no way of knowing which house he had. The only thing I could do is sit and wait for him to show up. But if I stayed down here, I run the risk of the masters on the champion's side finding me. I needed somewhere that would at least buy me a little more time, and the only place I thought of was to wait at the very top of the parkour staircase. At least here, I won't be seen that easily, but if I had to get down fast, I had no water bucket to save me. I realized I was standing so close to the barrier between the master and the champion levels, and now I have champion boots, meaning if I put these on, will I be able to see what life is like at the champion level? But before I could put them on, I saw the parkour master I was looking for. Now, this is the part I was not looking forward to. The only way I can follow the parkour master is by taking fall damage, and I'm just hoping that the drop to his house isn't too far, and of course it's a 50 block drop. I'm never surviving that. Oh man, I have an idea, and I don't like it. Yep, this is officially the worst idea I've ever had. Okay, no more thinking, let's just do this. I got momentum.
It's like a Marvel character talking. Yep, this is officially the worst idea I've ever had.
And I jumped. I thought it was too short, but I made it. Oh, that was so crazy. I know the parkour god does not like me for that one. Even though I barely survived, I found the parkour master without being caught. And now it was time to carry out my plan to save Parkour Civilization. I told the master everything that happened, and I showed him that I had champion boots. I told him that if I was gonna beat the champion, I would need his help.
I can't believe you survived and you met the parkour god. We can actually save everyone. Just tell me what I need to do and I'll do it.
I had the master give me some blocks, and I told him to wait here for the next part of my plan. If everything goes right, I should have everything I need to get back into the arena and defeat the parkour champion. But that's assuming everything goes right, and so far, it hasn't worked out that way. I jumped over to the parkour bank. To get back into the arena, I was gonna need more difficult blocks to build parkour with, and I think I know how to get some.
Hey man, I don't mean to assume anything, but the top floor is for people with money. You can come back when you're rich though.
Upstairs must be the place where the bank keeps their harder blocks.
Sir, you're not allowed to go up there.
Sorry, man. Got a bank to Okay, never mind. I was expecting to see places where I could buy flower pots and candles, but instead, there was just a massive box with a door.
Sir, this is a private vault for one of our most valuable customers. You have to leave immediately.
Parkour battle him.
Vault? I guess that might work.
You're not getting into this vault. No amount of money could make me open this door.
No amount of money? Man, this guy clearly has never heard of one of my bribes before.
Just stop. It's not even worth it.
What? What do you say you open the door now? I take it you don't see a backwards 360 too often.
That's just good writing. That's honestly just good writing.
Okay, well, I have to let you in now.
Let's go. I still got it.
Please just don't take anything.
Yeah, I'm definitely not listening to that. I started looking around the vault for anything I could use.
Let's go.
But most of the chests were empty until I finally stumbled upon a water bucket. Okay, I need blocks, but I guess I'll take this. I don't get it. Whoever owns this vault is supposedly rich, and the only thing I found is a water bucket. And 16 blocks, never mind. I thought this vault was a dead end until it wasn't. In the last barrel, I found 16 brewing stands. Now, my plan could actually work. It was time to go defeat the parkour champion.
Sir, I just wanted to let you know someone got into your vault.
You're the only one who has access to it, so explain to me how that happened.
I mean, I'm sorry, sir, but he bribed me with a backwards 360. I had to.
A backwards 360? There's no one that can do a... No. No. How is this possible?
You know, someone told me something interesting. About brewing stand jumps. They're not just difficult, but they can deal any potion effect you want. That's why I wish you the best of luck in this parkour battle, because if you don't make this jump, you're getting the slowness effect. I watched as Siwat tried to defend my attack, but he failed. Alright, now it's time for some answers. I need you to tell me how to beat the parkour champion.
You're crazy if you think I'm telling you that.
Yep, I thought you might say that. Let's see.
Powerful
3 blocks. Oh, that's
Siwat.
plenty. Alright, one more chance to tell me, unless you want to defend another one of my attacks.
I think I can handle a 3 block.
Alright, man, if you think you can make this jump with slowness, be my guest. I'm just gonna let you know now that it's not possible, so in a couple jumps, you'll lose everything.
Okay, wait, don't. I'll tell you. Please, I like my life here.
Well, that was easy.
I can't believe I'm telling you this. The champion uses barrier blocks to parkour. He's the only one that has any left.
He built his parkour jumps with barriers. That means I was right. The 5-block jump was impossible. He just used a barrier. Okay, wait, so...
This shit is such Oscar bait. It does feel like Siwat only took this role for the Oscar. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it feels like it's clearly for the Academy.
So if he uses
It's like Meryl
barriers for his
Streep
attacks,
in a
how do I defend
Holocaust
against
role.
that?
Dude, if the parkour champion finds out about this, I'm gonna lose everything.
I don't care. Just tell me.
Fine. There's a secret rule in parkour battles that says if you build a harder jump than an opponent's attack, your opponent will have to do that jump instead.
That's how I beat him. I can just attack with a harder jump. Even if he does use barriers for his attacks, I just have to build better ones. Oh man, this is crazy. Alright, let's do this. You need to send me back to the arena like you did before, and this time I'm only fighting the champion.
Okay, so if you let me attack you, what's stopping me from just getting rid of you once and for all?
Yeah, I thought you might say that. That's why I got one of the best parkour masters I know to watch you at all times. And if he finds out I don't make it into the arena, let's just say you won't see the attack coming before it hits you.
Oh man, how do you even do these jumps? I really hope that boss plan works. There's no way I can make one of these.
Just as I thought, Siwat had no choice but to listen to me. Now, all that I was hoping for is that I would wake up in the arena. I knew Siwat couldn't be trusted, but I had no choice. This was the only way I could get back into the arena, and luckily, it worked. Now, I could battle the parkour champion, and this time, it was gonna be different. I got all of the blocks I needed, and I made my way into the arena. Now, it was time to see if Siwat was gonna uphold his end of the deal, but he did. Standing in front of me was the champion of Parkour Civilization. Alright, let's go save everyone.
I should have known the old man would give his boost to you.
What? The old man?
Doesn't matter. You can try as many times as you want, but your fate remains the same.
The parkour god didn't just give me random champion boots, he gave me the old man's. He was the old parkour champion. Okay, this is a lot to think about right now. I just gotta worry about defending this attack. Well, Siwat got me this far, but now it's time to see if he was really telling the truth. The champion's attack was technically only a 4-block jump with a barrier, so the parkour combo I was about to do should be harder. I countered with a 3-block 360 to a 3-block bench jump. What? The parkour champion looked confused, and suddenly his attack disappeared. It worked. It actually worked. The secret rule Siwat told me about was real, and now the champion has no choice but to defend my attack. Except just when I thought I had the upper hand in the battle, the champion pulled out barrier blocks. Instead of building my jump, the champion built some invisible parkour combo. The barriers were invisible, and I had no way of knowing what sort of parkour combo he built. But whatever it was better than my attack, and my attack was now erased. That only left me with one choice, and I would have to build something even harder. I didn't even know what the champion built, so I couldn't hold back on this next attack. I knew I had to risk it all. I pulled out a 180 vertical flower pot jump into a backwards 360 candle jump, and I made it. The parkour champion's attack was erased, and he had no choice but to either try my attack or build a harder one. But the parkour champion wasn't phased, and he countered my attack with the hardest known jumps in Parkour Civilization. These were Neo.
It's like, I can just tell the creator of this video doesn't really care so much about commentary on society. Like, that structures it, but they deeply fucking care about Minecraft parkour. I can tell that Evo is like actually super fucking passionate about Minecraft parkour. Has clearly spent a lot of time thinking about it, knows a lot about it. I think that's why that's my favorite part. You can tell with the way they talk about it that Minecraft parkour is very important to him.
Jumps, and he did 2 in a row. Jumps where you have to jump around a block in midair. I knew I couldn't do these jumps, and this was not the time to try them. But the parkour champion set the bar high, meaning if my next attack isn't harder than his, I lose everything. But if I don't make this jump I'm about to build, my entire journey is over. But that means the same goes for the parkour champion. Any one of these attacks will do more than 10 hearts. That means I have to make this. The parkour god trusted me with these boots to save everyone. And for the first time in my life, I actually felt like I was worthy of them. That I was worthy of being the parkour champion.
Didn't he miss it right there?
What? This shouldn't be happening.
I thought I had bested the parkour champion, but I was wrong.
This ends now.
The parkour champion built an attack that was directly over the void.
Either you go down or we both go down.
This was the end. The parkour champion knew he lost the battle, so he built a jump that would take us both down. And there's nothing I can do to defend myself. I knew deep down that this was most likely my last jump in Parkour Civilization. But this time, I wasn't gonna give up. Parkour God, if you're watching me, please just give me the strength for one last jump. I didn't expect my feet to hit the ground again, but they did. And when I turned around, the parkour champion had fallen. I won. I actually won. It's over, right? I'm the new parkour champion. I'm supposed to be the one who can make the rules and save everyone.
Let's go.
So how do I do that? But as I was standing there, something started to happen. My items in my inventory were gone, and I got teleported to the parkour temple. When I walked outside, I looked around, and I realized there was nothing above me. And that's when I remember something the parkour master said to me. He told me that the champion is the only one who knows the way up. I turned around and looked at the parkour temple, and where there was nothing before, there was now a way up to get to the top of Parkour Civilization. That means my journey wasn't done yet. I still had to make it to the top. Luckily, I'm now considered the best in Parkour Civilization, so if there's anyone who can make the jumps, it was me. Only one more set of jumps stood between me and the top. I had always dreamed of this day, when I'd look up and I'd see nothing above me. But I never would have imagined what I'd have to go through to get here. Every jump I made and every jump I failed all led me to this point, to make it to the top of Parkour Civilization. And now I was here, and there was nothing, just pure emptiness and only the sky. I didn't have any idea of what to do until I saw a structure in the distance. I walked over and I saw blocks I've never seen before in Parkour Civilization. They were command blocks, and they were placed in front of a throne. I stepped up onto the throne, and I got my pair of champion boots. But this time, they weren't someone else's. They were mine. It only makes sense that doing parkour on command blocks gives me the power to make the rules of Parkour Civilization. But before I start completely changing the entire rules of society, I needed to do something first.
What?
Well, I think it's time I give these back. I have a feeling you'll probably be needing them.
F-Bo, you did it. You saved us.
No, I didn't do anything. It was only possible because of you. And that's why I think you should be the champion. I don't know what to do with Parkour Civilization, but you were the champion. You know how to fix things. I just don't think I'm ready to be the... Whoa, what are you doing?
You think all of this was for me to become the champion again? I'm old, and you know Parkour Civilization better than I ever could.
Well, all right. I'm gonna need your help. With every 4 block...
Ah, well. That's fucking powerful dialogue!
Jump on the command blocks, I can change the rules of Parkour Civilization. And with the help of the old champion, I'm not just gonna make things go back to the way they were. I'm gonna make things better than they ever were. Parkour was never about making or failing a jump. It was about getting up and trying again. The parkour god told me as long as you can parkour, there is always a way. And in my Parkour Civilization, people will always have a chance to try again.
That was so good. That was so good. Watch part 2? I don't need to. I don't need to because that really reminded me of the end of the first Matrix, where he finally gets the ability to reshape the Matrix as he sees fit, and it's such a powerful ending. And then part 2, like, was unnecessary. I wish I'd only watched Matrix 1, and this was fantastic. I might just watch part 1 again, you know, see things I missed. See things I missed. That was really... Part 2 is unironically better. I don't... I love you guys. I do. I love you guys, and I love your media taste. I love it, and I think it's great, and I think it's so powerful. And I think it is peak. That was truly a powerful video that I'm glad I watched. And now I'm going to see if I can bring on CWAT and possibly Evbo to talk about it. But that's the end of tonight's stream. I'm going to be gone tomorrow as I am going to basketball and a Magic event. I'll be back on Monday, ideally with a Marketing Monday, though I haven't nailed a topic yet. I've got some notes, I got some stuff, but I don't know what my main story is going to be. I'll have to see. Anyway, thanks for watching. Well, actually, is Stanzy live? Maybe I'll play one league game with Stanzy. Is he almost done? Oh, he just started. What if I play one league game by myself? What if I play one league game by myself? We fucking smash some solo queue. What about that? What if I destroy some solo queue? Q snipe him? If he's live, if he's available, I'll just play with him. Ba-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da. All right, I'm queuing. Queuing. If I don't get mid and I don't get fizz, I'll just dodge and go to bed. But if I do, yeah, that was a great movie. That was a really good movie. It's so powerful. No Minecraft server? Oh, I'm not doing that tonight. This is far too late. To do the Minecraft server. I haven't even installed Minecraft. I have to. Mental is atrocious in Stance's stream. Somebody please help him. Oof. 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 Stan says he's quitting if he loses this game. He needs you right now. Oh shit. OPGG Stans. What Stans is Oh no. Oh no. It's been a stinker second half. He started out 9-1, dude. And now it's the red mirage, the red wall. Oh no. Bro hit a fucking downswing. Yeah, that's how they get you. That's how Riot Games gets you, dude. From a 9-1, they give you a. He had a nice 7-0 here, though. Huh? Nice 17-3. Jesus Christ, 17-3. Bros are just fucking spam Graves. His Graves is going dummy. Ban a champion. I will ban Vex. He's unlucky, too. I mean, he's probably also a little tired. He's been grinding, dude. He's been omega grinding. He's been omega grinding. Graves' high ban rate? No. I don't think he's getting banned out. Sans just doesn't like to play the same champion. He's not a one champion Andy. Is the plan to be awake for 48 hours? No, he went to bed, but he's been playing nonstop League for 48 hours. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. All right, I'm locked in. I got my fizz, baby. I got my fizz. Easy money. Da-da-da-da-da. Maybe instead of queuing with him, we should recommend a therapist. If your friend is addicted to League of Legends, the best thing you can do with them is to queue as many games as you can and encourage them to play more. That is how you help someone with League addiction, is you like overwhelm them with League. Like if someone you know is addicted to drugs, give them more and harder drugs. How's everybody else doing? How's Lud doing? Let's see. Air Coots OPGG. He's bronze 2. Had a bit of a losing streak as well. Yikes. Yikes, 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 yikes. Is Slime still silver? I promise you Slime did not hit plat. All right, well, we're in. Oh, no, don't crash. Don't crash, League of Legends. Oh, don't crash. Okay, good. What's your rank? I'm a very solid gold 1. But I haven't been grinding like these guys. Are you going to do a Leagueathon? I was thinking about it to go to plat, but I think I might just get plat passively. Maybe I'll do an Emerald-a-thon? Depends if anyone's still playing. All right. Have you tried the Endma Fizz build? Don't try to bait me. Endma fucking balls or something. Game crashed again. Fuck me. Intel fucking sucks, dude. Intel fucking sucks. God damn it. Uh-huh. Okay. We're back. We're back. Nice job. Let's go, team. Let's go, team. Let's go, team. Fuck them up. Is this still Parkour Civilization? The level of jumps you're going to see is as you're watching a parkour master. Maybe the parkour champion himself.
Want to see a trick?
All right, LeBlanc. A parkour pro, maybe, but not exactly on my level.
No fear.
Ow. Ow. It's big damage.
They won't catch me.
Nah. Can't get that one. Just gotta wait. Gotta wait. He's gonna get level 2, so I need to stay the fuck back. Just gotta wait. Just gotta wait. You need W? Okay, we're just gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to. Oh boy. Uh-huh.
Come on, let's go.
First, an ally has been slain.
Okay. Hey, whoa, relax. Oh, it's not good. Took a lot of damage, though.
You have slain an
All right, touche. Touche, 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 touche. One of these, one of these. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. W trade. If I was pushing this way, it would be a W trade. It's kind of fine, I guess.
In a splash.
It could have been just a win. My biggest mistake was going for that first CS. Get fucked, buddy. Get fucked, buddy. Nice trade.
No fear.
Oh, fuck. Dude. Oh, okay. Should probably roam. I should probably roam. I don't think I can dive. Maybe I could dive. It's tough to say. I need 6. She's gonna get 6 first. Oh, I can't beat that fight. I can't beat that fight. Oh, fuck.
An ally has been slain.
Does he take any damage? Oh, boy. Maybe I'll hit 6 first because of that one roam. I don't think so, though. All right, when he goes for this cannon, I have to go for the kill. That's him. That's him, right? Oh. 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 All right, well, no ignite. I mean, no TP. So I get to push this in.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, you're staying?
One jump ahead of you.
You're dead. You're dead. Worth it. Worth it. Worth it. Worth it. Worth it. No XP. Okay. Okay. I'll take this. Actually, I'll just take this, right? No, wait. Undo. I'll do this and boots. Okay. Do you XP for the kill after you're dead? Oh, good question, I guess. I think it's still worth it for the minions. All right, I'm up 4 CS. Not huge. Oh, I have to go. I have to get to this fight. Get to this fight. I have to get to this fight. Oh, fuck. Oh, we got the ignite out? Didn't die? Give me one more. Oh, LeBlanc's still going?
An ally has been slain.
What the fuck? Oh, LeBlanc's still there. That's crazy. Oh, nice. 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 Oh, swag. Nautilus, you fucking king. That was hype. That was huge. She lost 20 CS off that. I get to back in time. I'm going to grab fucking boots. I'm going to grab this. Dude, huge plays, Nautilus. That's awesome. Okay, this Teemo's going fucking nuts, though. This Teemo's going nuts. Makes me a little nervous. Easy money! Easy money! I actually didn't need Nautilus there, but I appreciate him showing up. Get a free assist. Sheesh! Let's get another plate, dude. Just keep adding the fuck. Oh, Graves is here. Maybe I just back. Might be crazy to back, but I think just keeping my lead, you know? Come back with full HP. Problem is, I need to put my ward down. I can roam bot because gonna try and bait her to going. She's just pushing. Oh. Nice! I'm glad I didn't follow that team. Would have fucking owned me. No, back. This Nautilus is a goat, dude.
No fear.
Now I have to go bot and we make this fucking magic happen. Because we already cleared the ward. We cleared the ward! Go back mid. Oh, it's all coming together! It's all coming together! And the money's flowing in? Oh. You know, you can't back. Well, you can back, but I need this. Let's get this fucking thing. Dude, Graves died bottom and died. Graves dived bottom. Wait, you gonna try and show up over here, LeBlanc? Uh-oh, LeBlancy. Uh-oh. What? Okay. She didn't do much damage. I need to spend my money. I need to spend my money. I can't actually win this fight until I've got my money spent. Or can I? Fuck it. Did the parkour, did Ebbo give up?
I'm ready. An enemy has been slain.
No, he did not. $25 seconds. Do it again. Come on, let's fight. Let's fucking fight. I'll play it out. Okay, I lost. I lost. But you know who else lost? Evbo! And he came back! I need to wait 2 seconds for Ignite. Oh, I should wait 2 seconds for Ignite. You had back after the plating? I had a back, yes, but did I want to back? That's the real question. That's the real question. I kind of thought I could win that fight, and I could if I just played a little safer and waited. I'm not gonna let this Graves just get away with this debauchery. What's happening here? What the hell? Got him. Got him. That was close.
I'll show them what has been destroyed. You have slain an enemy.
Get mid turret off that. Don't you fucking dare. Nice! Nice! Nice heck! Nice Hecarim! Oh, you love to see that. And that's a tower, baby. And that's how you get the tower down. Oh, fuck. All right, couple buff transfers. I should back though. I should back. LeBlanc will show up in a second.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
We get top turret. I get another item. Majai's anyone? Nah. Nah, it doesn't feel like a Majai's game actually. Unless unless I can afford it on this back. Why not, dude? Why fucking not?
Has been slain.
Yikes, watch out bottom.
An ally has been slain.
Okay, the classic overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer in solo queue. I'm going bottom.
I'm ready.
Uh-oh. Nice. Nice. We lost mid-turret? What were they doing? Can meet him in the middle. Meet him in the middle. I'm gonna sandwich him. No.
One jump ahead of you.
You're kind of like the White Ludwig. I've always said that. I've always said that. Uh-oh. Where'd this fucker go? Did we kill anybody? Is Timo like right here? Oh, I'm on a shroom, bro. Uh-oh. Maybe? No. Nah. Or maybe? Or nah. Or maybe? Or nah. Or maybe? Or nah. Or maybe? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Land ho. Shut down.
One more wave if I'm a goat. One more wave if I'm a goat. Gotta draw attention. Draw aggro. Draw aggro. Draw attention. Good fizzes. Draw aggro. Draw attention.
I'm ready.
One of these. There we go. Was this in the guide? I don't know. Honestly, I didn't know as much about macro when I wrote that guide. It was a simpler time. You could just make a basic jump and it was like pretty fucking good. Boy, this Jinx is a shark magnet. I gotta be honest with you. That sucks. Oh, I missed. Fuck. This can't be warded, right? Because you didn't see me? I want her to stay. Nice. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Let's get this turret, please. I'll go bot. You were playing against plumbers and I made that guide? No, it was like, that was the Jordan era and this is a LeBron era. They're both amazing. You know, just a different time. I gotta learn how to shoot the three-pointer game now. Now that Steph's in the game, it doesn't mean I'm... It's also nice to have the Shy on my team as my jungler. I think I can just push this. I don't think anyone can threaten me 1v1. I don't know what Senna does, I'll be honest with you. I'll be straight up honest. Okay. She just autos you, but like there's like chains and invisibility and circles and it's like fucking some BDSM shit, dude. Dude. Okay. All right. All right. All right. I was hoping he'd at least flash. Oh, buddy. Nah, we'll be stupid to fight. Oh, what are you doing? 1-5 and 5 Ambessa throwing. Trying their best. Sell ring? Nah. Don't want to. I don't want to, dude. I'll just get a fucking death cap before long. Don't you worry. Nice. Maybe we Baron? Baron? Why not? Jinx is bot. They're dead. We need Ambessa. We need Ambessa. I gotta... Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alright, now I gotta sell this fucking ring. Oh, really? Undo. I'm not selling the ring if I can't afford a fucking... We keep the ring! From the screen to the ring to the kin to the ping! 20 gold? You think I'm gonna wait my fucking fishy ass down? No. No way. I'll go farm. We got dragon in 6 seconds. I'll get the dragon. I'll go back. I get a death cap. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Bro, this Ambessa is actually an enemy agent. It's problematic. All right, I gotta buy. I gotta buy. Okay, we got Baron. Let's just get the top turret because it'll be easier. And that way Ambessa can't leave us. Careful! They're gonna kill you, bro. Oh no, they're gonna kill you. I know they're gonna kill you. Come on, Ambessa. I'm here with you. Did that fucking... Uh-oh, Timo. Yeehaw! Yeehaw! Let's get this turret, big dogs. Oh, fuck. Oh, I missed. Run! 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 Ow. Oh! Nice. 1 for 1. 2 for... No, never mind. You killed the clone. You killed the clone. Oh, all my stacks. Zoning ult? Zoning ult. All my stacks, bro. Now I do have to sell this fucking Doran's ring, unfortunately. Not happy about it. Any MR? Yeah, Banshee's fucking Veil. That's kind of it, though. They're all so squish. I should get a Crypto Bloom. Crypto Bloom. I should invest in crypto. Nice. Huge. All right, one more for soul, and the soul is ocean. Not really useful, but dude, the death timers are so long this late. We could actually throw. We can just lose. Good top.
Want to see a trick?
All right, one more wave. Maybe even one more wave after that. Make sure they have to fucking be there for it.
No fear.
They don't have any wards. Nice. 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 That's what you call a faker engage, okay? You just make it happen. You just make it happen. You make the fight happen. No, we're not. Oh. I think we should just push. They're all dead. Oh, fuck. You gotta dodge everything. Alright, we back out, I guess. We back out and get everything. Well, I can probably get this. Get this Baron. 2 went. Oh, my game crashed again. Fuck me. I'm so glad we went for Baron and that wasn't an ending team fight. Fucking Intel. Oh my god. Fucking please get me back in the game. Dude, it's so hot. I'm actually gonna have to. I'll have to do that tomorrow. I'll have to go. I'm gonna have to go down and dude, Intel sucks ass. What a fucking dog shit company. I can get my Void Staff or my Crypto Balloon. I guess I'll back. Everyone's back. I'll get Void. More expensive. All right, right here. We got Soul. We got Baron. We got 3 lanes pushing. Finish the fight. It's kind of. I feel kind of like Evbo getting all the blocks to get ready for his final champion battle. Do you know what I'm saying? Or do you guys not watch good media? Hurry it up, Ambessa. Hurry it up. Get this. That's damage, baby. Plat? Passive Plat? I will honor my whole team. They were all good people. They were all good people at heart. Dude, my game is so frozen. Dude, my computer was restart before I went live. There's nothing open. I don't have PowerPoint. I don't have Photoshop. I have like 3 Chrome tabs. And I'm trying to play League of Legends on a $5,000 brand new top of the line PC. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Oh, gold 1. Gold 1. Not quite there. I forgot we lost with stands. All right. It's 11:44. Good time to end. Good time to end. Chad, hope you enjoyed another... Do you think you're better now with worse mechanics? Or better? No, I'm worse at everything than I was when I was fucking rank 13 or whatever. But I think I've learned more about macro since then and gotten worse mechanically. Significantly worse mechanically. Thanks for watching. Respond to my DMs, please. All right, we'll do. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thanks for watching, Sevens. See you on Monday. Thanks for the subs. Appreciate it. I'm at 7,077 subs, which is pretty fucking crazy. Probably my highest sub count since the Pop-a-thon. I'll raid stands. Raid stands. Ra-da-da-da, ra-da-da. Ba-da-ba-ba. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-ba-ba. Good night. Bye.